Alright guys, welcome back. Today we're playing, Phoenix Wright. We're, starting possibly the last session. I don't know how much longer is left in this game, but it is, one last case. This is literally the final case, so... Alright, let's do it. Let's jump back in. If you'll recall from last week, some crazy, stuff went down. Some crazy shit is going on. We came to a new channeling school that we've never seen before and was never mentioned, but it totally is real and exists. I super promise. And then craziness commenced. We will pick back up a little bit before where we got to last time, because there was a big cliffhanger, so I left a save right before that happens, so that we can start today with the crazy shit that happened last time, so that, you know, we can just jump right back in and nobody will be confused. Alright, let's go. I think it was this one. I want to say it was this one right here was the correct save. Let's find out, shall we? It says ... That's a good sign. That's a strong sign that things are working properly. Phoenix Wright is dotting, and dotting. Ah! What the? That blood-curdling scream came from the courtyard. February 7th, 11:06 p.m. Hazakura Temple Courtyard. Yeah, this is what happened. Okay, so the murder officially went down. We still don't know, like, who or why, though. It just happened. This is the last thing we saw last week. It was, like, stabbed by this motherfucking statue. This damnable statue that keeps showing up. That scream. I'm sure it came from around here. Oh, no! Someone's there, on the ground. Dead. Miss Doneem! Here's the thing, though, like, they said that, we don't actually know it's her yet, because we don't see the face. I really hope it's Maya. I mean, Phoenix, quote-unquote, recognizes her. I guess there's no reason he wouldn't think it was Maya if it was Maya, but I still want to believe. See, look, there's her little staff, too. Her little, her famous Doneem staff. Doneem. I don't know how to pronounce it. It's a weird name. Although I will notice her staff, maybe this is like a fakery, because her staff doesn't have the thing in it, like before, remember? It used to have like a, let's see if it's in the picture. See, it used to have like a big ball in it, like a big purple bouncy ball, but now it does not. Now it does not at all. Now it just has nothing in it. There was also another weirdness with her, right? Yeah, okay, so here, right here, look at this. She has black hair and red lipstick. And in this photo by Larry, she has brown hair and pink lipstick. And also is standing in front of like a Dark Souls-esque castle, which is interesting. So yeah, it's a lot of weird stuff. A lot of weirdness is happening in this case. Squish! I just stepped on something soft. Hey, don't step on my tummy like that. What are you doing lying there in the snow? I was passed out. What do you think? So that blood-curdling scream was you? Forget about that. Hurry up and call the police. You're being suspicious AF, Bikini. Is there even a phone in the main hall? No, but we still get reception up here. You must have a cell phone on you, right? You didn't bring it with me. Oh, you're useless. I mean, even Iris has a cell phone. Why does she have a cell phone? Isn't she like a weird mountain sister? We've got no choice. You'll have to use the public phone. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Run as fast as you can. Yes, ma'am. Sister Bikini's really giving us the business right now, dude. Yeah, she did lose the twin princes. She got sent back to the motherfucking bonfire, dude. She got hit so hard, she flew out of the arena and landed here in the painted world of Ariamis. If you don't hurry, Iris will. Iris will. Iris will what? Finish your sentences, you fucking rotund bastard. You cromulous punk. That's not a real word. I might have made that last one up. I might have made that last word up. Huff, huff. It's farther than I thought. This is the part where shit gets crazy, guys. I promise. The bridge is just up ahead. I have to tell Maya what happened, too. We saw it last week up until, like, 2 minutes from now. Oh! See, the bridge is on fire, dude. Dusty bridge. It's burning down. What the heck happened? What are you doing here? Ah! Huh? What is it? Is it me? Don't scare me like that, Larry. I almost had a heart attack. My name isn't Larry. It's Larice. Larry, hurry up and call the police. I'm going to the temple. don't be stupid. That bridge is nothing but a burning wreck right now. Listen to me. There's been a murder here at the temple. Well, what? The murderer might have fled across the bridge. I have to make sure Maya's safe. But, please, call the police. I've got to go. Get out of my way, Larry. It's too dangerous. Nick, wait! This is the part I was referring to earlier. I must have been crazy. I knew how dangerous it was, but I still went for it. Crack. Nick! Phoenix Wright straight up dies, dude. Right at the end of the last week's session, Phoenix Wright fucking dies. Weakened even more by the fire, the rickety old bridge's plank snapped and gave way. And as I was swallowed by the eternal darkness that surrounded me, a final terrified scream rose up to pierce the frozen air of that harrowing night. Ah! That was the harrowing scream. So yeah, Phoenix Wright is dead. I don't know what exactly that means for the rest of the game, because we still ostensibly have an entire case left to do, so it's gonna be difficult without the protagonist, but maybe I could, like, come back as a ghost form or something. Like channeling. Maybe Maya can channel Phoenix Wright or something. Then again, we still haven't even seen Maya yet. We don't know where the hell she is. What? Okay, this is beyond where we got, because we didn't save over it last time. This is officially all new stuff. Ring. Ring. Who could that be at this time of night? Is this like his fucking last moments before he dies? Phoenix Wright? Beep. No, that wasn't his ringtone. Oh, it's Edgeworth. Oh my god. Yes, Edgeworth speaking. Edgy, get up. It's an emergency. Huh? Larry? Do you know what time it is? It's not Larry, it's Larice. Larice De'O'Neill. This is nothing more than a terrible nightmare. I'll just roll over and... Wait, don't hang up. It's an emergency. It's Nick. He took a really nasty spill. Well, it wouldn't be the first time, so... I'm not joking, his life's in danger. What? What happened? Tell me. Edgeworth, you don't give a fuck, dude. Dude, that was such a sick burn. I kind of owned your Fort Brockor. I hit you up with the 4chan Classic. I made everybody keck. I brought the whole club to its knees kecking on each other. They were basically kecking and ruffling because the SJW was destroyed before their very eyes. Tell me. Talk about a guy with bad luck. He may already be dead. Anyway, you've got to come back. You're the only one that can help. My Iris. My beautiful Iris. She needs help. Alright, I don't know what's going on, but I'll be there as soon as I can. Dude, you have your fucking best friend is dead. He fell off a cliff and you only think about your Iris? No one gives a fuck about your Iris. Your mouth is too wide. You look like a fucking Dumbo straw, dude. I'm at the detention center. Please, hurry! It's been 1 year since I left that country. I thought I wouldn't have to see him again for a while. Sounds like it won't be a pretty reunion. As if I expected anything to change. Okay, Edgeworth, fucking grow a pair, dude. My god. I don't think Edgeworth has ever had a scene where he's not just constantly fucking bemoaning his cruel fate of being the richest, most successful man in the world. It's always, woe is Edgeworth. It would be fine if it was other characters saying it, but like, it's just him. It's just him talking about how rough he's got it. Jarvis, please insert keks here. I want to add a kek track to my stream, so the audience knows where the keks go, when they should be kecking, and when they should be cringing. It's kind of like a family sitcom for the next generation. For a more based generation, if you will. You're late, Edgy. What took you so long? I don't want to hear it. I chartered a private jet to come as quickly as I could. My life sucks. Well, you should have chartered a faster one. Anyway, just listen. Something happened to Miss Elise. And Nick is Maya. And Iris's bikini. Huh? Say something, Edgy. Before I came here, I stopped by the hospital and paid Wright a visit. I'll give you guys a little shorthand. Anytime that Larry is on the screen, you can just immediately know that the kek sign is up. Keks officially go here. Whenever Larry's about, you should probably be kecking. He's the most hilariousest character. Melee clips. I watched some of PPMD's little stream highlights. It was pretty good. Since he started streaming Melee again. It was pretty cool. He's like, hello, everybody, it's me. I have a disease. I don't know what his disease is, but he's got one. Oh, shit, I actually clicked out of the game. Help! Oh, there it is. Before I came here, I stopped by the hospital and paid Wright a visit. I believe I have a better understanding of the situation than you at this point. Oh, so Phoenix Wright's just fine. Okay. Don't worry, guys. Phoenix Wright is back. Which, leads me to ask my question, what the fuck was the point of him falling off a cliff? That seems weird. That seems a little weird. Why bother having him take a giant tumble off a cliff if it didn't matter? There's probably some little twist to this. Maybe we'll have another fake Phoenix situation, where he's actually dead and he's just having a spirit channeling or some shit. I believe I have a better understanding of the situation than you at this point. The murder victim was the picture book author, Miss Elise Delneem. She was found by Wright and the head nun. The suspect is the temple's younger nun. I still think that Elise is the most mysterious character, so it's super weird to me that she's dead. She's like the weirdest one, right? Like, she's this random children's author who has no business being there, who just happened to, like, instantly take a big liking to Pearl. My original thought was that it was gonna be like, the spirit of the aunt from the other game that tried to kill Maya, or to try to get Maya arrested in the other game. Like the evil lady who was Pearl's mom. Because she immediately was like, oh, Pearl, come play with me, come hang out with me. Yeah, it was weird. And then there was also that shit with Maya's mom where she found that scroll, and she's like, oh, I only recognized it because of the seal, because it's been so long. It's weird. Then later, while Wright was crossing the bridge, it broke and he fell into the river. The hospital says that he'll need— oh, shit! Okay, I got it. I figured it out. Okay, good. I figured it out. Okay, so, remember how Maya said that she didn't recognize her mom in that scroll except because of the seal at the top? So the reverse is probably also true. We could extrapolate it in the reverse direction, where Maya's mom also wouldn't be able to recognize Maya because it's been so long. So she probably took a liking to Pearl because Pearl right now looks how Maya used to look 15 years ago. You see what I'm saying? I think this is probably actually Maya's mom. No, that doesn't make any sense, because then why would they kill her off immediately? It's been like a plot thread throughout the entire games that Maya has to find her mom. So why would they just instantly kill her off when she shows up? It's not that. Okay, I feel like I'm getting close to something, but I don't know. We don't know enough yet. There's weirdness. I mean, why does she look different in this picture? I don't know. This is getting weird. The hospital says that he'll need at least 2 days of bed rest. Yes, that's right. You got it. But they arrested her. My sweet little Iris. And here I was, convinced he was the one the police had arrested. However, I still don't understand what these 2 items are for. What are you talking about? They're things Wright gave to me when I was leaving his room. This is the first. He said some nonsense about being able to see into people's hearts with this. And the other, he couldn't possibly be asking what I think he is, could he? Oh, that's sick. I think we play as Edgeworth in this one. That would be fucking god tier. Edgeworth as the defense? Nah, that's not right. It could be right. He gave him his defense attorney badge. That would be kind of fucking sick. I'm begging you. Iris's trial starts tomorrow. With Nick out of the picture, you're all I've got left. You're the only one that can represent her. What did you just say? You know, represent, defend. What were you expecting? Why do you think I called you anyway? I'm a prosecutor, Larry, a prosecutor. Do you understand what I'm saying? A prosecutor is a lawyer who— Don't talk to me like a kid. I graduated from junior high, you know. Don't worry about it. I promise I won't tell. But I heard a paper badge had no problem fooling an entire court before. How could this country's judicial system have fallen into such decay? Please, Edgy, at least listen to her. Listen to Iris's side of the story. So Wright wasn't joking when he gave me this badge after all. That's fucking sick. That's actually nasty. That's actually so cool. I know these are supposed to be sleeves, but it kind of looks like she has like giant muscly arms for her frame instead of like pink sleeves. Let's save. This case is so fucking weird. I still don't get it at all. Why does she look exactly like the evil girl? I thought last week I was onto something. I honestly thought that theory was pretty foolproof. I thought I nailed it in one. I thought I fucking bullseyed. That this girl was like the evil spirit of that evil bitch from the last case being channeled. And then the other girl, Elise Donim, was the spirit of Maya's aunt. The evil aunt that tried to get Maya arrested so Pearl could take over. Like, channeled. But Elise got murdered, so that wouldn't really make any sense. Like, that theory kind of falls apart right then and there. The supposed other evil person got straight axed. So yeah, I don't know. This is super weird. I just don't get this. I mean, it's still possible that I'm right about this one, but it's so fucking weird. Why? Thank you for coming. My name is Iris. Edgeworth. Miles Edgeworth. I don't know if I can be of any help, but I will at least hear what you have to say about the murder. Huh? Mr. Wright, how is he? Mr. Larice said that he might even die. Fortunately, he will be fine. Larry, you moron! How could you say something like that? He was badly bruised when he hit the water, but otherwise he is unharmed. Thank goodness. But he's caught some kind of nasty cold. A cold? He's running a high fever and is drifting in and out of consciousness. I don't give a fuck. She doesn't give a fuck. Yo, what's up, the real Kirby? How you doing today? Yeah, dude, that's what I'm thinking. She looks exactly like Dahlia. She even has the same stupid hairstyle. She even has the same fucking yee-ass Jar Jar Binks looking ass fucking haircut. Looks like she had 2 fucking loaves of bread intertwined in her hair. I don't know, it's super weird. This whole case is bizarre in the setup so far. I must be imagining things. This woman, I feel like I've met her before. Yeah, no shit, it was your first case, Edgeworth, you little fucking toad. He's a toad, straight up. I'm gonna show her my defense badge. Is that an attorney's badge? Yes, this belongs to Wright. Really? I'm actually a prosecutor. Oh, then why do you have a defense attorney's badge pinned on your lapel? Well, you see, I, borrowed it. That's right, she gave me her motherfucking hood. I remember that. Before the lights went out. Protects from evil spirits. That's called a demon warding hood. I gave that to Mr. Wright last night. He was wearing this when I saw him at the hospital today. It's an important item for protecting acolytes from evil spirits. If it's so important, then why did you give it to him? Last night, I felt something. I felt that something terrible was about to happen. I didn't want Mr. Wright to fall into its grip. Well, he wound up falling into something much deeper and colder. I probably shouldn't say that out loud, though. Thank God for inner monologue. Shut up, Edgeworth. You're such a fucking douchebag. Oh my god. Who says shit like that in their own head? Let's talk to her about herself. Pardon me, Iris. I would like to ask you something if you don't mind. I have the distinct feeling that you and I have met before. It must be your imagination, Mr. Edgeworth. After all, I hardly ever leave Hazakura Temple. Then why do you have a cell phone? Then why did she ever? Nothing's adding up, guys. It's not really adding up. If she's an acolyte at that misty old Dunsty-ass temple where they already have a payphone set up, why would she have a cell phone? I can't even imagine that shit would get good reception up in the mountains by itself. Hazakura Temple, what's that? It's a place where those who wish to boost their spiritual power come to train. You need to undergo some very difficult training to release your inner spiritual power. Spiritual power? Did you go to that temple for that reason as well? No, I don't have any spirit powers. I don't need them. In that case, what are you doing at that temple then? I've committed some sins. Sins that I need to pay for. That's why I'm there, and why I continue to train. To purify my soul. Huh. Interesting. 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 That doesn't sound like something Dahlia Hawthorne would say. Like, at all. I feel like the spirit trading shit is so goddamn weird, dude. I bet they said there's a Phoenix Wright game that's like set in the future. I bet in the modern Phoenix Wright game, like the non-mid 2000s one, Maya is like the front line, like the vanguard of the like astrology movement for the modern day. She's like running the fucking spirit science Facebook page. She's telling people about their chakras being out of line. She's scamming old people out of money on Facebook, telling them about Jewish lizards and stuff. That's basically Maya's entire business model when you really think about it. That's all of these stupid channelers' business models. Except in this universe, much like our own, it actually does work. Yeah, it might be like a weird twin thing, maybe. I don't know, it's super weird. I'm just gonna like wait and see. I don't really have any idea on her. The thing with the spirit shit is like, you can't really logic it out. You know what I mean? Because we're in a fucking universe where magic is real and can just do shit. So like, for all we know, it could be any number of possibilities. It's so weird when they have the stupid channeling shit involved. I want to ask you about last night, the night of the crime. All right, I helped to clean up after dinner and then went back to my room at about 8 o'clock. Later, I left my room to ring the lights out bell at 10 o'clock. Bell? We ring it at the same time each night. I see. And then? And then, I was told to go to the training hall, but I went back to my room and stayed there. Why didn't you go to the training hall like you were asked to? I was frightened. Frightened? So I just stayed in my room and meditated until the murder happened. Yeah, there's more to her story. He's right. We know she's right or that he's right for a fact because she didn't mention meeting up with Phoenix in that story. Like at all. But we played through that and she gave him the hood. Remember the Iris's hood? There's more to her story. I just know there is. Maybe I should dig a little deeper. Frightened? You were asked to go to the training hall on the night of the murder. Yes. However, you didn't go. Because you say you were frightened. What exactly were you so frightened of? The inverted people, they're attacking! That's what she was scared of in the first place. Oh, come on, man. What in the world? Is there something wrong? I'm sorry, it's nothing. It looks like she's not aware of them herself. These must be what Wright was talking about. These psycho-locks. I believe he said that I need to present this Magatama item to do something. Dude, this is fucking some stupid shit, man. I can't believe that Phoenix gave his most powerful, overpowered tool to Edgeworth. Now Edgeworth could just call him out on it in front of everybody. Hey man, I know you're using evil demon magic to help with your defense. I don't think that's part of the rules. I think that might be slightly illegal. Then again, there's probably not a law on the books about it because it's bullshit. Do you have any idea as to what really occurred last night? I think it was the result of the tremendous spiritual power that was unleashed. Spiritual power? Yes, spiritual training has been a cause behind many a great tragedy. This incident was just another example. Iris, I'm sorry, but I can't accept that. I'm a man of science. I don't believe in any of that made-up nonsense. Sees Phoenix Wright using Cyclops. So true! Yes, I understand. Oh, this is her. Yes, I understand. Most people don't. And I'm certain that the... Why? Why does it show her and he talks? It makes my brain fucking just freeze in place. Like all the gears get jammed. And I'm certain that the thing that killed the victim was a human. So please, answer me this simple question. Were you the one who killed Elise Delnine? No. I'm not the one who took her life. Those psycho-lock things aren't appearing. I suppose that means I can believe that she's not lying. Heh. What's wrong? I can't believe what I'm thinking. And here I just finished saying that I don't believe in spiritual nonsense. It appears that's about all you can tell me. Thank you very much for listening to my story. I visited Wright at the hospital before coming here. He asked me to take care of you. Me? Yes, at the trial tomorrow. He asked me to defend you. If Mr. Wright has that much faith in you, Mr. Edgeworth, then I will gladly entrust my fate to your capable hands. But before that, I have one question. Yes? He already asked fucking one question earlier. Do you know Wright? Why would you ask me that? Whenever you came up in our conversation, he would begin to act a little strange.
Mr. Edgeworth, what is Mr. Right to you?
He is a very dear and indispensable friend.
It was 5 years ago. That's when I deceived him.
What? Okay, weird. What? This is so weird. This is getting so crazy, dude. Yo, what's up, Reanimated Bit? Reanimated Bit, hate the poor bit. Oh, I hate being poor. Okay, gotcha. That makes more sense. I thought you said I fucking hate the poor. That would have been what's known as based as fuck in some circles, but also really mean. Yeah, being poor really sucks. It's not fun. You know what else about being poor? It's expensive as fuck. That's what a lot of people don't realize about being poor. It costs a lot of money. It's not cheap. It's not cheap being poor. You have to buy replacements for all your shitty shit that shits out after 2 seconds. You deceived him?
I heard that he was in a lot of pain afterwards because of what happened. I know what a weak person I am. That's why I thought it was best if he never saw me again. I wanted him to just forget about me without learning the truth.
Wait, what? Can I see the fucking, like, transcript? I'm so confused as to what's happening right now. Well, if you ask me, Wright is still suffering. And until he learns the truth, I don't think he will ever be able to truly recover. Iris, it's not too late. You should go to him. Tell him the truth. Yeah, you should just leave the prison, climb out through the window, run away and escape. It's the only way. I'll defend you, but only if you agree to that one condition.
All right, Mr. Edgeworth. I promise.
Very well. I'll do everything in my power to get you an acquittal. That's enough information gathering for now. I should head to the crime scene. Okay, good to know. Da-da-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. The bridge is done. It burned. The bridge burned really hard, you guys. It burned really good. Here's the crazy thing, too, about the bridge. You want to know this? The bridge already looked different than the last time we saw it. Or wait, was this a different bridge? I can't remember now. No, this is the same bridge, right? As the last case where it looked completely fucking different in every conceivable way. Wait, this can't be the same bridge. The geography looks completely different. There's not the hill. There's not the hill. Or maybe that's on the other side, to the right of us. But then there's no suspension cables like there used to be from below. I don't know, man. This is so confusing, dog. Do we have a map? Yeah, how's it for a map? Oh, yeah, so this is the same bridge. Got it. So yeah, it looks like it was already destroyed and repaired once. We saw in the last case that it was partially destroyed. Like, it was a little crumbly-gumbly, but I don't know, this is such a weird case. It sure is cold, all right. I'm freezing my tits off. So this is Dusky Bridge. Oh, wow, it's you, Mr. Edgeworth. It's Gumshoe. Detective Gumshoe. Long time no see. It's been about a year, or has it been longer? It doesn't matter, Detective. What does matter is why you're shuffling around up here. Oh, ouch! And there's that sharp left jab. Well, I'm happy to see you anyway, Mr. Edgeworth. Let me guess, you were transferred by HR to the local precinct? A wise decision. The vast amount of nothing up here should be quite easy to guard. I heard you were back in the country and arranged to come all the way out here. Everybody was real nice. They even let me take charge of the investigation, sir. Gumshoe indeed. Like gum on your shoe, he's impossible to get rid of. I'm supposed to report on the details of the crime scene, sir. Anyway, here I am, Detective Dick Gumshoe, reporting for duty. Great. Thank you, Detective. I thought oh. Never mind. I thought it was Gumshoe, dude. Chick-fil-A. What's up, friendly gamer? How you doing? What are you Chick-fil-A-ing about, huh? What are you Chick-fil-A-ing? What are you Chick-fil-A-ing with your little knives and such? Hang on, I'm moving this real fast. I've got a thing that I want to move. I thought Prosecutor Godot was gonna get here before me. That guy's a real mystery, I tell you. Prosecutor Godot? Oh, that's right. Edgeworth hasn't even met him. And now, not only does he not even met him, he's gonna have to go head-to-head with him. This is so weird for the final case that it's like an Edgeworth special, because, like, I thought this was finally gonna be where, you know, Phoenix and Godot clash balls once and for all, and we figure out what the fuck Godot's deal is, why he's such a dick, why he's always up in Phoenix's shiz, why he's always sucking on his niz. That's what I don't understand. Ba, 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 ba.
Prosecutor Godot?
Yeah, that's what I fucking said, bitch.
I just got back into the country, so I don't really know much about the case.
It's simple.
Well, simple is as simple does, as they say.
Oh, you've got no idea how much I've missed that biting sarcasm of yours, sir. But seriously, this one's a piece of cake. There's a witness that saw the whole thing.
A witness?
Yeah, that bikini lady.
Bikini lady? Here, on this freezing cold mountain?
Well, you should talk to her yourself if you want the details, sir.
I may have to talk to this bikini lady. I mean, decisive witness myself.
Well, if Bikini saw the whole thing, why was she, like, laying on the fucking floor if Phoenix stepped on her stomach? No, it doesn't work. This case does not suck, Chimichanga, okay? It's got magic, it's got mysteries, it's got a red phone. Do you even see how red that phone is, Chimichanga? And you play as Edgeworth. How could you want anything more?
So this is the bridge that Wright fell through?
Yup, I can't imagine being that reckless myself. Look before you cross, is how it goes, right? Or was that a leap?
And is there something on the other side?
Yeah, some old building they call the Inner Temple. But we can't get over there without a bridge, sir.
What?
Nobody lives there, so it's usually not a problem. But someone was at the Inner Temple doing some training, and now they're stuck there.
Yes, I heard that from Wright. It's Maya Fey.
Oh no! Her again? Oh, fuck! Anyway, the air's really turbulent right now, so we can't do an aerial extraction. No one's gonna be able to reach the Inner Temple until tomorrow, sir.
Will she be alright in this cold? In this cold? So how did this bridge burn down anyway?
We're almost 100% sure it was lightning.
Really? It was lightning that burned the bridge? Yeah, okay. No. I hope she freezes to death too, honestly. It would be really sick if just, like, they never mention Maya again the entire case. The game just, like, credits roll, happy ending, and then the post-credits scene, it just cuts to Maya just frozen with the Shining face. Like Jack from The Shining at the very end, just frozen to death. That, to me, would be the perfect ending to the Phoenix Wright trilogy. Maya, the great evil, is defeated, the case is closed, everybody else is happy, and Maya's dead. Lightning? Let's talk about Godot.
So who is this Prosecutor Godot? I've never heard of him.
Yeah, he's a new guy. Showed up after you left the country. He's a complete rookie, but nobody can say a bad word about the guy.
What kind of a man is he?
He just became a prosecutor recently, but he's good, sir. Real good.
If he's so good, how is it that I've never heard of him? Is he the lead prosecutor on this case?
You bet he is. After all, you know who is right in the middle of it.
You know who?
Phoenix Wright, of course. For some reason, Godot has really got it in for Mr. Wright.
Oh?
Yeah, he seems to have some kind of a grudge.
And what would be the cause of this grudge?
I don't know. Maybe he made fun of his mask or something.
None of this is making any sense. I'd better look into this Godot myself.
He's like Camus from Fire Emblem, dude. What was I gonna say about Godot? Oh yeah, it's really funny in this game how, like, the narrative does not at all line up with the characters' reputations, like, even slightly. Hey, thanks for the subscription, Mickman. Welcome back. You got here just in time for the case, the final case. But yeah, the reputations, like, never match up with the story. Godot is supposedly this, like, amazing rookie who just busted onto the scene of prosecution and is taking names and, you know, making a name for himself. He's lost every single case. He has never won a case. He's lost every single time. Every case he's been the prosecutor, and you win every case. There's no reason why anybody thinks he's a good prosecutor. He's 0 for a lifetime.
You're telling me the bridge caught on fire due to a fluke bolt of lightning?
Yup, last night it snowed for the first time in 3 days. It's a little unusual for lightning to occur during a snowfall like that. But according to the weather data, lightning definitely struck.
Aha! Damn it, I don't want to pay attention to this shit. Regional weather report. Edgeworth is gonna bust out the updated weather report, probably. Snow, occasional lightning. Snow from 7 to 10:50 p.m. Lightning from 10 to 11. Lightning struck Dusky Bridge at 10:45. Around 30 minutes passed between the fire starting and going out. Okay. Got it. So, snow was from 7 to 10:50. Lightning was from 10 to 11. So, 1 hour. 1 hour for lightning, 4 hours for snow, just about. Got it.
This is a very detailed weather report. Almost too detailed. It even has the exact time that the lightning struck the bridge.
Oh, we got that information from the witness's testimony.
Someone actually saw the lightning hit the bridge. Who's the witness?
Sorry, I'll go ask one of the local cops later, sir.
Gumshoe, you fool. You oaf. Yeah, the controls for this game are just point and click. In one of the games, there was like a little mini-game type dealie at the last case of the first game. But no, it's mostly just point and click. It's just like all point and click stuff. It's like a visual novel, but slightly more complicated. It's like point and click to go through dialogue, and then you can present evidence to people to like open up new dialogue or call them out on lies. And like profiles you can present to people and stuff. But besides that, it's all just like normal point and click stuff. The court cases work the same way, like the court segments. Okay, let's go talk to Sister Bikini. There's a snowmobile, dude. That's so sick. That's some fucking solid Metal Gear Solid stuff. Metal Gear Solid. So I assume that's the bell that was rung? Yo, Edgy, what took you so long? It's so cold my brain's turned to sherbet.
I knew it was a mistake to race back to this country.
What do you mean?
Right is going to be fine, and the case itself isn't anything unusual. And if I find myself taking a request to defend a woman accused of murder...
Hey, wait a sec. Hold it, objection. What's going on here, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's hard to explain, but one thing led to another, and...
What kind of lame excuse is that? And you call yourself a defense attorney?
Prosecutor Edgeworth is a prosecutor, and that's why he's Prosecutor Edgeworth. Prosecutor Edgeworth, defense attorney, just sounds plain old weird, pal. Right, Prosecutor Edgeworth?
I'm not sure what role I'm supposed to be playing anymore.
Dude, Edgy, I don't see you for a couple of years and your height turns to sherbet.
I'd say more like sorbet. It is rather cold here.
Iris didn't murder her. Somebody else did it. I just know it, okay? So trust me on this one.
Ever the romantic, aren't you, Larry? Nevertheless, I'll do whatever I can to prove her innocence. At least until I pass the baton on to Wright, that is.
Oh, so we'll go back to Wright later. Got you, okay. So for those of you just joining us, Phoenix Wright fucking died. He fell off that bridge that burned down. He tried to go save Maya because she's trapped on the other side after the murder happened. And he fell and he died, so now he's in the hospital. Now he's in the hospital recuperating from his fall. From, a giant bridge like 50 feet in the air into freezing rapids in sub-zero temperatures in the icy mountains. So he's just in the hospital for bruises, they said. He's a tough guy, I guess. He's pretty strong. He really didn't give a fuck about any of the damage to his body. Daniel can't use his right hand because of surgery. Oh, interesting. This would be a pretty good one to play. Because yeah, you really don't need both hands, literally ever. Any point and click strategy type game as well, like not RTS, but like Kenshi. Kenshi's a good one that doesn't require a second hand. Beep 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 beep. Iris. Man, I'm telling you, Iris is so cute. Right, Edgy? You think so too, don't you? Does Kenshi require two hands? I actually can't remember. Maybe it does. I don't think so. I think you just click on stuff. I could be wrong. No, it might require two hands for like map movement. What's wrong? Why are you so quiet?
To put it simply, your comment has me highly concerned. Could it be that the reason you think she's innocent?
Come on, a girl that cute can't possibly be a murderer.
I was right after all. I never should have come back.
No, don't worry. I see things for how they really are this time. Honest.
If I had a penny for every time he said that.
It's just that, well, Iris is a delicate flower. You can't force things too much. Know what I mean? Huh? I have no idea what you're talking about, Larry. Oh, forget it. I didn't say anything. I love Larry. He's such a fucking douchebag. It's great. Night of the crime. Larry, where were you and what were you doing on the night of the crime? Larry? What? Don't tell me. You think I might have done it? What? Get lost. Go back to your charter jet and get out of my sight, you creep. And I hope your plane crashes and you die. I love Larry. He's so great. I'll ask just one more time. On the night of the murder, where were you and what were you doing? Oh, Larry, don't lie. He's lying. He's a lying Larry. I really hope Larry's not the murderer. He's made it through every game miraculously. I was so sure he was gonna get murdered, but he's somehow come through completely scot-free. I really hope he doesn't die in this one. As I suspected, Psycho Locks. I'm sorry, man. You know me, I just don't remember. My short-term memory is a wreck, dude. Oops. I want to look at the snowmobile. I suppose this type of thing is necessary up here in the mountains. Say, this just gave me a great idea. Something tells me he's going to tell me what's on his mind, whether I like it or not. I've got an idea for a brand new invention. It might even make me rich. An invention? Yeah, a car that can travel on snow. I'll call it a snow car. So what do you think, sir? Would you go for a ride on something like that? Only after you take the first 1,000 test rides. That reminds me of the, there was this video that I saw that made me laugh really hard. It was this lady who crashed her car, and she's like, oh my goodness, I'm gonna call my husband back home so we can come look at the damage. And this dude rolls up on a fucking jet ski motorcycle. Like wearing cargo shorts, Crocs, and like a backpack. It was the most fucking Chad thing I've ever seen in my entire life. He just rolls in on his dumb little jet ski motorcycle. It was so fucking stupid looking. This gate looks quite old. Strong enough to resist the weight of time. That's the Mr. Edgeworth I know. You got a real flair for words, sir. I have always appreciated this kind of old, timeless elegance. That's exactly how I feel, too. Take this coat, for example. Like a fine wine, it gets better with age. Even fine wine turns to vinegar and begins to stink at some point. I suggest you wash that atrocious rag you call a coat, detective. He's so mean. Let's go inside. I can see a small bell tower from here. Hey, that just reminded me. There's something I've always wondered about it. Something tells me he's going to tell me what's on his mind, whether I like it or not. We call a person who tells a liar, right? So why don't we call a person who rings a bell a beller? Or a truer for a guy who tells the truth. Oh man, I'm not gonna get any sleep tonight. I had no idea he was such a deep thinker. Yeah, real fucking philosophical shit right there. He's a regular Diogenes. Alright, let's head inside. Yo, they got the mashed potatoes on deck again. The giant thing of mashed potatoes in the middle of the hall. That's delicious. There she is. Hey, hello there. So how are you feeling? All right, I suppose. What was her voice like? Oh yeah, she was like a Palpatine, because I thought she was like an evil mastermind. I'm beginning to think perhaps that she's not an evil mastermind, and that she's just an idiot. I think that may be that closer to the truth, but I'll give her the same voice still. All right, I suppose. Who is this? My name is Miles Edgeworth. My. A handsome boy such as yourself is always welcome. If circumstances weren't so tragic, I might just... Please don't call me boy. I'm sorry to trouble you, but I'm looking for a woman in a bikini. Well, you have found her. Now what can I do for you? I'm sorry, but I don't see any bikinis. If you ask nicely, I might give you a peek, big boy. Mr. Edgeworth? This is the head nun, Sister Bikini. She's the witness. Why didn't you tell me that earlier? This is exactly why your salary keeps on getting cut. My stomach is already growling in protest. So, what's the latest about my beloved Iris? Well, first, I want to hear what you know. I'm gonna show her a... Iris's hood.
Well, that's a demon warding hood. Acolytes are highly susceptible to possession by evil spirits, you know. That's why we always wear these for protection.
Oh, I see.
What are you waiting for? You won't get any protection just by holding it, you know. Put it on already.
No, I can't. I was just...
Oh, ho, ho. It's like it was made just for you, Mr. Edgeworth.
What do you mean by that, detective?
It looks absolutely marvelous. You've just got to keep it on for a while.
Is this some sort of divine retribution?
I noticed interestingly too about the hood is that it has the same thing here. This little busy ball on the front of it, the like purple gemstone. Oh shit! I was trying to show it. Hang on, let me show it real fast. It's the same as this lady's stick. See? Her stick has like the same bead on the staff that the hood has on the front of the hood. But the staff got broken. We saw it in the snow at the scene of the murder, and it was like the purple thing was gone when it was by her body.
Oh, how could such a terrible thing have happened? It's all my fault. Well, come on, lady. I don't think you need to take all the blame. Quiet. What do you know anyway? Ouch, you're scary. With that stupid 5 o'clock shadow and that stupid old coat of yours. It's too bad you weren't the one that disappeared. Why does she have to take it out all on me?
Her anger does seem a little manufactured.
Oh, called. Yeah, look, she looks totally different in this photo too. I don't know. I'm still like kind of convinced that she's an evil Palpatine of sorts. But at the same time, yeah, I don't know. This case is extraordinarily confusing. It's very weird. When was this from? Does it say? It doesn't say. It says it's the New Year's issue, but is it from this year? I don't know. Alright, let's talk about the night of the crime. She knows something, man. This porkily pig-ass motherfucker, she knows something. She certainly knows something about the crimes and the killings.
First, I'd like to ask you about that last night.
Yeah, because if you recall, when we first were still playing as Phoenix on the night of the murder, when he came out in the courtyard and saw the corpse, he like stepped on her by accident. Like she was on the floor for some reason. She was like on the ground and he stepped on her stomach on the way out. But she's supposedly like the star witness that saw everything. But if so, why was she just laying down on the floor? It's very weird.
Well, last night we had an acolyte here for training. After dinner, the two of us went to the training hall in the inner temple.
She must be talking about Maya. Approximately what time was that?
I suppose it was about 9 o'clock when we left here. Training lasts all night long. It's extremely exhausting. The channeling dojo's head nun must be in attendance at all times to keep watch.
Interesting. Then why was she at the scene of the crime? Why was she at the scene of the crime then? That wasn't at the dojo.
Wow, you're right! That does sound exhausting.
Detective, this is no time for flattery.
Sorry.
Sometime around 11, you witnessed the incident in the courtyard. But your duty was in the inner temple. Why did you come back here?
The way you're staring at me, I'm starting to get goosebumps.
I'm starting to get goosebumps myself, but for a decidedly different reason.
Ho ho! You get the chills pretty easily, don't you, Mr. Edgeworth?
Why return?
As the head nun, it's your duty to stay with the acolyte, correct?
Yes, that's correct. I know I may look strong, but the truth is, I've got a bad lower back.
A bad lower back?
Yes, it's especially bad in the winter. So bad I can't even lift a bucket. Do you remember how cold it was last night? My bad back felt as stiff as frozen glass. I just wanted to take a nice hot bath to ease my aching back. That's why I returned to the main hall.
So you left the disciple all alone?
Don't be ridiculous. I would never do that. That's why I ordered Iris to the inner temple after she had rung the bell for lights out.
Okay, got it. I see. I see. So Iris was supposed to go replace her while she took a bath? So she went all the way back through... Wait, was that at the time of the snowstorm? We have the weather data now. Yeah, from 7 to 10:50. So she went out straight smack dab in the middle of this snowstorm, all the way from the inner temple back to the main temple. So she went from here all the fucked away to here to take a bath, and then make the trek all the way back because her back hurt? That doesn't really make any sense. That doesn't really make any sense at all. I think she may be slightly fibbing. She may be fabricating just a touch.
Yes, but she never went to the inner temple, did she? So did this head nun actually see Iris there? I think I'd better try to get some more details.
What you saw?
Alright then, I'd like you to tell me exactly what you saw in the courtyard.
It must have been past 11. Ah, no, I can't say it. It's too much for my poor heart. Hey, calm down, lady. Let's let go of my tie.
Oh my god.
I saw two people. One of them was lying on the ground.
What? She killed her with the motherfucking shimmy Cheeto? That shit's got so many horns and branches on it. That's impossible. That's like that part in Devil May Cry when Dante gets like impaled and then he pulls himself all the way back through the sword. And you're like, dude, you know how fucking thick that thing is? It's wider than you are. That does not make any sense at all. There's also no blood on it.
The other one was stabbing her from the back with a sword.
Did you see this criminal with your own eyes?
I didn't want to believe what I was seeing, but it was Iris.
Huh. So, like, she's definitely making this shit up. Exhibit A. She's got the motherfucking shimmy Cheeto as the murder weapon. Just, like, stabbed all the way through her, which doesn't make even a lick of sense, really. Exhibit B. What was Exhibit B? Oh, yeah, it's not snowing. In her, like, flashback memory thing, it's not snowing. But it should be snowing, shouldn't it? Oh, no, it actually shouldn't. Okay, never mind. That's correct. Yeah, so just the first thing, then. So maybe she is telling the truth. It's just weird. Because, yeah, she said it was around 11-ish. The snow should have stopped 10 minutes before that. So that's not a problem.
It was Iris.
You must have been quite shocked.
Of course she was. Try putting yourself in her shoes. It'd be like if you were stabbing Mr. Right in the middle of the courtroom, and I happened to witness it from the witness stand. I'd be pretty shocked too. I know it sounds insane, but it's what I saw. When I finally realized what I was seeing, I screamed, and then I passed out.
Unfortunately for us, her testimony seems to be pretty solid.
However, the idea of Iris doing such a foul act seems unnatural.
Unnatural?
The girl I know simply isn't capable of this sort of foulness.
I wonder what she means by that.
This is weird as fuck, man. I gotta say, I find these cases a lot less interesting than the regular ones. I've talked about it before in like every case that's like this, but like, I just think the supernatural angle is so boring. Because it just takes away all the like logic and the deduction from it. And it turns it into like Scooby-Doo mystery ghost chase. Like, if it's fucking supernatural, then who gives a fuck about solving the crime? There's no logical way to get to the conclusion. It's magic. It's just actually magic.
So who is this acolyte that was to train at the inner temple?
But maybe the twist in this one is gonna be that there's actually no magic. Maybe that'll be the twist, because we did switch off of Phoenix to Edgeworth, who's like the more rational, grounded one. So maybe this will be one where it's like, it took place in the setting that's magical, but it's actually a totally legit, like, regular crime. That would be kind of a cool twist.
Who is this acolyte that was to train at the inner temple?
Her name is Maya Fey. I treated her very badly, I'm ashamed to say. And after she went through the trouble of signing up for the special course. Special course? It's a training session where you sit on a block of spirit ice and chant 30,000 times.
You don't mean to tell me she's still doing that over at the inner temple, do you?
No, of course not. You don't have to worry about that one little bit. Last night, we still hadn't started the training session itself.
Well, that's good to hear.
Oh, dear. There's one thing I forgot to tell you. Uh-oh, I don't think I like the sound of this. Do you know that small girl? I believe she's Mystic Maya's little sister.
Maya has a little sister.
Oh, you mean Little Pearl? That's Maya Faye's cousin.
Little Pearl? Really? Edgeworth never met Pearl? Oh, wow. He's been gone for a while, huh? Damn. I forgot how long Edgeworth's been gone for. Because Pearl's been around for a long-ass time now. When did she show up? Like, 1 or 2 cases into the second game? Damn. He's been out of the loop.
I thought she was going to visit Mr. Elise after we'd finished with dinner, clean up. But I haven't seen her at all since last night. She's nowhere to be found. You mean she was with the victim? It's all the fault of my stupid, creaky old back.
A little girl who was with the victim on the night of the murder
Is gone! As they say, the plot thickens.
The plot does thicken, dude. The hunt is actually afoot now. I hope Pearl and Maya are both dead. I hope Pearl and Maya both went to gay rat hell, if you will. If you can understand such metaphors. I surely hope that that's the truth. Alright, let's keep going, shall we? Sister Bikini's such a Chad, dude. She just always has like a Family Guy-esque smile on her face. How do I do the Kenshi? Basically, as soon as you start Kenshi, any playthrough of Kenshi, this is the first thing you do. Fucking sprint as fast as you can to the nearest town. Just fucking run until you see a town and make sure no enemies find you. Just don't let any enemies see you and sprint to the nearest town. And from there you can actually play the game once you have a town as a home base to operate out of. You can like hunt bandits and then when you get wounded return to the town. You can wait for enemies to come near the town and then bait them to attack you and get the guards of the town to kill them and get loot. That's basically the starting point of any playthrough, is just find a town. Unless you have like a bunch of people to start with, then you can gang up on stuff and kill it. Otherwise, yeah, that's like the only way. Otherwise, that's essentially the only way to start out. Let's show. Yeah, so this was the thing I was talking about. Last week, Maya saw this and she's like, OMG, it's my mama. It's my fucking mom. My Maya mom. And Phoenix is like, oh, you recognize her? And she's like, no, I don't recognize her. I just recognize the crest. I know it because it's the crest. So that was a super interesting point last time, was that Maya's mom is about, but she doesn't know what she looks like. She doesn't fucking know what she looks like. Which makes me think it could possibly be what's-her-face? Elise. Like, everything adds up for that to be the case, right? Like, she even has the weird white earrings. It seems like it's probably Elise. Like, I don't think Maya has the earrings, but what's her face? Mia has the earrings, the other sister. No, Maya has the earrings too. They're just hidden by her bangs. They all have those like white pearl earrings. I'm fairly confident that this is Maya's mom. But there's weirdness. Maybe it's like a trick. Because in this picture, she looks different than her other picture. She has brown hair, which is like closer to Pearl. It looks more like Pearl. Pearl also has brown hair. Maya has black hair. But then in the in the profile of her, she actually has black hair. See? It's weird. It's very weird. Ba 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 ba. I'll show her the Elise.
Oh, how could such a terrible thing have happened? It's all my fault.
I already showed her that, apparently. Oh, I think that's the same as if I had asked her about it in dialogue. How about the magazine? About this picture.
Well, look at that. I look pretty S to the Xy, don't you think? Yeah, absolutely. Up until recently, we've avoided exposure in such magazines. But this time we had our reasons.
Is that so?
For example, well, why deny the world the sight of such a lovely face?
Interesting. So they only recently decided to open up to the world and show themselves. Is the hub a town? Yeah, that's a really good one to start at, actually. That's a really good starting place in Kenshi. The hub is where I spent a lot of my first playthrough. Okay, let's show her the hanging scroll. No, not Phoenix Wright.
This man, his face betrays a life of suffering and great weariness of the world.
It really doesn't. Phoenix Wright is like the least threatening dude I've ever seen in my life. He's like just a really affable dude.
Sure. But even so, I can't believe this guy actually jumped into the river. Think of all the fun things he might have enjoyed if he had just lived. Relentless spiritual training alone is no way to lead a complete life, huh?
It sounds like she's got some major regrets she's dealing with. Perhaps I should let Gumshoe explain Wright's situation for her.
Hey, don't look at me like that! Do your own dirty work! Sir.
Laurice Donim. I love Larry. Let's ask about Iris. You said you went with Maya to the training hall in the inner temple last night. Did you happen to see Iris while you were there?
Of course I saw her. I told her to meet us after ringing the bell. Iris has always been a good, obedient girl. After that, I had Iris help Mystic Maya begin her training.
But that doesn't fit with Iris's story at all. She said that she never went to the inner temple.
As they say, the plot thickens.
Ding, 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 ding. Alright, let's, her bad back really bothers her. Okay, the bad back thing is clearly important because otherwise they would not have brought it up. So we have to keep that in mind. Sister Bikini has a bad back. Or at least so she claims. Let's go to the murder scene. Let's go to the motherfucking murder scene. What do you do in the town? You can buy stuff, you can sell stuff, you can have guards help you kill things if you bait them over to the town. There's a lot of stuff you could do in the town. There's a whole lot. It's the stepladder! Woo! The stepladder's back, baby. Oh my god, the stepladder's fucking back, dude. That's so nasty.
And this is where the murder took place, sir.
This is probably the last stepladder in all of Phoenix Wright.
Other than removing the body, we left everything else untouched.
Thanks, Detective. I'll just have a look around. It looks like the police are still investigating.
Oh yeah, by the way, I thought I'd better ask just to be sure. Are you really gonna defend that nun, Iris, at the trial tomorrow?
Yes, I will. I gave her my word, and now I must follow through with my commitment.
Well, in that case, I've got to be careful. Gotta make sure I don't leak the prosecution's whole investigation.
Don't worry about it, Detective. Just keep your mouth closed, and I think most of it will flow out on its own.
You got it, sir. I'll make sure it flows out like water from a tap.
Yes, you do that, Detective. Just how much has your runny spout leaked over the years?
Poor Gumshoe. What? I don't want to talk to Gumshoe again. I'm busy investigating, dude.
The main gate must be just over that stone wall.
Ah, stone walls. I jumped over a few of those in my time. Most of them are good memories, but not all.
Detective, perhaps someone should introduce you to the concept of paucity of words.
Okay, so there's a ladder leaning up against the wall, and they did not do the stepladder gag. So maybe this is actually an important ladder. Maybe this ladder is actually connected to the crime this time. Yeah, look at this. Look at this. This officially does not make any sense with that girl's explanation. If you recall, she specifically said that she saw her like run her through, and we saw the little photo of it. Like, she's like, oh, she stabbed her from the back, and we saw the thing like shoved through her. But there's only blood on the very beginning of this. Like, there's blood on the tip and then these little wings, but it clearly did not pass through. And in the flashback we saw of her testimony, it clearly showed these two things protruding through her stomach, like they had gone all the way through. So that's 100% a lie. Like, guaranteed that's not what happened. This was not stabbed through her back.
So the sword from this gold statue was actually the murder weapon.
Wait, in that picture, in that picture it looks like it did go through. Okay, I guess it was just drawn weird.
It sure is. It's called a Shimachachito, by the way. Nasty piece of work, sir.
There's still blood on it.
I suppose this is the victim's blood. I hope it's not Chris's blood.
Yup, it's all over the blade. And speaking of all over the blade, there were fingerprints all over the hilt of the Shimichito, too.
Fingerprints?
Naturally, they match the prints we got from the younger nun, the defendant.
The fingerprints are on the murder weapon.
What's wrong? You're looking really solemn.
Is this how it is for right? Is this what it's like to be a defense attorney?
Yeah, I figure it doesn't really feel good.
To be honest, it feels more like it's detrimental to your health.
Hey, what's up in the butt? Welcome back. Welcome back. We're now investigating the crime scene from last time. This is after Phoenix Wright fell to his fucking death into that pit. And he actually ended up surviving. He's in the hospital now. But now we're playing as Edgeworth and we're taking up the defense for him for some reason. This is where the dead woman was last week, remember? There's something here, there's something here. There is a clue there, it's right there. There's like an anthill or some shit. There's like a mole mound. I bet there's a MF killer mole who's the real murderer here. And here's the stick. Here's her stick, but it's got no purple thing in it no more. What's this? It looks like a wizard's staff.
That belonged to the victim, Miss Elise Dohnim. There's nothing strange or magical about it. Oh, yeah! Listen, this is just between us, okay, sir?
Yes, what?
This is top secret stuff. Don't tell anyone about this.
All right.
The truth is, when I was a kid, I wanted to be a wizard.
That's it? That's what you wanted to tell me?
That's it.
This staff was made from a very strong kind of wood. What about fingerprints? Were there any on it?
Just the victims.
Okay. Bang, bing, 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 bing. Yeah, there's some sort of dumbass mole in here. There's some sort of dumbass mole. There's also like a fucking giant coin apparently landed on the ground here. Perhaps the button of a giant murderous teddy bear landed on the ground there on the bottom left. Am I covering that? No, okay, I shouldn't be covering that. I should be fine. It's right here. This thing. See, it's where the giant fucking teddy bear landed. It's just button. There. That's a giant teddy bear hole. It's a giant coin landing, basically. I already looked at... No, I didn't look at the sled.
I just love skiing.
Really? You don't, seem like the type.
Well, what about sleds?
Sleds? Nah, they're a little too kiddie, you know? Messes with my hard-boiled image. What's with the silence, Mr. Edgeworth?
Is the world starting to go mad?
Starting? This fucking world is bananulous the entire time. You falsified evidence in court for years because you didn't understand there was anything wrong with it. Fucking sociopath. But the world's going crazy because he doesn't like to go on a sled? He has a very weird metric of what's normal, this Edgeworth fellow.
It's a lantern. I suppose they light it at night.
There's something elegant about the light of a fire. At the end of each month, I always like to relax in my room by candlelight.
Detective, can you not afford to pay your electricity bill?
How did you know?
Poor piece of shit. Guys, he's poor. He does not have money. It's funny because Edgeworth, who is a high-powered prosecutor, kind of uses his position of power to fuck over Detective Gumshoe and make him poor. So it's quite humorous, you see? It's quite humorous when he kind of shits on this dude's life and ruins his life. Because he's fucking poor as hell. Ba, 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 ba. My face was not in the way, Chimichanga. I specifically checked to make sure my face was not blocking the bear button. I made sure my face was not blocking the bear button. So what's interesting is they said that they light this, like they light the lanterns at night. Which could be true. I don't actually remember from last week. That could be true. But I thought I remembered them saying last week that like the only source of heat was the mashed potatoes in the main room. That like traditional fire pit thing, whatever they call it, the one that looks like a mashed potatoes. So if that's the case, then how are they lighting the torches? Magic? Maybe. It could be dumbass spirit magic. You don't know. The victim. Mashed potatoes. That's absolutely correct. They're in the main room.
The victim is famous picture book author Miss Elise Dohnim.
She also kind of looks like she's Megamind in drag. Like perhaps Megamind is trying to escape his dark past of being a supervillain by becoming an elderly Asian woman. You don't know, it could be the case. Again, this is magic, so literally anything could be the case.
Her entire past, up until she won that writing award last year, is a total mystery, and we swear she's not Maya's mom. okay? She's not Maya's mom and or the vengeful spirit of Maya's aunt. It's definitely not one of those two. She's like a picture book author, okay?
It's hard to believe in this day and age you can still find people like that.
The estimated time of death of the victim was between 10 and 11 on February 7. Cause of death was blood loss resulting by a stab to the back.
Okay, let me check the weather data. 10 to 11. Okay, so the snow lasted from 7 to 10:50. Got it. So there's a 10-minute window where it could have not been snowing, but more than likely it was snowing when she was murdered. Stabbed to the back by the murder weapon.
The murder weapon? The victim was found skewered with a giant sword, sir. That's terrible. Yeah, but there's one strange thing.
Yes?
The victim's entire body was covered with bruises.
Oh. Interesting. Weird. The victim's whole body was covered with bruises? Huh. You know who else they said had bruises? Phoenix Wright, who fell off the bridge into the water. So maybe she was actually killed on the bridge. Ka-ching! Throw her off. And then they had to burn the bridge to get rid of all the evidence. And they collected her body and then brought it back here. But then we don't know where the river ends. Like, that may be really impossible because it's too dang far away. But we don't actually know. We've never gotten confirmation as to where the river ends. We know it's at least this long, but we don't know what that means exactly. Seems unlikely, but I don't know. The bruising is interesting mentioned because, like, that's specifically what they said happened to Phoenix as well.
The bruises are consistent with falling from the height of a two-story building.
See?
Consistent with falling from the height of a two-story building.
A two-story building?
That would be about
the same height as the room in front of us, correct?
Hey, you're right! Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth. That just happens to be the room that Elise Donim was staying in.
Maybe she was pushed out of the window after she was stabbed by the sword.
Oh, body only fell. Okay, so it's not that. It's not the bridge, because the body only fell 10 feet. The bridge, I don't remember the exact height, but it was definitely taller than 10 feet. I thought it was like 50 feet or something. Yeah, see, Jimmy was on the same wavelength. He was on the same wavelength, but unfortunately, it wasn't a far enough fall. It was not a far enough fall, unless there's something else she could have hit on the way down that could have, like, stopped the fall. But I don't think so. Let's check the map again. There's, like, the rocky outcropping here. But they showed that in the last case, and it looked like it was, like, just barely above the water line. Yeah, it was, like, barely above the water line, because they even made a specific point of that in the last case. So it couldn't have been this either. Could have been something in the inner temple, obviously. That's definitely a possibility. We didn't really get to explore that place at all. But
What happened? Now then, detective, let's see if we can summarize what we've learned so far.
Okay, let's take a look at the map.
we're taking a look at the map. She was caught by the mashed potato people. They mashed her into potatoes. That's why she has bruises. They were trying to mash her.
According to the testimony of Sister Bikini, the head nun, right after they'd finished dinner, she and Maya Fey headed to the inner temple. At 10 p.m., after ringing the bell for lights out, Iris went to the inner temple. When she got there, Bikini had her take over while she headed back to Hazukusa Temple.
Wait, so Iris came here before Bikini left? Wait. That doesn't make any sense. I thought Bikini told her to come here. How did she tell her that if she didn't go? I should have been paying more attention when he was summarizing this.
After taking a hot bath to soothe her back, Sister Bikini witnessed the murder in the courtyard. If you want more details, you should ask Bikini herself.
The inner temple, I'd like some more information about that place. Hang on, let me look at this again. Because I wasn't paying attention at the beginning. I need to figure out how this makes sense. Right after they finished dinner, she and Maya went to the inner temple. Yes, that part makes total sense. Bop, bop, beep, beep, bop, 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 bop. At 10 p.m., after ringing the bell for lights out, Iris went to the inner temple. Okay, so I guess the implication is that Sister Bikini told Iris before she left to head over there at this time. She's like, yo, at 10 o'clock, just head over. I was under the implication that she saw her, I was under the impression that she saw her in person and told her that, but I guess I remembered it wrong. Yeah, I guess what really happened is that she told her that beforehand, and then just left. Got it, okay, that makes sense. That's fine. That checks out. What's up, Just Cusber? How you doing? We're currently playing a case of the missing mashed potato people. See, they mashed her into the floor.
Sister Bikini witnessed the murder in the courtyard. If you want more details, you should ask Bikini herself.
I'm not gonna ask her.
The trial begins tomorrow, so who's the prosecutor?
I'm pretty sure it's that Gato guy, but nobody can get a hold of him, so they're looking for a replacement.
What? Gato is missing too?
What do you mean? It's really weird. All of a sudden, no one can reach him. I wonder if the rumors are true. Maybe since Mr. Wright caught a cold and won't be defending, he just lost interest.
I intend to appear in court in the role of the defense attorney. However, I would be quite unhappy if it came out that I'm actually a prosecutor.
Yeah, I can see why, but I'm not the one you have to worry about. I think the real problem is gonna be the judge.
Yeah, dude. Woo! I love the judge. I can't wait to see him again. Yes, he certainly would remember my face, even after such a long absence. I want to, commission a really expensive portrait of the judge from this game and frame it, like a 20-foot tall mural of him. Like, Renaissance style, patronize a motherfucking artist for like a 10-year project to make a perfect portrait of the judge. That would be fucking dope as hell. That's why I requested that another judge— No! What? No! Preside over the trial tomorrow. Impossible. They're not gonna do that.
We've only met each other once.
There's a good chance he won't remember me at all. No, is it gonna be the motherfucking Canadian judge? No. I hate this game so much. You can't— that's not gonna be the case. It's the last trial. They're not gonna have a different judge. They're not gonna have a different judge for the last trial, the last case, the last game. No.
Yeah, but what about the prosecutor? Everyone in the prosecutor's office must know you. Wouldn't it be a problem if someone there made a big stink?
There's no need to worry. I pulled a few strings and arranged for a prosecutor of my own choosing.
Wow, Mr. Edgeworth. I had no idea you had such powerful strings to pull.
Gumshoe is the dumbest name in the series? No, Gumshoe's awesome, dude. Gumshoe's a pimp. What are you talking about? Look at his tie. It's long as hell. Dick Gumshoe. Hey, thanks, Sausage Toes. Welcome back, dude. We're currently investigating the murder. The moide, most foul. I'm going to the inner temple. We'll talk about the inner temple. What is this inner temple that Maya was supposedly training at?
According to Bikini, it's an old building they used to train the acolytes. It's on the other side of the Dusky Bridge.
I still find it so fucking funny that this entire time, they're just doing this, all the, like, rigmarole of the investigation. Maya is just fucking freezing to death in the temple across the burned down bridge, and nobody cares. Like, they mention it once in passing, and then they don't care. There's not like a rescue team being sent. She's just sitting there on top of an ice block doing her stupid training shit. Doesn't know what the hell happened.
The bridge that burned down, huh? Is there anything else on the other side of that bridge besides the inner temple?
Nope, not a thing.
Nothing?
The other side is surrounded by cliffs on all sides. In a way, it's kind of like a little island out there.
So the only thing there is the inner temple.
I hear it's not the kind of place a person could survive in.
Please be alright, Maya.
That was not a very Edgeworth-like thing to say. He should have said,
I hope you die, bitch. I hate everyone and everything.
Let her die. I hope she does. I hope we do let her die. In hell. In hell, preferably. But anywhere would be fine. What?
Huh? What's that thing doing on your lapel, Mr. Edgeworth?
Is it really that hard?
You bet it is, sir. A prosecutor wearing a defense attorney's badge. That's like a detective with a license to kill.
Does this little thing hold that ominous of a meaning?
The purple thing is gone, man. The purple thing is gone. This thing used to have a thing in the middle that looked like this. Like this purple, like, gemstone used to be in the middle of this, but it's gone now. If Phoenix were here, he would notice it, but he fell off a motherfucking cliff and died, so now we gotta have Edgeworth. He doesn't know shit. He wasn't here to see it at first. He's got the photos, but it's still not brought up for some reason. It's gotta be important, but yeah, see, look, it's right there. It's right the fuck there. Should we go back to the main hall, I guess? Yeah, that's Gumshoe. A sous chef. That is actually super true. I hate French people, dude. They made up the word sous chef, which is not even a real profession. You're either a chef or you're not. You're not no fucking sous chef. But it is a real thing they say. Loss of blood from the back. Body fell 10 feet after death. So murder weapon, regional data. We still know the regional data. It was from 7 to 10:50. It was snowing. And then she was murdered. What did it say? Yeah, 10 to 11 p.m. Got it. So there's a 10-minute window where it could have not been snowing, but more than likely it was snowing when she died. No, actually, it couldn't have been snowing when she died. Because otherwise everything would be covered in the snow. Her staff kind of is. Her staff's like half covered in the snow, but her body wasn't. She was just laying on top of it. That little fucking imprint in the snow isn't covered in snow. So that clearly happened after the snow stopped. Somebody making this, like, coin imprint on the floor. Beep, 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 beep. Someone made the molehill, too. The molehill was after the snow. Otherwise, it'd be covered up by snow. That dirty, dirty mole. I'll catch you yet, evil mole. Mole killer. Let's head back to the main hall. Yeah, dude, the quote-unquote law in this game is fucking hilarious. It's ridiculous. I can't even imagine how bad it is for people who are actually familiar with law. Like, I am not at all. I have no background in that, and it's still so egregious. Like, it's just so blatant a lot of the time. Hello, Crystal Wall. It's an altar with a giant magambata.
I haven't had a birthday party for myself in a while.
Maybe you should blow out those candles over there to make up for that.
Mr. Edgeworth, would you mind singing happy birthday to me? Stop that. Cut that out. Please don't blow out the altar candles.
Poor, he almost got his birthday, man. At long last, what is this thing?
There are more Enza cushions in the corner of the room. What's that white piece of paper sticking out from under that stack?
Beats me.
Would you mind checking that for me, Detective Gumshoe?
Yes, sir.
Man, I personally like Phoenix slightly better than Edgeworth, but I would have much rather had this pair throughout the entire games. Like, Phoenix and Maya are fine, but the pairing is brought down so much by the fact that Maya's part of it. Like, Gumshoe being so high above Maya would instantly boost this pairing way higher than Phoenix and Maya. They're so much more enjoyable.
Here you are, Mr. Edgeworth.
It looks like an old manila envelope.
What is it, Detective? This could be it. An ultra important clue. A super special clue.
I suppose I should read it myself then.
It looks like a letter addressed to Sister Iris. Tonight at 10 at Heavenly Hall. Unless you want your secret to be exposed.
Oh, shit.
This sounds like a blackmail letter. Nice going there, Edgeworth. Why can't I ever find clues like that? You're an ultra-important prosecutor. A super-duper prosecutor.
Well, I suppose it takes a super-duper kind of dumb to miss a clue like this.
Alright, let's save. It's been nearly 4 years. Nice, dude. Let's go. Let's go, Just Cuzra. Just Cuzra, I'm gonna need you to, in real life, raise your arms and then say, woo! Like, what was that guy's name? Wonder Nature Boy? Ric Flair? Nature Flair? Like, I'm leaving. I'm leaving this rotund... I was gonna say a bad word. This rotund rascal I'm leaving her behind. I'm heading back to the main gate. There's something here. There's something here, you guys. It's a mishmash of courtroom drama and Japanese law. Yeah, the thing is, this game was originally meant to be, Japan. It's just, like, localized to be America, but America lands. But I can't imagine that their legal system is so different from ours that this makes sense. I imagine it's mostly, like, dramatized. It's not, like, legit. Because theirs is pretty insane. Theirs is not only guilty until proven innocent, which is a total inversion of the US legal system, but it's also not only that, it's if you're the defense and you don't prove somebody else guilty alongside of clearing your client's name, your client is still guilty for no reason. Like if you're at the part of the case where you've cleared your client completely and you're going after somebody else, if you fuck up too many times, they still just say your client's guilty.
I don't give a fuck. He's guilty anyway. I'm bored.
I don't see Larry anywhere.
Maybe we scared the poor kid away.
His heart was shut tight with a number of psycho locks. I guess I'll have to look for him now. What a thorn in my side.
Let's go to Suspension Bridge. He's not here either. Larry? Larry's missing, guys. Hang on, I'm gonna present something. I'm gonna present this man to the motherfucking, This is super interesting. The note to Iris. Salutation here. There was something I must talk to you about. I'll be waiting for you tonight at 10 o'clock at Heavenly Hall. Make sure you come unless you want your secret to be exposed. Salutation here? Salutation here? So I don't think that this is anybody we've met yet sending this. I'm just gonna go out on a wild limb and say nobody we've met yet has sent this because we haven't met anybody who talks a weird robot broken English. So I don't think that this is somebody we've met. It feels like you're supposed to think that it's Sister Bikini because contextually it would kind of make sense for this to be Bikini because she would be the person to know Iris' secret if anybody does, considering she's been with her this whole time. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know anybody who would say salutation here. Heavenly Hall. Make sure you come unless you want your secret to be exposed. What the fuck is Heavenly Hall? Is that the main place? Oh, yeah, that's the main place. I'm going back to the motherfucking Detention Center because I don't know where to go. Yeah, okay, that's the right place. For now. Matlock and manga. It pretty much is. It's a mixture of salutation here and valudation beer. There she is. I still looks like she has weird ass wrinkly worm arms. Am I alone in thinking that before she pulls her hands up, it looks like she has weird wrinkly worm arms? Because her sleeves are like skin tone. Like skin color. It's gross and weird. She has worm arms for sure. She has like arms that are made of mole rat flesh.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth. You caught me cleaning my arm folds.
I came back, but I can't do both of their voices for some reason, back and forth. Edgeworth always just ends up being southern. I came back because I need to ask you a few more questions, if you don't mind.
But I've already told you everything that I...
Iris, please remember, I'm on your side. You can tell me anything.
Yes, thank you.
Iris, you're a little bastard. Did you know that? I'm saving. She does have sausage arms. The disturbed mascot is called the Guy. That is not true. That's a thing you just made up, just cause, bro. That's absolutely a thing you just made up. Did you know that Disturbed's mascot is actually called Fuck You Lawn? In her temple. I just finished speaking with the head nun of Hazakura Temple. She testified very clearly as to what happened. She said she saw you stab Miss Elise Dohnin with a sword. This word is so fucking hard to say. I don't think that's a real name. It is really difficult. I don't know how to pronounce it. And one other thing. She said that when Maya Fey began her training at the Inner Temple, you were there as well.
What?
When I spoke... Damn it! When I spoke with you last, you claimed that you never went to the Inner Temple. And yet, Sister Bikini says she met with you at the Inner Temple that very night.
But I didn't go there. I didn't go to the Inner Temple last night.
It looks like she's unwilling to tell me the whole truth. I wonder if I'll find the answers I'm looking for if I break those psycho locks. Okay, I'll try. I'll give it my dangdest. Donim. Yeah, it feels like it's probably Donim or Dochnim or something. It's weird. It's a weird one for sure. Take that! I feel like the X is supposed to be, like, slightly pronounced, if I recall, French grammatical rules, but, like, I don't know how, I don't remember how.
Since I have been handled this...
Oh, this is Edgeworth. Since I have been handed this case, it's my duty to dig up all the answers. Understand?
Yes, sir.
The smallest flame can sometimes bathe a case in a whole new light. In my years in court, I've seen it happen over and over again. That's why I'm committed to searching until I have those answers. Now then, is it really true that you didn't go to the inner temple last night?
Yes, I swear. I already told you that.
Yes, you said you didn't go because you were frightened.
But that's right.
If that's the case, then the obvious question is, what were you so afraid of? Iris, I wonder, is this what frightened you so much that you couldn't even leave your own room? I'd assume that's the blackmail letter, probably. Blackmail's kind of spooky. Why is there a bunch of chains? Oh, it makes sense just because, but don't worry. It's magic chains, okay? It's magic chains, and they exist because the little green gem that I have right here was given to me by Pearl Faye, who's like a 3-year-old girl who's extremely spiritual magic. None of this is a joke, by the way. This is all real. And by holding this gem in front of people, I can make them divulge the truth, because if they lie, then I'm presented with psycho locks. And if I break their psycho locks, they're forced to then tell the truth. It is easily the dumbest story thing I've ever seen in any game ever, and it completely destroys this game's narrative in every conceivable way, because you could solve every case by just using this. You just don't, because of reasons. It's very stupid. It's a really dumb mechanic. Let's present this. I like the music, though. The music is really cool. I found this in the main hall. It is addressed to you.
Oh, that's...
Well, Iris,
Why are you glaring at me like that?
you were scared of the blackmailer who wrote this to you, isn't that correct?
Oh!
Yeah, I blew up her psycho lock. I think they're actually called Cyclocks. I think Edgeworth is just a dumb fuck. Was it the evidence or the power of my glare that broke that lock? Oh well, I don't suppose it matters either way.
But Mr. Edgeworth,
Yes?
I thought that letter was just someone playing a prank on me.
A prank?
Well, yes. After all, even if I did have a secret, there's no one to tell it that would cause me any grief.
I wonder about that.
Sister Bikini is like a mother to me. I would never hide anything from her.
No, you may not have anything to hide under normal circumstances. However, last night was different. Unfortunately, I don't know the exact nature of your secret yet. However, whatever it is, there is one person you didn't want your secret told to. I'm gonna assume that it's D-Kick's right, because she's acting really weird about him every time. Redeemed art for you, the guy. Just because I don't want to do this. I don't know what he looks like, but I'll make a guess. Hang on, guys, I have to draw what he looks like real fast. I was thinking the same thing. He actually does look like Peter Griffin, or she looks like Peter Griffin a little bit. It's the smile. It actually is the smile. She does like a Family Guy smile. Okay, I have to draw the guy real fast just because we requested it, so I will do this real fast. And I don't know what he looks like, so I'm just gonna make an educated guess as to what he looks like. I'll make him standing in the Peter Griffin pose. Okay, here we go. Display capture on. Display capture on. I forgot my display face cam is all fucked up. There we go. All right, just give me a moment to draw this real fast, so we'll be right back to Phoenix Wright. So he's kind of like this. What? What? Black. I said black. Oh, okay. That wasn't black enough. That actually was not black enough, as it turns out. So he's like this. That's one of his feet. It's still playing the music. The mystical music. Because this is such a magical character. I think he's like jacked as fuck. If I recall, the Disturbed mascot is like fucking omega jacked. It kind of looks like he's just got an angry face on his chest, but that's okay. I know I said I was gonna make him do the Peter Griffin pose, which I take to be crossed arms, but I don't know how to draw crossed arms, so. Instead, he's just got like chicken sticking out of his, shoulders. Vaguely. And then he's got like this thing. He's got like a neck. Fist of the North Star ass, like super jacked neck. And then he's got a chin. And his head kind of just looks like the state of Texas a little bit. And this is just actually the troll face. This actually just turned into the troll face unintentionally. He's got like evil jagged teeth and fiery red eyes. And he says, "Oh, or something." There you go. That's basically the dude from Disturbed. And then he's got like a hoodie. And then he's got like an evil like hoodie of darkness, if you can believe such things. He's basically the Maya Fey of the rock and roll world. And his body was black. What? Where the fuck is that shit not connected where I can't use my damn paint can? Let's just segment it off. He'll wear a backpack. Fuck it. Let's make it all black. It'll be a black pack. So here's the strap of his backpack. Here's one more strap for his backpack, and then it's like a knapsack in the back, Jack. And it's got this thing. It's like a camper. It's got like the camping thing on top. Peeks out down here, too. This is the bottom of the backpack. And then he's got blue jeans on. Because he's kind of just a stylish type of dude, you know? There you go. That's the guy. That's the dude. The dude abides, as they say. And he says cowabunga. There you go. That's the dude from Disturbed. To a T. To a T. That's the dude from Disturbed. All right, we're back. We're back to the game now. I will export that. I'll put it in the Discord so you guys can have your own. You can download your own The Dude. It did get disturbed, like a little too troll face at some point, but I think I brought it back. I think I brought it back to looking pretty good by the end there. Venom. It did kind of look like Venom. He looked good. You guys are literally just jealous right now. You're fucking so jealous at the moment. I gotta post it in the Discord real fast. Don't worry, guys. We will continue Ace Attorney in a second. This is Ace Attorney, to be honest. This is what it's all been leading up to. I think I didn't download it because I don't see it. I'll upload it later. I'll upload it later to the Discord. Okay, I'm gonna say Phoenix right. I'm gonna say she doesn't want the secret to be told to the guy from Disturbed. Phoenix right. Oh! You mean something to Wright, it seems, and I can tell he holds a special place in your heart as well. That's why you didn't want him, of all people, to know your deep, dark secret. Well, what do you have to say?
I should have expected as much, especially from a friend of his.
I beat her. Woo! This is the one context in which it's socially acceptable to say that I beat a woman. You're not in the Discord? That sounds like a personal problem. Here, I'm gonna say frightened.
After dinner, this letter was waiting for me in my room. As I said, I was frightened by it.
What is this heavenly hole the letter mentions?
It's a small mountain shack at the base of Dusky Bridge.
Oh, so we haven't even seen heavenly shit yet. I assumed it was the main thing because there was like an arrow pointing back towards it. But then again, I guess that wouldn't make sense, right? Yeah, because Hazakura is back here, so if there was an arrow on the sign here, it would have said back, not left. It's technically left, but it's very back. So it must be like here. It must be like hereabouts. It must be Deaconly Shack.
It's a small mountain shack at the base of Dusky Bridge.
A small shack, huh?
It's more like a broken down shack that no one would ever want to go near.
Where is it on this map? Yep, called it. Guys, I know what directions are. I know what directions are. I know what directions are. I beat you to the joke. Let's go. Let's go women beating. It's around here. Oh, this is her.
It's around here. To get there, you must follow a small mountain path from Dusky Bridge. The reality is, to get to the inner temple, I had no choice but to cross that bridge. But the thought that such a terrible criminal could be lurking at Heavenly Hall? I was so scared by the whole affair that I didn't even want to think about it.
So this is the secret that locked away in your heart.
Yes.
It looks as though I may have to visit this Heavenly Hall now. Maybe I'll find some sign of our mystery blackmailer. In any case, you still claim to have never left your room last night.
Yes, that's exactly right.
It would kind of make sense now that it's, Porkly Pig? What's her name? Peter Griffin? Because Peter Griffin claims to have, oh, my back hurts, so I went to go take a bath back in the main hall. That doesn't really make any sense. But if she was really heading to Heavenly Hall, that would make sense. To like, do the blackmailing thing. But she wouldn't have said salutation here, so I don't know. Also, her hair looked like a bacon strip. The trial starts tomorrow. I promise you, I will win. I'm going to win so that you and Phoenix Wright can see each other again. But when I do, you must promise me that you will tell him your secret.
But it's pointless.
Why would you say that?
Because I may know who Phoenix Wright is, but he has no idea who I am.
This is getting so creepy, dude. I don't like this little freak. She looks like an Alvin and the Chipmunk. I'm moving back to Dastardly Temple. Yo, what up, Chibi? Did you like when Gumshoe made those bird noises? Jesse, we've got to go to Heavenly Hall. What? Oh my god, it was fucking... No way. It was Larry. It wasn't blackmail at all. He was trying to confess his feelings for her. Oh my fucking god, Larry. You absolute genius. It was Larice, dude. Why does he have all the flags up, though? Whoa, not much of a view down here, huh? It's still better than the view from my apartment, though. Someone's here. Hide yourself, detective. Oh, why? Why does this always happen? Yeah, there he is. I knew it. It is Drip Hall, dude. He dressed it all up, too, for this special occasion, so he could tell her that he loves her. But if this was Larry, that's a significantly better drawing than the ones he's been showing us so far, like the fucking monkey on his shirt. Why does this always happen? Whenever I find a girl I like, they always run away. I even chased one of them to Japan. Next, it's gonna be prison, I guess. What? Oh, he's saying he's gonna chase her because she's going to prison. I thought he was saying he's gonna go to prison because his attacks on these women keep escalating. That is what the first half of the sentence would seem to imply. I'll steal that detective's wallet. That'll get me locked up for sure. Nah, I can't do that to someone who looks like he's down on his luck. He's just talking to himself. Be quiet and listen. I did a reverse shh. I knew it. I shouldn't have done that. I blew it again. Done that? What did he do, I wonder? Hey, you! About what you just said. I got an objection. What the? Edgy, you dirty rat. Gumshoe, you oaf. He stole my classic catchphrase, dude. He calls people oafs, too. I'm sorry, son. Before I knew it, I was shouting out objection. And in a loud, commanding voice, too. I even pointed with my pointer finger. You've watched too many trials. I'm sorry. Drip theory. I hope the next game has Walter White. I heard there's other games that they never localized in the US, so it's entirely possible that they do have a Walter White cameo at some point. I think these ones were made in like the mid-2000s, but if there was another one made later, it could line up with the timeline. The Walter White world could exist within the Phoenix Wright realm. Okay, Larry, the jig is up. What have you got to say for yourself? Larry, were you the one who sent the fucking blackmail letter? Hey, I know it may not look like it, but I'm an artist. I refuse to look at anything that doesn't have a radiant or beautiful motif. He didn't even give it a glance. Heavenly Hall. What is this little shack anyway? Well, I just discovered it myself yesterday.
And why were you down here in the first place?
Come on, I'm an artist. I was looking for a good place to sketch. This is a great little place. It's, artistic. It's quiet, it's cold, it's got no power, and it looks like it's about to collapse.
Sounds a lot like my apartment there, pal.
One thing's for sure, no one is likely to show up and disturb you here.
So can I get you something to drink? Some hot water, maybe?
He's getting all buddy-buddy on us, so...
Hot water sounds fucking disgusting, dude. If I had to drink hot water, I would sooner splash it in the eyes of my captor and try to escape. That shit's gross. Even though, like, hot drinks are pretty bad. Coffee is okay. Tea? That shit tastes like the piss of a urine, to be totally honest. Listen to me, Edgy. You've got to do this. You've got to save Iris.
Why are you so sure she's innocent? Because she's cute?
Watch your mouth. Anyway, I'd made up my mind about it. I'm gonna marry that girl.
Mr. Edgeworth is pretending he didn't hear you, so I'm gonna ask for him. Have you already asked this girl to marry you?
No, not yet. But I can tell how she feels by the look in her eyes. She's got this, I really want this man to carry me over the threshold book. I'm sure Nick would be surprised. He'd never imagine I could marry such a beautiful girl like that.
Something tells me he would be shocked indeed.
That's why I didn't want her to do anything dangerous. I mean, what am I gonna do if she gets hurt?
What is this guy trying to say? He lost me about a mile back.
If we really want to know the answer to that, we're going to have to drag him onto the witness stand.
No, not again.
Let's save. There we go.
Yeah, exactly. See, you realized yourself. You realized yourself the shittiness of hot drinks immediately. Even tea, the only superior version is the cold version. The Night of the Crimmy. See, you could drink that little blue Pokemon too, but he would be hot drink, so it would be disgusting. He probably also just has like putrid, stilted shit water inside of him, like oil and such.
Where were you and what were you doing last night?
Oh man, don't you have anything else to talk about? With that kind of attitude, you'll never be a ladies' man like me. Okay, chill out with those scary eyes, I got it. If you really want to know last night, I saw something incredible.
Something incredible?
Larry, just fucking tell me, dude, you fucker. Yeah, but let's not talk about that now. Let's talk about the good old days. What do you say? Come on, I'll pour you a nice cup of hot water.
Why hasn't he realized that I absolutely despise talking about the good old days, especially with him?
Beep, 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 beep. Okay, let's try to do the Cyclops. I don't think I can yet, but we can try. Yeah, hot chocolate's okay. Hot chocolate's definitely okay. However, chocolate milk is better, and chocolate milk is cold, so... Again, it's defeated by its own cold self. By its own cold self. The night of the crime. The night of the cold milk.
Alright, now you're going to tell me what you really saw last night.
Whoa, you're really upset, aren't you, Edgy? Okay, I'll talk.
Huh? That was a bit too easy.
Yeah, anyway, it was awesome. Never seen anything like it. And around 10 o'clock last night, it started thundering. I'd been sleeping, I'm not sure for how long. Hang on, let's just double check to make sure that's right. 10 o'clock it started thundering. Where's the weather report? There it is. Yep, he's right, that is true. Just making sure. I'd been sleeping, not sure for how long. Suddenly, zing! The world in front of me went white. Like I'd just been slapped in the face by my old girlfriend, Naomi. And then it was on fire. The bridge was on fire.
Dusky Bridge was on fire? Are you saying you saw it with your own eyes?
Hey, why are you giving me the evil eye? I'm telling the truth.
There are still 3 Cyclops remaining. That means he's still trying to hide something.
By the way, Larry,
Where were you when you saw that happen?
where you say? Well, what do you mean?
What do you mean, what do I mean? Just answer the question.
I was in my own room, in the main hall. Where else would I be?
As usual, you're as transparent as an empty jelly jar. The problem, I suspect, lies there.
There?
What do you mean there? It's impossible for you to have seen lightning strike Dusky Bridge from your room.
Yeah. There's a big ass forest over there. This is a fucking true Phoenix Wright argument in the very chat room right now between hot coffee and anti-hot coffee brigades. Sorry, hot chocolate. But it needs the fucking music in the background. Objection!
This is a map of the area. Take a look around the vicinity of Hazakura Temple.
Me personally, I think hot chocolate's okay, but only when it's really cold. Only when it's very cold. I would still mostly prefer chocolate milk, though. If I had to drink a chocolate drink, most 9 out of 10 times I will have a chocolate milk instead.
What am I looking for? I think that should be fairly obvious. The main hall is surrounded by trees, and it's impossible to see the bridge from there. What? Why didn't you tell me that before? Well, how about it? How about what?
Do you feel like talking now?
About what?
I love Larry so much. He's such a dipshit, and he only has merely one giant tooth. He merely just has a single giant tooth that takes up his entire mouth, hanging down from the roof of his mouth.
It looks like it won't be that easy after all. So you leave me no choice. I'll have to move on to the next step. You weren't in your room at the temple, so then where were you? You don't know that I wasn't in my room. So where was Larry and why was he there? If I've read the situation up to this point correctly, the answer is fairly obvious. Very well then, let's test my theory. The place you witnessed the lightning strike was here. Take that! Take that! The place you saw the lightning from strike was naturally Heavenly Hall and such. Well, why would I be hanging out in this old shack? It's freezing cold, there's no electricity, and it could fall apart at any minute. Larry, how do you know that anyway? How do you know there's no electricity? After all, it's not that dark yet. Uh-oh. In other words, you have just provided evidence to prove my theory. My theory is that you've at least once in your life visited Heavenly Hall after sunset. I have to admit I'm impressed, Edgy. You're in a totally different league from Nick.
I like fucking Up in the Butt. I like Up in the Butt in the game. He's Larry Butts in real life. Up in the Larry. Hot cocoa with whipped cream. That is true. If you do have hot cocoa, you have to have whipped cream. It's unfair to not do that. It defeats the whole purpose, really. Some people will... This is just pure hearsay at this point, guys. But I've heard, personally, that some people will even stick like a brown stick inside of their hot cocoa. I've seen it done. There's like a little brown stick that's hollow that people will shove into the hot cocoa. Which I don't know what the hell it is. I think it's probably some sort of Kabbalistic magic, but I can't prove it. A cinnamon stick. Is that what they use? Do they use cinnamon sticks? Reanimated Bit is cultured, dude. He knows. He knows about Kabbalah. He was there in that photo with Trump and the Saudi guys touching the big orb in the dark room. He was doing magic. Cinnamon stick magic, presumably.
That's nice. Now tell me, what were you doing at this cold little shack last night? That's what you might call affaire de cour. I think you mean affaire de cour. Could it be you were waiting for someone? Oh no! You really are one scary guy, you know. I believe that last night you were waiting for this person to come meet you. Take that! Take that! There's only one person you'd wait for in a horrible place like this, Lally. I told you before, don't call me Larry. The person you were waiting for was Iris. Oh, suddenly I feel cold all over, Edgy. No doubt because of my chilly glare. I was gonna say it, but I didn't say it. I was gonna say it in the voice, but I didn't say it. I didn't say chilly glare like that. So you think I got the hots for Sister Iris, huh? Do you have some kind of evidence? You got something that proves I was waiting for her? Or are you just guessing? This is where I draw the line and end this ridiculous little game. Here's the evidence that proves you were waiting for Iris. Here's the question, though. If he did send this note... What the fuck was this part? He's a psychopath. He sent her a note to confess his love.
And then he ends it with, make sure you come or your secret will be exposed. What the fuck kind of... Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is... I think this is what it's pointing to, but... That's some psychotic shit, Larry.
Here's your evidence. You called her to this spot with a pathetic blackmail letter. Oh, hey, give that back. You're embarrassing me. What are you doing with that anyway? That's not important. I misjudged you, Larry. What do you mean? Taking advantage of a woman's frailty like that. You should be ashamed of yourself. Oh! First of all, what's at the top of this letter? It says salutation here. Well, that's what it said in that book. Letter writing for dummies.
That's so funny. He just... where you were supposed to put the salutation, he just wrote salutation here. He wrote example at the top. What a genius.
You're not supposed to actually write that. That's where you're supposed to write, Dear Iris. Wait, I'm so sorry.
Okay, so I thought we were looking for a person with broken English, but we were actually looking for a person who's a total fucking moron. That was my bad. Did I just change settings by accident? No, we're good. I don't think I changed settings by accident. Warm cider? I don't know. I don't really drink any cider literally ever, so. Oh, see ya, Just Guzra. Peace out, dude. I've never had... I don't think I've ever had warm cider. I've had cider before, but not very often at all. It's like, it's not my cup of cider, if you would. If you were.
So you were here in Heavenly Hall last night, weren't you, Larry? And you saw the lightning hit Dusky Bridge, didn't you? Sorry, Edgy. Sorry doesn't cut it, scumbag. Threatening a young lady like that. Gulp. Wait, hold up. What now, pal? What are you talking about? What threatening stuff? I'll tell you what. You tried to scare Iris by threatening to expose a secret, pal. What do you mean threaten? When did I threaten her? Unless you want your secret to be exposed. That sure sounds like a threat to me, pal. Blackmail. Give me a break. It's a love letter. Haven't you ever been in love? What did you just say? My love for her burns so hotly, it could melt all the snow on this mountain. Uh-oh. Then what is this secret you mentioned? Come on, Edgy. Don't you get it? I'm talking about the secret love between her and me.
Oh my god. Larry's a fucking absolute mega chad, dude. Do you hate hot drinks or warm drinks or both? I don't like anything that's warm or hot. I like cold drinks. Ice is in all my drinks ever. Pretty much, with the exception of coffee, which I usually drink hot. I like iced coffee, but I usually drink coffee hot. But every other drink in the history of mankind, I like it cold. Pretty much. I can't think of any drinks that are made better by being warm/hot/warm. I'm also talking about the secret love between her and me. Obviously, she wouldn't want Old Lady Bikini to know about that, right? About a hot and sour, bittersweet love affair.
Alright, then why did you send a love letter in a business-like manila envelope?
Give me a break. It's not my fault I didn't have any other envelopes. Yeesh.
Then why were you so quick to apologize, pal?
It's because Edgy gave me that scary look of his.
What's wrong, Edgy? Why are you so quiet all of a sudden? That's it. That's what all those huge locks were about. I don't understand why you were so defensive.
Well, I don't know either. I guess the thing is, you shouldn't expect too much from a guy like me. Hey, come on. Don't let it get you down.
But Mr. Edgeway, this guy is still hiding something. I know it.
What do you mean, detective?
Don't forget what this guy just said a minute ago.
If you really want to know, last night, I saw something incredible.
He's right.
Larry. What? You're looking at me like a hungry dog that just found a bone.
What was this something incredible you saw last night? You're going to tell me, Larry, one way or another.
I want to know what the something incredible was too, dude. I believe in Larry. I believe in Larry's supremacy and in Larry's innocence. So I gotta find out what he saw so that we can, exonerate him. Larry honorate him.
I already told you, didn't I? I saw lightning strike Dusky Bridge. Yes, and I believe it was the incredible sight you saw. But now that I think about it, something doesn't quite ring true. Well, what doesn't? If that's all there is to your story, your heart wouldn't have had all those locks. Therefore, Larry, I do believe you saw something last night. Something more incredible than lightning. Wait, when, where, why, how?
Hey, what do you think you're doing? If you hide anything from Mr. Edgeworth, I'll arrest you on the spot, pal.
Hey, hey, more? Dang.
That's a lot of locks.
No! What's wrong, sir?
Does this mean I have to do it all over again? Why are you glaring at me like I'm about to be hit by a bolt of lightning? I've just about had it with this Harlequin.
He called him a motherfucking Harlequin fetus, dude. He called him a jelly bean baby. That's mean as fuck. You don't just go around calling people Harlequin fetuses. Hey, thanks for the follow. It's Cinna. Appreciate it. I'm sorry if I said your name wrong. I don't know how to read.
I'll just have to drag him to the witness stand. What?
You're not even gonna break his... What? To be continued? Okay, I guess we're going straight to the trial. Damn. It doesn't feel like we've gotten that much evidence. Let's just save, I guess. Fuck it. Yeah, I got it right. Woo!
Bing, 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 bing.
District Court. Defendant Lobby number 1.
Oh my, Mr. Laurice feels that way about me? Apparently, he isn't aware of your real secret at all. This is no time to be embarrassed. I'm sorry. I'm just hardly accustomed to that sort of thing. Worry not, and in any case, whatever it was that he saw on the night of the incident, mark my words, I will drag it out of him. Does that mean Mr. Laurice is the witness today? No. I believe that none will be the first to take the stand. Sister Bikini. She claims to have seen the very instant in which you carried out the crime.
Look, it looks like the guard is turned into a Family Guy character. He has turned into Peter Griffin. That happens every time, and it still makes me laugh every time. Whenever someone's talking about somebody else, their portrait always appears over this dude.
I just want to ask you one last time. It really wasn't you who killed Miss Elise Donim, right? That is correct. It wasn't me. Very well then. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes? You are a prosecutor, aren't you? Are you sure about this? If your true identity is revealed. Don't worry, I've made the necessary arrangements. I see. Iris, it is a prosecutor's job to doubt people. But right now, I'm a defense attorney. A defense attorney's job is to believe in people, and to believe until the bitter end. That's what my friend once told me. Mr. Edgeworth? I simply ask that you watch and decide for yourself whether or not I am fit to do the task I have been entrusted. Very well, sir. I leave my defense in your capable hands.
We're going in, dude. You've never seen an episode? What? How have you never seen Family Guy? I don't even like Family Guy, and I've seen so many Family Guy episodes. It was just so fucking popular back then. No, it's the Canadian.
Where's my judge?
Guys, the real judge is still missing. This can't be the final case. I refuse this. It's supernatural, and there's no judge. Everything is wrong. It has Larry Butts, at least. I'll give it that. It does have Larry Butts.
Court is now in session for the trial of Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple. The defense is ready, Your Honor.
There's no prosecutor.
The defense does indeed appear to be ready. However, the same cannot be said for the prosecution in this case. Indeed. I'm not sure I like such a blatant waste of this court's time. An empty prosecutor's chair can only mean that the prosecutor has no confidence in their ability to prove their case. It would seem this case is already over before it had a chance to begin. I am ready to announce my verdict at this time. This court finds the defendant.
What? Oh, it's, what's her face? Von Karma. She's back. Didn't she go on, like, a spirit quest to the east? Or some shit? I guess she's back. Your parents banned Family Guy and South Park and nothing else. Fair enough. Family Guy is pretty, strange.
The prosecution stands ready.
And you are?
Franziska von Karma, prosecuting prodigy.
God, this is gonna be so confusing going back between her and fucking Edgeworth, who have almost the same voice.
For Von Karma, you say? For chance, you wouldn't be of any relation to the legendary prosecutor Manfred von Karma. Legends are things of the past. I am a von Karma, that is all. Upon a special request, I flew in today for the purposes of prosecuting this case. You did? Then you must be quite a big shot, eh? By the way, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm almost certain that I've seen you somewhere before. Or am I just imagining things? You look very much like a prosecutor I met once.
I believe you are imagining things, Your Honor.
Miss Von Karma, do you have anything to say? There is no such weaklings as this man among those of the prosecutor's office. There isn't, but I'm sure once before in this quarter. Eck! I told you there was no such weakling. What is that, a whip? I'm not sure I care for such a thing in my courtroom. Bailiff, remove that whip and...
Hold it!
I have no objection to the whip.
You don't?
The prosecution can wield a whip or drink 17 cups of coffee, but there is still only one truth. That is what I stand here to prove today.
This promises to be interesting, Miles Edgeworth. I had expected to face Phoenix Wright here today, but looking at you now, maybe this is what I have been waiting for all this time. Miles Edgeworth, I will not allow this chance to crush you to slip through my fingers.
This is like the fucking smug off, dude. Holy fuck. This is the most obnoxious courtroom of all time. Fucking Edgeworth versus Von Karma. My god. I see you brought your flair for the histrionic.
Allow me to add to the things I'm not sure about. People acting bizarrely in my court. Ow! The stage is set. Now continue with the proceedings, Your Honor. Very well. Miss Von Karma, please give an outline of the case, with as little whipping as possible. The murder victim is the famed picture book author, Miss Elise Donim.
I'm saving this. He does look like a fucking hillbilly. It's because he's Canadian. He's not the real judge. He's a fake-ass fucking Canadian judge who's only in, like, some cases. I think he's in one case, like the last case right before this, because it's a big flashback. And then I want to say he was in one other case. I think the one at the very beginning of this game, because that was also a flashback. Like, the flashback cases, it's this judge, the Canadian guy. I don't like him. I miss the classic judge, the one who's senile. He's great.
The murder victim is the famed picture book author, Miss Elise Donim.
She got stabbed as hell, dude. She got stabbed as hell.
Her body was found in the Hazakura Temple courtyard.
Well, let me look at this. Does that make any sense to anyone? That makes no sense to me. Like, look how little of it is in her body, but the sword looks like this. Actually, I think it's just, like, actually that deep through her. It just doesn't look like it, I guess, because of the snow. But let's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No. 2, 4. Yeah, it's only 6 prongs. So that doesn't make any sense. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So only the tip of this second one should be bloody, and the first one should be completely submerged. This shouldn't be bloody at all, according to this photo, because that would correspond to this one. Yeah? 2. What? I'm so confused, dude. My brain cannot fucking comprehend what I'm seeing right now. It doesn't make sense, does it? There's 6 total. There's 5 in this photo. One of them just barely sticking in. So there would not be 3 bloody ones, and the second one wouldn't be completely submerged. It's that all that stuff is covered in blood now for some reason. There's something fishy with this photo, and I intend to prove it.
Her body was found in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. She had been stabbed through the torso by a ceremonial sword from a golden statue. The sword in this picture is the weapon in question, correct? Very well. The court accepts this photo of the crime scene. There is no mistake. This was the doing of Sister Iris. After all, there is a witness to her crime. Very well. Please bring this witness to the stand. And so it begins. My first and last trial. As a defense attorney, also I have toes for fingers, but I don't talk about that. It's why I'm so sullen and angry all the time. She's small. She can't see over the motherfucking stand, dude. Yo, what's up, Phoenix? Welcome back, dude. That's why your mama dead. Ding, 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 ding. How you doing, Phoenix? Yeah, Edgeworth is here because Phoenix fell off of a motherfucking bridge. He fell off a motherfucking bridge. Witness, state your name and occupation, please. Hold on here. I'm not so sure I care about this at all. Witness, please stand up nice and straight. If I recall correctly, there are a few milk crates in the defendant's lobby for our back pain-plagued witness. Bailiff, fetch a crate for this poor lady, please. Once again, your name and occupation, please. Little old me? Well, I'm the head nun of Hazakura Temple on Eagle Mountain. My name is Bikini. You got it, Bikini. Nice to meet everyone. I feel like this is easily the worst voice from any Phoenix Wright game. Like, it does not fit the character at all. It's not easy to do, and it's constantly changing because I'm bad at doing the voice. Her voice is terrible. I feel like that is not how it looks, how she sounds. She looks like she should sound more like my voice for the girl with the afro. But you don't appear to be wearing a bikini right now. Ow! The courtroom is the garden of holy judgment. Those with lechery in their hearts should leave the sanctuary at once. You want me to leave? No need to get your... What was her voice? No need to get your bikinis in a twist. Let me tell you, I'm a sight to behold in the summer. In any case, witness, I hear that you saw the crime take place on the night in question. That's right. I can still hardly believe it myself, to be honest. There's no way dear little Iris could do anything like that. Let us hear what you have to say then. First, tell us about your own movements that night, eh? He's so Canadian, dude. He's violently Canadian. This is where you get off. Alright, see you. It's Cinna. Peace out. Thanks for stopping by. I'll catch you later. You didn't fall off a dang bridge? I saw it happen. It told me that it happened in the video game. That night, I was helping an acolyte with her training in the inner temple. But as you can see, my back likes to act up, violently. So I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to Hazakura Temple. There's no bath at the inner temple, you see, and I needed a long, hot soak. It was after I had finished, just as I was heading back. That's when I saw it. So it was a simply coincidence that you found yourself returning to Hazakura Temple? Yes, you could say that. If my back hadn't been in so much pain, I would have stayed at the inner temple. That sounds like a pretty important statement she just made. There is only one problem with this testimony that I can see. And you're not about to fall for the first hurdle, now are you, Miles Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth, please begin your cross-examination. Bum, ba-bum. Alright, I was helping an acolyte. I left Iris to help the acolyte. So I think it's this statement because according to Urus, she never left her room. Did we get that as like a piece of evidence though? I don't think we did. Ah. Yes, this. I think this is it. Objection! Objection! Witnesses have to undergo their own trials, I'm afraid. The defendant's fate rests on their powers of observation and memory, after all. Thank God my fate doesn't rely on my powers of pronunciation, because that shit is not very good. Well, don't worry. I'm more than up to the task. I'm a woman of faith, after all, the head honcho of Hazakura Temple. In that case, Miss Honcho, I'd like you to explain something for me. The discrepancy between your testimony and that of the defendant, Iris. She claims that after ringing the lights out bell, she went back and stayed in her room. Which means she did not go to the inner temple at all. No, she said that? A defendant or a witness, Who is more likely to lie, do you suppose? The defendant is simply lying to cover her back. But that is completely illogical. The murder was committed in the courtyard of Hazakura Temple. Claiming that she went to the inner temple would make for a much better alibi. But that is odd. Whatever the reason, I can't believe that she would lie. She does indeed have honest eyes. Ouch! All people lie, that is my belief. Why am I the only one being whipped in here? Anyway, neither the witness nor the defendant have any reason to lie. Which means, we must call your memory into question. Dear, dear, dear. You're older than me and yet you want to play that game, do you? Well, that isn't exactly what I... My memory is perfect, crystal clear, especially in winter. Then I suppose it's too early to end this cross-examination, eh? Mr. Edgeworth, if you're gonna question the memory of this witness, you will need to show me a more decisive piece of evidence. Understood, Your Honor. I was naive to think that alone would do the trick. Then please add your comments about Iris to the testimony, and let us return to the cross-examination.
Oh, here we go. She says, Iris came to the inner temple. She was dressed exactly as she had been at dinner. No! That's not true! Because she gave Phoenix Wright her hood. Remember? Received before the lights out bell. Wait, but... when is the lights out bell? Didn't she say she rang it at like 10 or something? Like 9 or 10? She was like, oh, I go there every night and I ring shit. She rings it. Isn't it always winter up there? I don't know, you'd think so. It's a big old mountain. I was also wondering what the fuck that statement meant, because what the fuck does it mean my memory is better in the winter? Guys, my memory is shit all year around, okay? It does not get any better in the winter, I will have you know. That's not how it works. I wish it was. Yeah, I think it's this. Objection!
Witness, let's get one thing straight. The defendant whom you claim to have met, she was wearing this demon-warding hood, correct?
Of course. That is a very important piece of clothing, I'll have you know. Wait a minute.
Objection! Hold it right there. Why do you have that? That's the question of the day, now isn't it, Miss Von Karma? I'll have you know that this hood was given to someone as a gift that night, before the lights out bell was rung. What? You know where I'm going with this, don't you? If the witness had seen the defendant as she claims, then the Iris she saw would have been missing this very hood.
Well.
All the grades. Oh my god, that's great. That's funny because, like, that's a joke I've been making throughout this playthrough of how funny it would be if they had, like, weird fucking little tiny bodies beneath the stand where it gets cut off. But the game actually made the same joke, like, right at the very end. That's fucking awesome. John, have you heard Wendy's Hot Drinks training video? What? No. Wait, I might have. Is that the famous PSA where, like, the person trips and spills hot water all over themselves and starts screaming? I've seen that. No, that was a different thing, because that was, like, at a restaurant. No, that shit was really funny. There's this training PSA where this girl's, like, working, and she trips and just dumps up hot and boiling water all over herself, and she's, like, screaming as her flesh melts off. It's a really great commercial. I don't know what it's advertising, but it made me laugh. She's like, my skin, my flesh, Let's get one thing straight, well, it wouldn't be her name. No, yeah, it's pretty weird to be named fucking Bikini. It's not the best thing. I wish my name was John Bikini. Oh, it's a music video. No, I definitely have not seen a Wendy's music video, period, let alone about making hot drinks. It's not a bad feeling at all, exposing contradictions. Now I understand that happy look on Wright's face every time he does it. Order in the court. Witness, your response. Oh! Sister, this hood. You have spare ones around the temple, don't you?
Spares. Well, I do tend to make too many of them.
I see. A stockpile. A surplus of hoods, eh?
Each nun is only given one hood. This should be the only hood that Iris owns.
Then this is quite strange. If there was a surplus of hoods, then she could have worn one of those. There is no contradiction here.
I'm sorry to break this to you, Miss Von Karma, but you won't get away that easily. Discrepancies such as this will sow seeds in any human heart. The seeds of doubt.
Witness, while I don't wish to call your testimony into doubt, you must give every detail with precision.
I'm not sure I'm comfortable going along with this.
Sister, you shall continue with your testimony. Tell us what you saw after finishing your bath on your way back to the inner temple. Those seeds of doubt are sprouting in the judge's heart. They just need a little more stimulation to bear fruit. Contradictory stimulation. The ambient talking is incredibly fucking loud. That's how you know that the rabble is rousing, though. Rabbles do like to rouse. Watch the video on stream. No, I'm solving a murder. I don't have time to learn how to make Wendy's hot drinks. What if it turns out that learning how to build Wendy's hot drinks was the key to solving this case? Like, everything predicates on the fact that you know how to create hot drinks. Oh my god, that's how Larry did it! He cooked the murder weapon in hot water!
After my bath, I finished my bath around 11, and I thought I should return to the inner temple. And as I was walking back, I heard a noise from the courtyard. I took a look, and Iris was, oh, Mr. Galeese, with that sword of all things.
Yeah, look, that was ridiculous.
Mr. Galeese was staying in the corner room, which faces out onto the courtyard. The stabbing I saw must have occurred after she was pushed out of a window.
You saw a truly terrible sight, didn't you? If I was in your place, then it would be very much like Miss Von Karma whipping Mr. Edgeworth in two in court. And me seeing it all from this very chair. Well, something like that.
This judge, his imagination is about as vivid and creative as Detective Gumshoe. I would look the fool if I commented on such foolishness. Anyway, this case is mine, Miles Edgeworth. Calling everyone by their full name. Can't you do something about that habit of yours? Wakabi says, Lamau, bye-bye. Let's go, Wakabi. Sick burn, dude. I didn't even get to read the other two comments he made because Wakabi timed him out too fast. The first space hotel is scheduled to open in 2077. Wakabi, are you gonna go to the space hotel? I want to stay at the space hotel. Do you think there's like sexy aliens working at the hotel? Right this way, sir. And they've got like their little antennae buzzing and such. I'd be down. I'd be down for like an original Star Trek ass aliens running the hotel. Okay, finished my bath at 11. Returned to the temple. I heard a noise from the courtyard. I took a look and Iris was, oh, Mr. Galeese with that sword. Mr. Galeese was staying in the corner room. The stabbing must have occurred after she was pushed out of her window. Okay. So, let's see if any discrepancies. I gotta check the time of death. I think that's like the last possible time? Yeah, 10 to 11 p.m. So that's not a contradiction. Body fell 10 feet after death. Okay, this is the contradiction. It specifically says in the autopsy report. How the autopsy report is so non-specific that there's an entire hour for cause of death, but they know for a fact she fell after she died. I mean, I'm down. That makes it easier for me. Let's try pressing this first just in case, but that's a pretty clear contradiction. That's literally the opposite of what she says here. Matter of fact, I'm not even going to press it because that is just a blatant contradiction. It's the exact opposite of what she says. I'm going to trust the autopsy report over your conjecture. Hang on, I gotta rate this tweet real fast, guys. I gotta rate this tweet real fast. I did get a redeemed write your tweet, so I'm now going to have to buy Minecraft on the Nintendo Switch. Be right. Ba-ba. There we go. Cool, I tweeted it out. I tweeted it out now. Construction of the first ever space hotel will begin in 2025. Space hotel. Here's the question. Who the fuck is gonna construct the space hotel? Isn't being an astronaut like an incredibly prestigious thing that you have to dedicate years and years and years and years of your life to? How do you just fly a whole construction crew up to space? That doesn't make any sense. It's not like they're gonna have astronauts from the fucking International Space Station doing this shit. It's gonna have to be some dudes that they hire, like a construction crew. That don't make no sense. Then again, I mean, at this point, they have basically, the government has essentially just given NASA to Elon Musk, so maybe he'll just, like, repurpose astronauts to be construction workers. Loss of blood, yeah, let's do this.
Impressive logic. That's what I'd like to say, anyway. Instead, I must say, you stupid.
Oh, please do. My brain is something else, especially in winter.
She keeps bringing this up. Why is your brain better in the winter?
However, I think you are overlooking one thing. Miss Von Karma, would you be so kind as to take another look at the autopsy report?
The autopsy report?
The victim did fall from a height of 10 feet. However, this fall was after she was killed.
Oh, that's right. It says after death right here.
The scene the witness claims to have seen is contradictory. If the defendant stabbed and killed the victim there in the courtyard, then how did the victim go on to take a 10-foot fall?
Minecraft time. Order! The victim was killed and then fell. If that is the case, then the victim must have been killed in her room. Don't you agree?
That is the logical conclusion. Yes, that's right. The victim must have been stabbed by the defendant in her own room, and she was then thrown out of the window onto the courtyard below.
Were there any signs of a struggle in Miss Donim's room? She was stabbed with a sword. That would leave a blood stain, wouldn't you agree?
Well, Miss Von Karma, was there any blood? Youch!
No traces of blood were found in the victim's room.
Your whip has just caused traces of blood to be found on my glorious playoff beard. However, if there was no blood in the room, then your claim that— ouch!
I'm sure there's no need for me to go over this, as I'm sure Your Honor is well aware of when a stab wound produces the most blood.
That is actually true. She's not super wrong. If you guys don't know this, when you get stabbed, essentially it's like being stabbed initially, at least with most weapons from what I know, unless they're like specifically grooved for bloodletting, they get stuck essentially. Like the blood doesn't really come out, it just seals around the wound. It's when you pull it out that most of the blood comes out. That's actually a true fact. However, I don't think that would really be the case with this fucking 6-pronged sword that was supposedly stabbed through her so that multiple prongs were covered in blood. That, I believe, would just produce a fuckload of blood. I don't think this argument really holds up in that regard.
When it produces the most blood.
Very little blood is actually lost at the moment of a blade's insertion.
See guys, it's because I'm a genius that I know these things.
If you want to talk about when the most blood would be lost from a body, that would be when the blade is removed.
Told you, called it. Indeed, with the weapon still in place, it acts like a lid on the wound.
That's true. With the weapon still in the body, there wouldn't be much bleeding.
They all just said the exact same thing in different ways. Every single character said the same thing in a different way. Hey, what's up, Tasty Giggity? Good to see you, dude. Were you busy roller skating too hard? Did you jump up and do a bounce off of a toddler's head for the sickest trick of all? The toddler stomp? The Goomba stomp?
A perfectly reasonable line of thinking.
We have come to a conclusion then. The victim was thrown out of the window with the sword still in place. This removes all of the contradictions.
Order! I must admit that this is a probable version of events.
I'd expect no less from Franziska Von Karma. She locates and takes control of every vital point.
It seems that we need a clearer testimony from the witness. Remove all supposition on your part and tell us only the facts, please. Witness, please, remain standing on the crate.
Yeah, she's so cute, dude. She's just peeking out.
Don't go selling me short now. The weight of winter snow has bent me out of shape, especially my back and my mood.
Sister, please give us your testimony. I will give you a vigorous massage once we are finished here.
With the whip?
Oh boy. All right.
That's sick, dude. You got arrested. Guys, I've got bad news. Tasty Giggity is in prison now. R.I.P. R.I.P. to a real one. He's gone to jail for life.
I'm saving. Have you ever seen the Robert Dyrdek's Factory? There was a show, an old show with Rob Dyrdek called Robert Dyrdek's Factory, and he and his large African-American friend, who was named Big Black, which is not a joke, this is all real. They had a factory where they would like skateboard and like do shit like that, like scooters and stuff. It was basically a factory where they would like build crazy ramps or stuff like that. It was a pretty fun show. I used to like it when I was a kid.
When I looked across the scene, the sword was already in place. Thinking about it now, I didn't actually see her stab Mystic Elise. I've never seen so much blood before. That's when I fainted. You can't blame me, can you? And when I awoke, Mr. Amy was stabbing Mystic Elise to the back.
This all confirms Miss Von Karma's theory. Von Karmas strive for nothing but perfection. Putting together such facts is nothing for me. You should know that, Miles Edgeworth.
Perfection is an impossibility, Franziska Von Karma, and I am here to teach you just that. Yeah, the nun is named Bikini X-Edge. That is actually what her name is. She's pretty dope. She's like 3 feet tall. She's like basically a Cowabunga-style Yoda nun. Hang on. What the I turned off the music. Now it's just really creepy. If there's ever a Phoenix Wright creepypasta, you know the first thing is that there wasn't even any rad music in the court scene. And then Bikini's eyes started peeling like banana onions. Hang on, I'm putting it back on. There we go. Now it's not a creepypasta anymore, guys. Don't worry. You can open your eyes. You can stop shivering in the corner and open your eyes, because I got rid of the haunting. The haunting of sorts. You didn't get charges pressed, but they told your parents? Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Well, at least you didn't get charges pressed. For indecent sure.
When I looked across the scene, the sword was already in place.
Okay, so she didn't see her stab her. Then why did you say you did? Mystic Amy was stabbing Mystic Elise in the back. Let's press this first. Hold it! By Mystic Amy, you are referring to the golden statue, correct?
Just stabbing someone with the Shinshin Machito, a sacred treasure, is terrible enough. But to then make Mystic Amy hold the blade.
Truly a heinous, despicable crime.
It is easy to despise something. Anyone can do it. However, there is something that cannot be done so easily.
Whatever is it? I'm sure it's doubly doubly hard for you. Anyway, what is the problem? Besides me trying to read that sentence.
Exactly why would the killer set up this gruesome scene? Can anyone explain the reasoning behind that? No, I don't think I can.
There isn't always a logical reason behind someone's actions.
That's true, so true. In early spring, for example, I often find myself.
There isn't always. That phrase might come in handy someday. There are too many unnatural elements in this case. Why was it necessary to use the Shimanachito? Why was the weapon ultimately placed back in the hands of the statue? If I can expose the flaws in this testimony, perhaps I will begin to find the truth. Okay, we gotta save here. Bandit in-game action winning the case. Let's go. Alula, what are you talking about, dude? I can't do this. I can't do this. You've ruined me. You've ruined me. Okay, fine. I'll accept the challenge. I'll accept the challenge. There we go. I gave Reanimated Bits mod back. Whenever I time people out for the stupid reward, I always have to give them their mod back because it takes them away for some reason.
The sword was already in place.
At that time, was the victim bleeding?
Well, I was very shocked to be seeing all this, of course, so I'm not entirely sure. But I don't think I saw any blood. Not then.
I'm sure that you didn't. The weapon was acting as a plug in the wound.
In any case, let's be clear on one very important point. Did you actually see the instant in which the victim was stabbed? I didn't actually see her stabbed. Let's do this one then. You can't time out the same person twice, Alulum. That's not how the rules work. People can only be timed out once a day. Waka B100 says, at Alulum, you're a fool. You can change it to Wakabi if you'd like, Alulim. That way you can still use your 10k points.
I didn't actually see her stab.
Okay, press it. There you go, okay. He switched it to you, Wakabi. Goodbye. Do you have any last words? Wakabi, do you have any last words before you're timed out? He says no. It's too late. That was his final word. He said no and then he was blasted.
Think carefully. This is very important.
It's Iris we're talking about here. I'm thinking for all I'm worth. No, when I looked over, the sword was already in Mystic Elise's body.
It might not be conclusive, but this testimony supports her theory. The victim was stabbed in a room and then dropped into the courtyard. I think this proves it rather well, Miles Edgeworth.
Getting timed out. Getting timed out is a cruel punishment, man. It's a good channel point reward. It basically turns the entire stream into mutually assured destruction. It's like everybody has one nuke that they can launch every day.
So you're saying that you saw the victim's blood?
That's right. Some of it had splattered on the Iris too.
When the defendant was arrested, she was meditating in her room, and her blood-flecked clothing was neatly folded in the corner.
But what? Her clothes were blood-flecked as well.
That seems quite conclusive to me. What should I do? Press this point further?
I wasn't really paying attention, but I'll press it further.
Going back to your previous statement, you said that you saw little bleeding when the victim was stabbed. But now, you say you saw the victim bleeding?
Well, I say that what I saw is what I saw.
What did you see?
Maybe I didn't see the poor woman get stabbed, but I saw the girl pull the sword out of her.
Okay, that's important.
Plain as day.
Pulling the sword out?
Well, it wasn't exactly pulling. It was more like it came out.
Witness, you will add this statement to your testimony.
Oh, was that important?
More important than you can imagine.
Whoa, dude. Guys, you can't roast Wakabi like this. You already know he's good at Smash, okay? It's provable. It's a factoid.
I saw the instant in which the blade plunged into the hilt was smoothly drawn out.
Okay, that was just intentionally an easy statement, right? Plunged into the hilt was smoothly drawn out. Look at this fucking thing. A, there's only blood on the first 3 prongs. B, look at the fucking thing. How would you smoothly pull that shit out? Again, it's like the Devil May Cry scene where Dante takes the sword out of his chest. Also, look at the crime photo. It's not covered in blood at all in the crime photo. It's too bullshit. I don't know which evidence to present. I'll present the Shimachito himself. Objection!
Sister Bikini, you are a reliable witness. At least, I'd like to think so. But there are too many contradictions here.
What do you mean? You make it sound as though I am a liar. But you're a handsome young man, so I'll forgive you.
What contradictions are you talking about? In the scene that the witness claims to have seen, the weapon was thrust up to its hilt into the victim. Furthermore, the killer withdrew the weapon smoothly from the body. However, both of these are complete impossibilities.
Well, Wakabi's racist too? Oh my god. Okay, I guess I have to tweet this one out too. Hang on, I gotta do another write my tweet.
Explain yourself.
That's everybody talking to Wakabi right now. He has to explain his racism. His racist rantings. Hang on. I gotta find the perfect GIF. There we go. Okay, I found the greatest GIF. Perfect. Okay, I tweeted it out.
Explain yourself. To start with, do you think it would be possible to stab someone to the hilt with this? No matter how I look at the defendant, she doesn't appear to be strong enough for that. Doesn't appear? What meaningless dribble?
I believe that was supposed to say drivel? I don't think that was supposed to say dribble. Unless in the corner, Edgeworth was just fucking going nuts with his basketball. He was showing off his moves. That's also technically possible.
Damn, he just dunked and broke the backboard. I, too, may appear to be weak and frail, but I can crush men under my heel and make them weep, so should I so choose. The objection stands. I wept a little back there, I must admit. That isn't the only issue here. If this sword was truly stabbed into the body up to the hilt, well, just look at all the branches on it. It certainly wouldn't come out smoothly. We also have the problem of the amount of bleeding. It's true that when a blade is left in a body, it acts as a plug of sorts. However, when the weapon is shaped like this, it's an entirely different story. The wound would be too large for the blade to completely stop the bleeding. But that's nothing more than conjecture. In reality, the victim was stabbed with the Shimbajinto. Even a weapon of this nature may still sometimes slide out smoothly and may still sometimes stop the blood loss. No, we just explained why that's wrong. I'm not finished. There is still one more conclusive contradiction. You've still got more. This one is simple. If this sword really was thrust in all the way to the hilt, why is there only blood on the tip of it? Oh. If this witness is telling the truth, then there should be blood along the entire length of the sword. No.
Did I actually post that? Yeah, I post all the Redeema tweets on Twitter. I post every tweet that's redeemed on Twitter, as long as it abides by the rules. There's a strict code of rules that Rate My Tweets cannot go against. But as long as they're within the framework of the rules as explained in the Channel Points Reward section, then I have to tweet it. I'm legally obligated. I'm legally obligated by the Channel Point system to tweet it out.
Bravo, Miles Edgeworth. Raising this many contradictions from a single piece of evidence. All the other attorneys I know could maybe manage one, if that.
But what does this all mean? You have proven contradictions regarding the murder weapon, but
having come this far, there can be only one answer. And that is? The weapon used to kill the victim was not the Shimichito.
What? What the fuck?
A foolishly foolish idea born from the foolish mind of a foolhardy foolish fool. Let's examine this again. What was it that made us think this sword was the murder weapon?
Well, it's because Mystic Amy was holding it.
Exactly. However, if you reflect on this, that is the only basis we have to assume such a thing. The impression left by the scene was just too strong. That's what influenced us. It influenced us to believe that the Shichichito was the murder weapon.
It kind of looks like she has big feet, like big brown bear feet, when it shows her from behind like that. But she doesn't actually. The next Got It Wreck and Felix novel was released. What? What is Gotchflex and Felix? I've never heard of that. Is it a fantasy series? It sounds like a goblin type guy. Gotchrex sounds like a goblin's name. Is Wakabi still timed out? Yeah, he's still timed out. He's meditating. He's soaking in his rage so he can come back stronger than ever before.
So maybe the Shichito was not the murder weapon. Even if that is the case, it changes nothing, Miles Edgeworth. The sister here saw everything. She saw the defendant stab the victim with a sword-like weapon.
That's true. Your response, Mr. Edgeworth?
If that is so, I would like the prosecution to answer the obvious question it raises.
The obvious question?
Yes, namely, where did the real murder weapon disappear to? It goes without saying that the police searched the main hall and surrounding area. Perhaps the prosecution can enlighten us as to if a sword-like object was found? That's...
Answer the question, Miss Von Karma.
No evidence of that kind was found.
Look at her big feet. That's awesome.
Another mystery to throw on the pile. A trial without a murder weapon is a tricky beast.
Excuse me, could I say something? I just remembered something, actually.
You're lying. She's lying. Stop. Alulub, you have to stop with these fucking evil tweets. You know that's not true. You know that's not true. Reanimated Bit, are you more of a Gotrek man or a Felix man yourself? If you had to relate to one character, would it be Gotrek or Felix? I'm hashtag Team Gotrex. I'm gonna type little deformed beast for the GIF for this one. To get the GIF for this tweet. What? This is just mean. That's just a dude with a deformity. I'll still tweet it out because I said I was going to. Okay, there you go. Yeah, Sheldon's a beast, man. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's gone crazy. Oh, it's a Warhammer series. Gotcha. Huh. Oh, okay. I see. That makes sense. So it was a fantasy thing, but it wasn't goblins. It was actually a dwarfs. That's cool.
What is it, sister?
I was just thinking, it's possible that just maybe what actually happened was, it was just over there.
What exactly are you going on about here?
The murder weapon, I mean. Maybe. I think I might know where the sword was disposed of.
You what? Oh, the fucking cliff, dude, of course. Remember the river from the last case that's like 2 inches away? Yeah, so they'd only have to go from like Hazakura Temple down to the bridge and chuck it in. But then again, they would leave a big trail of blood. No, it was snowing, so they wouldn't leave a trail of blood. It's possible. It's technically possible.
Well then, I think we need to hear the testimony from you one more time, sister.
Impossible. What else? What else could this old woman have seen?
It's true, dude. That's why I love the Redeema tweet. Because for people don't know which tweets are me and which tweets are the tweeters. You know, the people who redeem tweets.
I saw the murder at around 11 p.m. And after asking that it be reported, I went out to the main gate. And there I saw tracks. Tracks that indicated the snowmobile had been used. It takes 15 minutes to walk the Dusky Bridge, but less than 5 using one of those. Maybe they threw the weapon into Eagle River and came back. Iris could have done that. She can drive a snowmobile after all.
Then why isn't there blood on the snowmobile? If they were carrying a fucking sword that had been plunged into its hilt into a human body, they would probably get a little drippage on their snowmobile, I'd assume. And probably a little more than a splatter on their clothes.
Witness, please tell us everything you know right away next time.
Well, I'm not the best of shape. What with my back and my age, you know.
Quite. There was indeed snowmobile tracks in front of the main gate. Here is a photograph. Look at this photograph.
Okay, then we're clean. Sure, awesome. There's only one set of snowmobile tracks. They're coming in. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my fucking life, Oaf. There's only footprints. Besides, there's one set of snowmobile tracks and they're coming back.
A snowmobile, eh? I see. Well, it certainly is an interesting theory.
I like this tweet. Hang on, I gotta tweet this one out. I already know what GIF I'm gonna use for this tweet. It's one of my favorite GIFs I saw recently. I saw this GIF from someone who posted. It was like some guy who was like unironically posting about what an alpha he was, and it was the GIF of Thanos sitting down on his throne. He said he was the Giga Chad, and you were a Soy Jack. It was just a Twitter argument that I oversaw. There we go. There we go. It's so low quality too. The GIF I found on the Twitter, it's like the most pixelated version of Thanos sitting on his throne GIF I've ever fucking seen. It's like 3 pixels. You can barely tell what it is. It's great. Slayers are a dwarven cult. If you commit a heinous crime in dwarf society. Oh, I see. So it's like it's like being a Grey Warden in Origins, in Dragon Age Origins. That's pretty sick. Where did Just Cusberg go? He was here earlier. You missed him. He was here earlier. He had to go, though. He was here for like the first hour or so.
The tracks begin in front of Hazakura Temple and run all the way to Dusky Bridge.
Sweet. Okay, so
that solves your pesky little problem, yes?
It does, but not in the way you think. Not in the way you think, girl. Because look at this shit. Am I crazy? Unless she just went there and then perfectly doubled back on the same tracks, then we're pretty good.
The Eagle River's current is quite swift, meaning that it doesn't freeze over in winter, making it the perfect place to dispose of the murder weapon.
Did she really go to the river to dispose of the murder weapon?
Mr. Edgeworth, your cross-examination, please. Your cross-examination, please.
Low intention weapon. I saw the murder at around 11 p.m. Okay, we'll save it. You can only stay at stream for 30 minutes before you get distracted and leave? Yeah, me too. That's why I can't do streams. I stream myself, but I never watch live streams. I just can't do it. I stick around for like 3 minutes and then I get distracted by something. I have like super bad ADD. And so like, I'm constantly jumping around between things in my free time. I'll be like reading and then I'll just jump on Twitter and then I'll just like go to a YouTube video. I just get up and go get a drink, like constantly. I'm constantly getting distracted by shit. I think live streaming is a cool format, but I just don't have the attention span for it at all. Like even slightly. If I like a streamer a lot, like I'm a big fan of Thomas Middleditch, who streams sometimes on Twitch, as well as being an actor. And so like, I just go to his YouTube channel where he has like the highlights and like the shortened condensed versions of stuff. And even when it's cut into like 10-minute chunks, I still get distracted too much. And have to take it like little bit.
I saw the murder at 11 p.m. And after asking that it be reported, I went out to the main gate. And there I saw tracks that indicated the snowmobile had been used.
I think I'm just gonna present the photo on this. Maybe they threw the weapon into Eagle River and came back while I was knocked out. I'll use the tracks photo against this. Wait. We gotta check the weather report real fast, I just realized. Weather data. Snow ended at 10:50 p.m. Okay, what time did she say? Because if it was still snowing when she left, then that's technically possible. That there would only be one set of tracks. Because it would have got snowed over. And then if it stopped snowing while she was gone, and then she came back, then this still checks out. Oh, okay, never mind. No, we're good. She saw the murder at 11 p.m. Yeah, okay, we're fine. Yeah, it takes 5 minutes to get there. So, that's impossible. Because the snow had already stopped by 11, right? Right? Yes, okay, so the snow was done by 11. So, yes, okay, this is still a contradiction. Tracks. Dinosaur tracks in the ground! I admit this photograph proves something. It proves that the snowmobile was used on the night of the murder.
You've finally accepted the inevitable, it seems, Mr. Edgeworth.
However, if what the witness says is true, then why is there only one set of tracks?
What do you mean?
Iris left Hazakura Temple, threw the weapon into the river, and then returned. If this was the case, then naturally there should be 2 sets of tracks in the snow. Those from heading out to the bridge, and those from coming back. I don't know. I like this old lady, she's cool. Every 30 minutes I say something incredibly stupid. That is actually very true. Hey, what's up, Kanfukua? You may have been correct, or it may have been just what I was feeling deep inside. You'll never know. That's the deep twist of the redeem my tweets. I can't tell. I can neither disclose. I can neither confirm nor deny.
Ah, you're right. You are forgetting one thing, Miles Edgeworth. On the night of the murder, it was snowing. The tracks leading to the bridge were erased by the snowfall.
No, it was not snowing at that time.
This removes your precious contradiction, now doesn't it?
I see. While she was at the river, the snow stopped, leaving just the return tracks in the snow.
Do I know what a Skaven is? They're the rats, right? Skavens are the rats, right? They're like rat people. They're my favorite Warhammer race if they are them. I like the rats the best. You were mid-game and decided to confess your heroin addiction? Yeah, I couldn't hold it back any longer, man. I just had to say the truth. I had to speak from the soul, you know? I had to stop pretending that I appreciated what people watched and paid me money to play video games and tell the truth, that it was all just for my heroin. For my heroin, I tells ya.
What do you have to say now, Miles Edgeworth? Is there a flaw in her theory? This idea that the snowfall covered one set of tracks?
There's a contradiction. It's very easy. It was literally 10 minutes after the snowfall stopped.
The tracks to the river were covered by the snow. What a nice theory. However, Miss Von Karma, that is impossible. Would you care to explain why there is a rude index finger currently pointed in my general direction?
Well, you're pointing 5 of your fucking stubby-ass fingers at me, so you don't get to complain.
No need. The evidence will do all of the talking for me.
If you think about the fact that these guys are drawn like anime, with having like comically sized proportions, like not comically, but cartoony, you know what I mean? All the characters are drawn with like cartoonish proportions where he has like these big ass fucking hands. If you extrapolate that to like a normal hand size and then do that for Von Karma, her hands are freakishly small. She has like the hands of a bucket Barbie doll. They're like this big. They're like little lobster claws. They're like just the ends of a pencil. It's very disturbing. Just keep it in mind, next time you see her fucking hands, compare them to Edgeworth's hands, which are like 5 times the size. It's ridiculous how small her hands are compared to everybody else's.
The evidence will do all the talking for me. On the night of the murder, the killer went to and returned from Dusky Bridge. In order to dispose of the murder weapon, the outgoing tracks were erased by the snow. Or so claims Miss Von Karma. Mr. Edgeworth, present your evidence to the contrary, eh? Evidence that the outgoing tracks were not covered by snow.
It's the motherfucking weather report. Yeah. It's all about the Skaven? Oh, that's sick, dude. Oh, man, I only want to get into Warhammer exclusively for the Skaven. I wish Warhammer was like a D&D thing, you know what I mean? I feel like Warhammer-based D&D would be fun because the world is fun. I just don't really care about the gameplay that much of the one I played. If they made like an RPG of Warhammer, I could see myself getting into it. Edgeworth hands aren't nearly as big as Edgeworth's ass. That is true. That is actually true. His ass is ridiculous sized. His ass is Bumbo Trumbo sized. It's like if you put it on the Jumbotron screen, it still wouldn't fit. It still would not fit. They have to actually chisel out an entrance for him through the courtroom every time he comes. Because every time it's even larger than before. Next case, he actually has to just be lowered in via crane because he can't walk anymore. Witness, he's reached critical thickness essentially. Please tell us again what time it was when you confessed the crime.
Like I said, it was around 11.
Of course, this means that the weapon was thrown away after that time, correct? On that note, please take a look at this data. It is the weather report for Eagle Mountain on the night of the murder.
The weather report?
Snow started to fall at 7 p.m., but it stopped at around 10:50. Therefore, when the sister witnessed the crime at 11, the snow had already stopped falling. It was impossible for any tracks after that time to have been covered up.
Oh! There's a tabletop version? Oh, that's pretty sick. I should try that. I should try that at some point.
Order! Very well then. It looks like Miss Von Karma's claim has been snowed in. Youch! It's too soon to be closing this trial due to snow. Miles Edgeworth, how pathetic of you to rely on the weather of all things. Answer me this then. When is a weather report ever correct? No, you got it all wrong. This isn't a forecast. This is actual data. Ouch! Forecast data, all weather reports have some inaccuracies. It may still have been snowing in the vicinity well past 11. It's true. We cannot be totally sure, eh? What? How did she pull that off?
It is pretty funny to see Edgeworth put in the position that you are every time by him, where he just says really dumb bullshit and the judge believes it. It is pretty funny to see that reversed.
It had stopped snowing at Hazakura Temple when the murder took place. You need to provide conclusive evidence of this.
Shit. I've come this far, there's no turning back now. Yes, the staff actually is proof, I believe. Let's, I remember pointing that out as well. Yeah, there's no snow built up on her at all. So not the staff especially, but that's what made me realize it, because the staff was above the staff was above the snow line. So yeah, there's no snow on her. So that's the proof. Crime photo. Got it! Dude, I'm fucking killing this case, man. I feel like they made this case easy because you're playing as Edgeworth, and it's supposed to show how good he is as a lawyer. But I can't tell if it's just actually accidentally easy. If it's on purpose, it feels kind of lame because it's the last case in the fucking game. You'd want it to be super balls to the walls hard. And so far, it's been extremely easy.
There's no turning back now. Very well. I, too, cannot allow any doubt to remain concerning this testimony.
Ha! You can't back down, can you? Such a perfectionist, Miles Edgeworth.
How did they get on that crate without a first crate? That's actually a good point. Maybe the bailiff just picked her up Darth Vader style and gently placed her down on top of the crate so that she wouldn't hurt her back. She got her back thrown out by Edgeworth the night before, so she was just all out of sorts that day. She could barely walk. What, you can't play as a Skaven? Oh my god. That's so stupid. I'm just gonna I'm gonna burn down the Warhammer store, sorry. I'm burning down all the Warhammer stores because they won't let me play as a motherfucking Skaven. That pisses me the hell off. I don't want to play as some sort of campaign where we're all Skaven. I just want to be a Skaven. I want to be a Skaven. That's what I like about D&D is that D&D recently has gotten so fucking lenient on everything. Like, they've abandoned pretty much every old rule that dictates specific, like, I don't know, inherent qualities like that. Now it's pretty loose with what kind of stuff you can do and what you could be.
Very well then, Mr. Edgeworth. Where is your evidence that it had already stopped snowing when the victim was killed?
It's the crime photo.
Ultimately, it all comes down to one point. That being, whether or not it was snowing in that courtyard when the victim was stabbed.
That's right, but proving that is
incredibly easy. If we want to know whether it was snowing or not, this photo will tell us everything. Of course, I am referring to the photo of the crime scene.
Yeah, even the fucking bloodstain isn't covered up, man.
As you can see, everything is covered with snow, with just one exception.
And that is?
The victim herself, Miss Elise Dohnim. Why is there no snow on top of her?
Also, the other interesting thing is this makes me think that, like, I don't know what the series of events is, because it feels like her staff was actually there before this then. Because while the top is not covered in snow and we saw it, the bottom half was. So unless someone, like, threw it into the ground bottom point first, then that would imply that the staff was already there when it started snowing. Interestingly enough. I don't know, that's interesting. This just gets curiouser and curiouser.
Why is there no snow on top of her? The answer is simple. It had stopped snowing when she was killed, that's why.
Oof.
In other words, if the killer really did go to the Eagle River to dispose of the murder weapon, then in this photograph there should be 2 sets of tracks.
Oh shit!
Clan Pestilence is your favorite jam? I don't even know what clans there are, to be honest.
Just what are you suggesting, Miles Edgeworth?
I like the one that eats the most cheese and breaks the most knees, if I'm being totally honest with you. To be honest, I am not entirely sure myself, but I'll choose the one that eat cheese and break knees.
This is simply what all of the facts point to. That night, someone used the snowmobile to leave Hazakura Temple. From the tracks left, it can be understood that they were heading for Dusky Bridge. At that time, it was still snowing.
Of course it was, because those tracks were erased by the snow.
Then, when this person returned to Hazakura Temple,
he has to make the sound effects or else it's not admitted into the court record.
The snow had stopped, thus the return tracks remained.
Can I say something? This all sounds a bit fishy to me. What does, sister? There is only one key for the snowmobile. Furthermore, on the night in question, we know that the defendant had it. The key was found in her room after the murder. Which can only mean that night, Iris used the snowmobile to go to the inner temple.
But Iris said that she never went there. I should probably press on this point some more when I get the chance.
Also, Laurice Donim said he never saw her. And we know he was waiting for her and watching because he saw the bridge get struck by lightning. He would have noticed the sound of a snowmobile passing by.
The snowmobile can't cross the suspension bridge, so she must have left it on the Hazakura side of the bridge and crossed on foot.
Hey, what's up, Chimmy? Welcome back, dude. Hello! Hello! How's your Kenshi journey going? Skyer, Molder, Pestilence, Moors, and Ishin are the big boy clans. Which one eats the most cheese and breaks the most knees? I'll join Molder. I'll join the Molder clan. They're the most best FBI rats you've ever seen.
That sounds right.
But what's odd is, when I left Iris and returned to the temple, I didn't see anything near Dusky Bridge.
You must have just failed to see it, sister.
Maybe, but when I made it back to Hazakura Temple, it was there by the main gate. The snowmobile, I mean. I know what I saw. It was covered in snow, too.
But that isn't possible.
Order, order, order in the court. What does this all mean?
So then, what was the snowmobile used for? It wasn't taken by the defendant when she went to the inner temple. If it had been, then the witness couldn't possibly have seen it by the gate. Furthermore, it wasn't used by the killer to dispose of the murder weapon. If that was the case, there should be two sets of tracks. All we know is this. After it stopped snowing, someone used the snowmobile to return to Hazakura Temple. I never thought a simple snowmobile could cause so much trouble.
I think we've learned all we can from this witness.
Yes, I have nothing more to add. I've told you everything that I know.
But then, that still leaves us with the same problem. If only there was someone, a witness who could testify to having seen the snowmobile.
A witness, huh? Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. It's time. We gotta bring the butt in, dude. You have no clue what you're doing, but it's fun. That is the intended experience, so don't worry about it. That is actually the way Kenshi's intended to be played. I personally found that game gets like less and less fun as you start learning it more. I still really like Kenshi, but I think the peak enjoyment of Kenshi is when you just have no fucking clue what you're doing.
Was there no one out walking perhaps near Dusky Bridge that night?
I don't think that's likely. It was cold enough to freeze your ears off. Only an idiot would go out wandering in that.
Guys, I know who they're bringing next. They're bringing Larry. Woo! I really hope Larry is not either a killer or an accomplice, because that'll be very depressing. I actually, really don't know. Again, this is all dumb supernatural bullshit, so I don't feel like it's possible to know at this point. Most cases, by this point in the trial, there's at least, somebody in your mind, right? Because it makes logical sense with what's happening. But with this, there is no logic. It's all magic. It's all magic. So, yeah, I feel like I'm super lost. I have no clue who the actual killer could be. And they're even, making it seem like Iris isn't actually the spirit of that killer girl, which seemed like the obvious assumption. That's what I was going with originally, but I don't know. I really, I have no clue now. I was gonna be so hype if my Ghostbusters theory panned out, man. I really thought we were on some Ghostbusters shit, but I don't think we are.
Only an idiot would go wandering around in that. Unless they had something really important to do.
That's a shame. Hold on. Something is coming to me.
An idiot may well have gone wandering out on that sub-Antarctic night. Your Honor, actually, there just might be one individual who may be of help to us.
But really?
You know of someone who might have seen the snowmobile on the night of the murder?
I don't know for sure if he saw it or not, but there are two things about him that do come to mind.
Which are?
First, that he saw something incredible on the night of the murder.
And the second being?
This individual that I am thinking of went wandering outside on that cold night. In other words, he is our kind of idiot.
Mr. Edgeworth, who is this idiot you're talking about?
Aboot. Sorry. I forgot he said Aboot. It's Larry, baby. Woohoo! Let's go, Larry? Nah, it's probably most likely Elise.
Take that!
Take that! Molder breeds and creates monster rats. That's kind of sick, I guess. That's fine.
This guy must be a product of Jean-Luc de Leduc's Guide to Obnoxious French Painting. This is Larry Botts, but good try. A disciple of the victim, Elise Dondim. Her student? Interesting. And why was he wandering about outside on the night of the murder? That's... I don't fucking know. I could tell them all about his designs for Iris, but it may cost us his credibility as a witness, before I even call him. He is, after all, an artist. He was, perhaps, searching for something in the snowy scenery that would move him. Although I cannot guarantee that this is the reason. And so, this unfortunate, unreliable-looking man, what exactly was it that he saw? I intend to extract that from him, right here in this courtroom. Summon this youth as a witness immediately! I have no choice, do I? I believe he is in the gallery for this trial. It will not take long to summon him. Very well. Larry, you may have escaped me yesterday, but today I'm going to get everything out of you. Every last drop.
The Canadian judge is kind of shit, I'm not gonna lie. He's like fine. He's fine. But when you have a character like our usual judge, who is like the pinnacle of character design and character writing, this is such a downgrade, you know? It's such a downgrade from what we're used to. It's like basically going from driving a Ferrari down the road to driving a tractor down the road. The tractor is a good machine and it'll still get you where you're going. But I was driving a Ferrari before this. I want to use the Ferrari. I don't want to play with Canadian. This court will now adjourn for a 20-minute break. Miss Von Karma, please see to prepare the next witness. Understood, Your Honor. Good. Well then, court is now in recess. Ishin are just rat ninjas. I'm not gonna lie to you, Reanimated Bit. I legitimately read that as rat nipples, which would be a lot more disturbing. Which would be infinitely more disturbing. I thought they were just large, animate rat nipples. February 9th, 11:15 a.m. Cool. Lobby number 1.
Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm not really sure what to say. Iris, we have only 20 minutes. There are 2 things which I need to ask you before we reconvene. All right, I'll help you in any way I can. First, about that night. You really didn't go into the inner temple, correct? The last witness claims to have met and talked with you in the training hall. Either you or Sister Bikini is lying. Mr. Edgeworth, it is just as I said yesterday. Until the incident occurred, I was in my own room in Hazakura Temple. Very well. The second thing then. That night, the temple snowmobile was used in between the times Sister Bikini returned to the main hall and when she bore witness to the murder. Sometime between 10:30 and 11 p.m. that night. Were you the one who used the snowmobile? There was only one key for the snowmobile. The only person who could have used it was me. So it was you. But why? What made you go out to Dusky Bridge? I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth.
What? Why are you lying, you little hoe? God damn you.
Iris? Iris! I can't tell you about that yet. Yes. Not until her safety is confirmed. Her? The safety of the Acolyte. The Acolyte, huh? She must be talking about Maya.
This is super weird, dude. Don't look up rat breeders. It's quite gross. You know what, Reanimated Bit? I wasn't planning to, but I will take that advice into consideration. I will not look up rat breeders for super sure. Iris, look at me in the iris and tell me the truth. Did you kill Elise Dohnim?
No matter who or what may come.
What? No matter who may come, I could never take a life? Okay? That seems strange. Seems weird, but sure.
As I thought, no psycholocks.
Very well. It is my job to get to the truth. You'll discover this for yourself soon enough. This is so weird. So Iris basically confirmed that she did use the jet ski motorcycle. She drove back to see that his wife crashed into the thing. So, why would she lie to us about it originally? Why would she drive over there with the jet ski? What is she hiding? This is super weird. For now, I'm going to file it under M for magic bullshit, but we'll see as we get closer. Maybe it's not magical at all. February 9th, 11:36 a.m. Shabbity, shabbity, shabbity. Phoenix just doesn't realize he could just ask. That would make sense because Phoenix Wright is like king of the himbo brigade, but Edgeworth, who is supposedly smart, also doesn't realize that he could just do that. He also doesn't. They use it quite conveniently, I'll tell you that. Like, for example, Phoenix Wright did actually do that one time that I can remember, and it was in the one case where the killer could get by on a technicality that it didn't work. Like, he's like, did you kill the guy? And the dude's like, no. And it was true, but only because he hired somebody else to kill the guy. So, like, it feels like it's just very convenient. You know, it feels like it's used and not used purely to push the story forward, which is annoying. Court will now reconvene. Miss Von Karma, where is the witness?
During the break, a man was detained for suspicious behavior in the gallery.
And I'm not gonna, I don't want to put my foot in my mouth here, but I'm starting to feel like this is the same kind of deal going on here as that case, where your defendant is super guilty, but in a way where there's a technicality where technically it's true. When she's like, I would never kill anyone. It's like, technically that's true, but you're still somehow connected. You know what I mean? It feels like it's setting up the same kind of shit. Like, maybe she didn't murder, but she was like channeling a spirit who's a murder spirit who did do the murder. That's what it feels like to me. Because I don't know, they did very conspicuously have Edgeworth be like, oh, what's your talking? And she's like, oh, what do you want to do? You know what I'm saying?
During the break, a man was detained for suspicious behavior in the gallery.
Suspicious behavior?
He was sketching something very intensely.
Dare I ask what the witness was sketching when he was detained?
He drew a terrifying woman, armed with a demonic face and a vicious whip.
I can only presume that his intention was to capture. Oh!
Anyway, it's time to drag this pathetic excuse for an artist before the court. Maurice Dotnim, I hope you're ready. Get in here.
It would seem that whip is going to see plenty more use today. What am I on about? I don't know, because this is stupid magic shit.
Your sketch is in contempt of this court.
That's why these cases make me so mad, because, like, for me personally, I can recognize what my strengths and weaknesses are in games like this, and especially in this game in particular. My strength in this is creating and then eliminating possibilities based on evidence presented, right? I'm very bad at, in the investigations and in the court segments, actually picking up on the contradictions that people say and presenting evidence against them. So it's just like, I have to create the scenario in my mind first, and then it becomes more clear what evidence is and isn't useful. It like helps me narrow down possibilities, which makes this a lot faster. But in shit like this, like, if it's gonna be dumb magic shit, then I just, like, I don't know. It's gonna be really fucking hard for me to do my thing. It's gonna become very hard for me to do my thing if it becomes dumb magic shit. I think, like, yeah, and, like, some cases where there's no investigation, that also happens. Like, last case, I did very bad at the beginning because, like, you don't have time to investigate. You don't have time to, like, think about what the possibilities could be. You just get tossed into the court scenario. That shit's always pretty tough.
Hey, I was just artistically rendering. Ouch! You tried to run away from the bailiff who was trying to hand you your subpoena, correct? Look, I'm nothing but a fledgling artist, training out in the mountains. I'm only down here in the city because I ran out of green paint. Well, to use the technical term for the color, viridian.
Yeah, dude. Best lightsaber color in KOTOR 2, don't at me. Cyan, also an acceptable answer. Larry, this isn't an art store, now is it?
I know. I graduated junior high, okay? Look, art is all about working in the fields, isn't it?
Working in the fields?
I presume he wanted to say fieldwork. I hope.
That's it. Thanks, buddy.
It's kind of sad that I was able to understand his mangled train wreck of a sentence.
I just happened to stop in here and found a wonderful new model. So see, I've got nothing to do with this trial at all. I expect all your faces to be red when you realize this mistake. Bright red. Or to use the technical term, crimson light. Ouch! Ow, 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 ouch! Stop your pathetic babbling and testify like a man.
Refrain from whipping me, Miss Von Karma. Cross-whipping is as bad as cross-checking. Witness, that was all your fault. Testify now.
Wait, this is too much for me.
Magic is pretty dumb. It's fine in some scenarios, like, but I feel like games like this that are predicated on logical reasoning and connections that make sense, it kind of throws a wrench in the work. It feels like an out to actually creating complex mysteries, to just say magic done it. You know what I'm saying? But then again, this case so far actually has not leaned into the magic stuff, like, at all. So I'm still hopeful that maybe we'll get out of this with no magic, no dumb channeling bullshit. But I really don't think so. I really doubt it. It seems every sign is pointing towards dumb channeling shit.
I was at the lodge out in the mountains, looking up at the stars that night. I walked to the bridge a number of times, but I didn't see a snowmobile. I didn't see anyone at the bridge that night either. The girl I was waiting for didn't show up. My teacher died on me. I'm all alone now. Aren't I, Edgy?
Witness, please refrain from talking directly to the lawyers during your testimony.
I'm just a nobody, nothing but a small, worthless man, aren't I? And why wasn't I asked for my name and occupation, or anything else?
Mr. Edgeworth, this man seems to have quite a severe inferiority complex.
He's recently been the cause of numerous incidents. I think he's finally realized for himself just how much of a nuisance he has been to other people.
Yeah, that's right. I'm behind everything, every case.
Oh my god. Darth Jar Jar theory confirmed. Darth Butts theory confirmed.
Watch out, okay? Just touching me will make you eternally unhappy.
Well then, let us proceed with the cross-examination. With no touching, thank you. We can delve into other details at a later time.
What I saw.
I was at that lodge out in the mountains, looking up at the stars that night.
Do you want me to tell you my working theory so far for what's going on? My working theory so far is that there is a killer who's a ghost killer, and it's using two people. There's a ghost killer that's jumping back and forth between Iris and Sister Butt in the Face. Sister Bikini. That's my working theory, because they both have this weird thing where they're like, I remember everything, I swear. Also, here's this huge gap where I don't remember fucking anything, and I have no information for you. Which is very fucking suspicious, but would be explained if they were being possessed against their will and then just dropped off to points they remember. Like, Iris claims she was in her room the entire night, but we know that she actually got up, took a snowmobile key, drove a snowmobile all the way to the other temple, drove back, and just, like, conveniently forgot about it or didn't tell us. And Sister, what's-her-face, Sister Butt, was just, like, vibing with Maya, and then winds up back at the temple, sees the murder shit happening, like, sees the dead body and everything, and then faints. Right? It seems very convenient. It seems like everybody is, like, at these places very conveniently and not remembering shit. Seems a little suspicious. A little suspicious.
I was at that lodge out in the mountains, looking up at the stars that night. I walked to the bridge a number of times, but I didn't see a snowmobile.
Oops. Let's press it. Larry, you really didn't see it?
Hey, no need to hit your desk, I can hear you. I didn't see it. I didn't see a snowmobile.
Larry, say snowmobile for me, please.
Snowmobile?
If you truly have nothing to hide, then why are you stammering like you just flew over a cuckoo's nest?
Shut up! What is this? I don't know, don't ask me.
It seems that I'll need to start from a more obvious contradiction. I'm gonna strike the blow that will finally get him to spill the beans. Okay. I was at the lodge out in the mountains, looking up at the stars. Is he referring to Dinkus Lodge? Yeah, Heavenly Hall. I think he's referring to Heavenly Hall. Let's press anyway, just to make sure. Hold it! Whatever is... What was his voice? Whatever is the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? This one single statement is so full of contradictions. For a moment there, I thought I was going to collapse.
So, witness, any idea as to where these contradictions in your testimony lie?
Well, there's the fact that he said he was staring up at the stars during the middle of a fucking blizzard. There was the fact that he said he was in a lodge where he was either in a shack or a temple. He's got a lot of explaining to do.
Depending on your answer, I may stay my whip. Okay, give me a minute. Well, it was snowing that night, so I couldn't possibly have seen the stars. That rundown shack is hardly a lodge, is it? And even if the stars could be seen, it isn't like I was there to look at them, right?
That was a great cutaway. That was a great fucking cut to Edgeworth's reaction. Yes, that's exactly right.
See? You can do it if you try. Ouch! There is only one issue here. What you saw at Dusky Bridge.
What you saw at Dusky Bridge. I didn't see anyone. Oh, this one is definitely a lie. I didn't see anyone at the bridge that night either. He was the one who saw Phoenix Wright fall, remember? He was the one who was like, Phoenix! And he like reached his hand out and it was like, bum, 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 next time on Phoenix Wright. Phoenix is completely fine and there was no reason he fell off the bridge except that he's absent from this case. Dum, dum, dum.
Hold it! Hold it!
You didn't meet anyone?
That's right, because I've got nothing to do with this. And I'm just here to buy some Viridian paint, okay? Come on, I expect to see those Crimson Lake faces. Now!
It would appear that simply pressing him isn't going to be enough, Mr. Edgeworth. Indeed, it seems that he's going to claim to have nothing to do with this until the end. I don't want this guy to cost us any more time. I need to slice through his obvious contradictions and keep things moving along. Okay, beep, bop, beep, bop, beep. Damn it! I skipped through it. Pahohi nukes. Objection! Larry Butts, I can understand why you might want to throw your old life away. You're pretty pathetic, and you cause all sorts of trouble.
I'm sorry.
But, having realized just how much of a nuisance you have been, that could be considered a step in the right direction.
Edgy, are you trying to console me?
It certainly doesn't sound that way to me. However, I cannot forgive you for simply turning away from the incidents you create.
Way, you're totally pinning this on me.
Now then, let us talk about the night of the murder. Sister Bikini, after seeing the murder take place, asked Phoenix Wright to report it. Thus, he headed for the public phone by the bridge. There, he happened across a certain nefarious individual. You, Larry Butts.
That's right, me in the flesh.
Listen carefully, witness. It doesn't matter if you change your name. So long as you remain pretty pathetic, you will continue to cause these incidents. That reality will not change.
But what do you want me to do then?
Larry, what you need to change is your inner self. But for now, what you saw that night, testifying truthfully about this one issue, is all I need from you.
Nah, I don't feel like it. Edgy, I think I've finally woken up. Well, I guess I could still be sleeping. But anyway, I'll do it. I'll testify. Well, I'm not sure this will go especially well.
I love him so much. Larry Butts is the best character. Please make a Larry Butts spinoff. The Butts trilogy. The Butts saga. I'll ask again, witness. What did you see on the night of the murder? You could call it, you could create like a clever pun for the Butts, like, because it's like a funny butt, his name. So you could call it like the Butts briefs or something. Like a legal brief. Like a briefing of sorts. I don't know, man. You're the writers here, video game. You come up with the pun. You come up with the butt pun. He is. Like, it's funny because that's just how well they've designed this character, because that's literally his fucking personality, too. He is just the pleading emoji in real life. Every single case he's ever been in the entire trilogy. That's just him to a fucking T.
I went to the shack around 9, so it would have been around 10 p.m., 10:30. I was lying under my bedding when a white flash almost blinded me. I looked out the window, and Dusky Bridge was on fire. There was still some thunder, but I went right away to check it out. That's when I ran into Nick.
bum. You certainly saw quite a lot, didn't you?
So, what happened to the bridge after it caught fire? It was like me after a 3-day stint chasing a girl. It totally burnt out. Like, almost totally gone. I mean, trying to cross the burning remains would cause Nick to fall.
What did you say? Oh, don't worry. It's nothing life-threatening. He just caught a cold. I never know with that man if he should be called lucky or unlucky. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, please commence your cross-examination.
Okay. So, there's something I need to check. So, 10:30 p.m. Let's check this. We need to cross-check this with the time the thunder was striking, because they said the bridge burned down via lightning, supposedly, so let's check the weather report. Lightning 10 to 11, so that does actually fit. Oh, lightning struck Dusky Bridge at 10:45. Okay, so they have the specific time, 10:45. So this is wrong. It would have been around 10:30. Dusky Bridge was on fire. I don't know which one to present the evidence against, though, because he mentions the time in this first one, and then he mentions the bridge being on fire in this one. I'll press this first, and I'll present it against it.
Seeing that, what did you do?
What do you think? It was burning up as well. I was burning up as well from the fire in my heart. And that's why you went to take a look at the bridge? Well, to be honest, it was freezing cold, so at first I thought, forget it, I'm not leaving my covers. But it had pretty much stopped snowing, so I don't know, I changed my mind.
I'm not sure I care for the forget it attitude you had at first, witness.
There's so many statements I should press this against, man. He says he went to check right away here. But the thunder, he said it was 10:30 when he was lying under his bedding, and the thunder struck at 10:45. Yeah, lightning struck Dusky Bridge at 10:45. I don't know which one to present this evidence against. I'll try it though. It's not this one.
Your Honor, what do you think of the witness's statement?
I don't think there is a problem with it. You say that with such gusto that I suppose I must agree that there is all there is to it.
Don't get smart with me. Get smart with this penalty.
This is annoying. I was wondering what Edgeworth would say when he fucked up, though. So that's fun. I looked at the bridges on fire. It says 10:45. Why is this wrong? Why is this wrong? This doesn't make any sense. It's wrong. It's wrong. It says it was 10:30. The lightning didn't strike till 10:45. This is a contradiction. Lightning struck Dusky Bridge at 10:45. It's broken, guys. The game is broken. I got bad news. The game's brain is fucking broken. I've got bad news. It's not any of those. It's not the fact that there's a 15-minute discrepancy in what he says he saw. I looked out my window and Dusty Bridge was on fire. Oh yeah, I already pressed on this. I gotta press some other stuff first, I guess. There was still some thunder, but I went right away to check it out.
You said right away, but exactly how long after the strike was that?
The lightning fell, and then the bridge caught on fire. Maybe around 5 minutes? I mean, I suddenly thought, gotta go check this out. How far is this small shack you were in from the bridge? Hold on, well, it had pretty much stopped snowing. I guess about a 5-minute walk?
And how did Dusty Bridge look when you got there?
Like I had recovered a piece of my childhood. I mean, not even the bonfires kids make during school camping trips can compare.
Well, should I press him for a little more info?
He already said why he went, so I'll ask why he didn't call anyone.
Larry, let me ask you one thing.
What is it, Edgy? What's with the serious face?
Why didn't you call anyone?
Huh? What do you mean?
Normally, when faced with a towering inferno, one would try and tell someone. There was a public phone right by Dusky Bridge, correct?
Well, of course I thought of doing that.
So then, let's hear why you didn't.
Yeah, okay. A reason. My reason. It isn't that I didn't try to tell anyone. I just didn't have time to, okay?
I arrived at the bridge and Nick showed up less than a minute later.
Hold it!
You claim to have arrived at the bridge at the same time as Wright?
Yeah! I thought I'd better tell someone about this. But then Nick came up yelling about the murder. It totally made me forget about the bridge. The fire was pretty much out by then anyway.
Okay, there you go. There's the big one. This is stupid because it's the exact same thing. Yeah, this is really dumb because it's the exact same thing, only it wants me to get this first, I guess. But yeah, this is way later then. So lightning struck at 10:45 and 30 minutes started between when it went out. So it was actually way fucking later than it says it was. It was like 11:15.
The fire was pretty much out by then anyway.
What's this feeling? I suddenly have a terrible case of unease.
It was after contacting the police that Phoenix Wright fell from the bridge, correct? Yeah, that's pretty much it. More or less.
He told me about the burning bridge yesterday, but there's still something that doesn't quite fit. It looks like, despite his change of heart, Larry still isn't telling us the whole truth. Okay, so I'm guessing we gotta present the evidence against that. Less than a minute later. Weather data. Weather data. Objection! That's the most frustrating thing about these games, that they never really got rid of. But there's always some stuff like this in just about every case where there's a really clear contradiction that you can prove with evidence, but it's not the one the game wants you to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, they provide you with two contradictions mistakenly when there's only meant to be one. It's pretty annoying. Sometimes they do it intentionally and they'll let, like, multiple statements or multiple pieces of evidence do the same thing because they all make sense, but sometimes they just legit overlooked it like that. Your very existence being a contradiction, I'm not sure if you can grasp this or not.
What the hey, Edgy? You make me sound like some sort of alien.
But your testimony is conclusively contradictory. The problem here is time.
I've never been the best timekeeper, you know. 3 minutes after Billy leaves on foot, you follow him on your bicycle. How long does it take for you to catch up with him? Terrible at those.
This is much more simple. You saw the lightning strike Dusky Bridge, and immediately went to see what had happened. Is this correct?
Yeah. Well, I wasted about 5 minutes first, but more or less.
I have the weather data from the night of the murder here. According to this, the lightning fell at 10:45 p.m. You say it takes less than 5 minutes from the shack to Dusky Bridge, meaning you probably got there at around 11 p.m.
That all sounds about right, I guess. And then Nick showed up and did his fallen act.
That is impossible.
What do you mean?
11 p.m. is when the murder occurred in Hazakura Temple. Thus, Wright was still there in the courtyard. There is no way that Larry could have encountered him at Dusky Bridge at that time. Oh, that's not even what I was going for, wow.
Excuse me, I have an objection.
You do?
Edgy, how many times do I have to say this? I'm not Larry, I'm Maurice Donin. It has not yet been proven that the murder occurred at 11 p.m. The sister only said around 11, in which case, it could have been earlier than that.
Watch your footing there, Miss Francisca Von Karma. The slope ahead is slippery. For there is still no way that Wright could have been at Dusky Bridge at 11 p.m.
And why not?
It is clearly written here in the weather data report. It took around 30 minutes for the bridge to burn out. Therefore, the bridge must have been burning until at least 11:15 p.m. Which means, what exactly? Wright did not see the bridge while it was being consumed by the flames that night. In fact, he did not arrive on the scene until after the flames had died down. Larry, you arrived at the bridge at 11 p.m. But Wright did not make it there until at least 11:15. I suggest you stop hiding things and just tell us the whole truth. Now then, what happened during these missing 15 minutes?
Ugh, I feel like I just got brutally woken up by a toilet splashback.
What? That's disgusting, Larry.
I guess I was still sleeping after all. Pinch me. So there was a missing 15 minutes prior to meeting with Wright.
I feel like I'm crazy. Did I do math horribly wrong? Did I read it wrong? I thought it said he woke up at 10:30 then said he immediately went to the bridge, which takes 5 minutes, and then met Phoenix there. Like, where the fuck did 11 p.m. come from? Huh? Why wouldn't it just accept the weather report? This is like, seems like the simpler solution, right? He said that he saw it at 10:30 and then went there in 5 minutes, but lightning didn't strike till 10:45. Why wasn't that the contradiction? That's really weird. Okay, I mean, I'll take it. This progressed us a lot further. But it's weird.
So there was a missing 15 minutes prior to meeting Phoenix, right? I hardly see that as much of a problem. Yeah, not much of a problem at all.
Really? The bridge is burning before your eyes, and there is a phone right next to it. Why then did you not report the accident? Yes, witness, why didn't you? Were you there simply to watch the bridge burn? And therein lies the problem. For even after the bridge had burnt out, he was still there. Staring into space, this witness didn't even attempt to fulfill his civic duty.
That's what it sounds like.
Ah, but this is Larry we are talking about, and even he is incapable of being so stupid. Which means there has to be a reason for his inaction.
Edgy, I think it's about time I got serious with you, dude.
Just as I thought, you've been playing with us all this time. Listen, I'm gonna tell you everything. Are you sure you want to hear it all? Yes?
I may really say it this time. Everything. Heck! Then say it.
I'm really gonna do it. Really? Very well. I have a terribly bad feeling about this, however. Let's have the witness finally give us the whole truth. Now, for this 15-minute gap, what were you doing, witness? What were you doing?
The missing 15.
I'm a dohnim. I'm an artist. What do you think I was doing? Sketching. In front of the bridge. I was whipped up into a frenzy of art. The shock and awe that I was feeling, I transferred it all directly onto the page. Before I realized it, the flames had gone out and then he came running up.
I don't see the contradiction in this one. I'm gonna have to press them all.
I suppose artists can be strange folk.
That's right, I'm willing to sacrifice everything in order to draw the perfect sketch.
Including the truth from the sound of it. Mr. Edgeworth, has this removed the last of your doubts? Not at all, Your Honor. One very large doubt still remains. And what would that be? This is a surprisingly believable story, especially considering the source. So why did he think he needed to hide it from us until now? I intend to drag the reason out of him.
You'll regret this, Edgy.
Why is he like a villain all of a sudden? That's really what it feels like, Kung Fu Koi. It really feels like Larry is like... the Darth Larry theory is coming true. We were talking about how funny it would be if he's like the ultimate mastermind of the entire franchise. It feels like it's coming to fruition. Like, what is he doing? He's going mad with power, with artistic power. Hang on, I'm gonna be right back in 1 second because I need to go refill my water. I've been out of water for like the past 2 hours and my throat's getting super dry. But I will return in like 2 minutes and we will continue. So just stick around through this quick ad break and we'll find out the truth behind Larry's evil murder spree. See you then. I'm back. Let's continue Larry and the Dangerous No-Names. The new game in the Ace Attorney, the beloved Ace Attorney franchise. I hope Larry is like some sort of like evil psychotic killer. Just like a really fucked up dude. It's like so far beyond the pale of what we've seen in this happy-go-lucky crime game so far. Like he's a straight up serial killer level. He's like drilling holes in people's heads and pouring the acid in to turn them into brain dead peasants. Like that one guy. Who was that? Was that John Wayne Gacy? There was one famous serial killer that used to drill into people's heads and then pour acid in so it would like scramble their brains. So they would still be alive, but they'd be like brain dead. That's cheery. I just finally unlocked the last vehicle in Mario Kart Wii. That's a good follow-up to the drill brain story. Good job, Wakapi. Is it a giant drill? Is the cart a giant drill with ooze sticking out of it?
I'm a Doneem, I'm an artist. What do you think I was doing? I was drilling holes, sketching, in front of the bridge.
Alright, we already read this. Okay, sketching in front of the bridge. Let's press that. What were you sketching, Larry?
Sketching the burning bridge?
The burning bridge and everything that came with it.
What? Came with it?
You want to hear this from my lips, do you, Edgy? You'll regret this. That sketch of mine is
Enough. Just take that ridiculous sketch of yours out already, witness.
What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean.
Keep getting work calls. Nice. Yeah, it's a good time to come back. I've got the fastest drill in the West, man. I've got the double drills, double drilled up. That is kind of what Twitch does. It's like it's a more subtler version. It's a government op to melt everybody's brains with drill acid.
That does indeed appear to be the fastest solution. I'll leave it to you, Mr. Edgeworth.
What should I do? I've got a terrible feeling that the instant this sketch is revealed, the entire world may be changed by what is depicted there. What? I have to look at the sketch now. I can't not look at Larry's awesome sketch. Larry, I wonder if you could show us your sketch, please? He's thinking about it.
Well, even I couldn't have imagined it'd turn out like this.
Imagined what?
That Laurice Doneem's debut would take place here, today, like this. Ouch! Show it, now!
There's so much tension building up.
Okay, but steel yourselves. This is the world of Laurice Doneem.
Oh my, what the fuck? There's a flaming woman. There's like a Mr. Burns woman. Hey, thanks Sounddex for the sub. Appreciate it, dog. I appreciate it. Thanks for the 19 months. That's a long ass time. What do you think of the flying Mr. Burns alien? She brings you love. The best part in this trial so far. Anything with Larry is immediately S tier. It's always like the best part of every case. God damn. I hope that's Maya and they tarred and feathered her and then burned her and cast her into the canyon. Like Joshua Graham. Oh, dude, imagine Maya's backstory is all leading up to her becoming Joshua Graham. That shit would be so sick.
This is the world of Laurice Doneem.
Oh, well, so this is Dusky Bridge, correct? Quite a large bridge, isn't it? Your response, Miss Von Karma?
Yes, well, it's a better drawing than I expected. Isn't it? I struggled to reproduce those flames, I really did.
Yes, I'm sure you did.
No one's talking about the elephant in the room.
This is going to get ugly.
No one has the courage to bring it up, it seems. This mysterious flying object. Larry?
What?
The burning bridge is fine, but what is that unfortunate-looking figure?
Ah, you spotted that? I thought you might.
However much I might want to ignore it, I can't.
It's Iris, of course. Iris. I wish she'd take better care of herself. We have to plan for our future, you know?
What are you talking about her? She was she's flying and on fire and you're worried about her future?
What would have happened to her if she had injured herself flying like that?
Larry, please answer this next question honestly.
Okay.
Are you really claiming to have seen this? Are you claiming to have seen the silhouette of the defendant flying over a bridge that was engulfed in flames?
Yep. That's what I saw. That's why I drew it. I'm an artist, a real artist.
You! Hi! That girl, she's really high up in this picture.
Oh my god, I love Larry so much. God, I love Larry.
Yerf! What was that for?
This is all a bad dream. I was hitting you on the cheek to test that theory.
Please whip your own cheek from now on if you want to test your wild theories. Anyway, no court of law will ever acknowledge that people can fly.
Actually, there is some precedent for this.
No, there's not, Von Karma. What are you fucking talking about? What, people can fly, yeah? Legal precedent for people flying? That old 1945 Supreme Court case? Johnson versus the fucking flying man? I don't think that's... Wait, oh, they're talking about the court case in the Phoenix Wright game, okay. But that's the opposite. That proves that it's not true. There was a case of the flying man in Phoenix Wright, a circus act, where the guy murdered him and then flew away into the night. But it turned out it was all an elaborate setup and he didn't actually fly. That was the whole thing.
There is some precedent for this. She was flying pretty high, my sweet Iris. She was about 30 feet above the bridge, at least. It was really something to see.
Huh. 30 feet above the bridge, you say? Down. That's still not correct, but we're getting closer. The depth from the bridge to the water is way too high. That's like 50 feet-ish, if I recall from the last case. 30 feet is closer, but in the autopsy, it says that the body fell 10 feet after death. So, we're getting closer to having a reasonable approximation of what the fall was. There's still the possibility that they fell out of the building, like they said originally, but that seems like way too simple of an explanation. Because, yeah, it just seems weird that they fell out of Iris's room. We'll see. We might be getting onto something here.
It was really something to see.
This has to be some kind of mistake. Mr. Edgeworth, please bring the witness back down to earth. What? Me? This witness is your friend, is he not?
Accessory to foolishness, Miles Edgeworth.
Let us get back to the cross-examination, by force if necessary. Mr. Edgeworth, I expect you to expose the obvious contradictions here.
Yes, Your Honor. Looks like I've got another reason to remember this moron.
Well, what did you think of my debut piece?
Get that thing away from me!
Horrible sketch of what he saw. It's pretty good. It's not bad.
Now hurry up and cross-examine him.
It's not that bad. It's pretty good. Oh my god. So first thing I would note about this picture that's of interest is that the flames look the same on either side. There's like no distinguishing features. So my first thought would be, what's the perspective here? Is this upside down or right side up? We have these things, these little cables, which might help, but if I recall, let's check the map. They're on either side. Okay. Where the fuck was Larry when he saw this? Where the fuck was Larry when he saw this shit? He had to be at Heavenly Hall, because it's the only way the perspective makes any sort of sense. He had it drawn from like a side view where the cables were like this. The only way that would make sense is if he saw it from Heavenly Hall. And not only that, but it has to also specifically be this side, I think, because this side only has one left. Unless, it's possible that it came off during the fire, though. I don't remember if this map looked different before. This one may have came off during the fire, so that might not be as solid. But yeah, I think he saw it from Heavenly Hall. From Deacon Lee Dahl. I think the picture's upside down. I think the picture is honestly straight up upside down. Because if these are the support cables and he saw it from Heavenly Hall, dude, my brain hurts so bad. I hate spatial reasoning so much. I hate spatial reasoning so much. I'm so bad at it. If he saw this from Heavenly Hall and he saw the support cables like this, it had to be upside down because they're beneath the bridge, they're not above it. I think it's upside down. First, let's deal with all this crazy Larry shit, and then we'll get back to that.
I'm a doneem, I'm an artist. What do you think I was doing?
Sketchy. I saw Iris flying, her white hood fluttering. Okay, well good. That's the contradiction. Easy. We have her hood. It was before lights out. Objection! Larry, what did you really see that night? Not that I particularly care.
In your position, that's just being irresponsible. I drew exactly what I saw. I'll give you a whole $1 that it's the truth.
If that is truly the case, then there is one thing that we can say for certain. What might that be? That the person who flew over the bridge could not have been the defendant, Iris.
What? What do you mean? I don't understand. Ugh. A foolhardy folly of a foolish statement by an equally foolish foolhardy fool. How exactly can you make this claim?
Tell us, Larry, according to this picture, the individual whom you say you saw was wearing a hood, correct?
Of course she was. That rundown shack is quite away from the bridge. The hood is what told me that this floating angel was my Iris. The hood of my darling Iris, and Iris is my darling hood. Eh! It seems there are bigger fools in this world than the one at the defense's bench.
Hey, what's up, Tasty Giggity? Welcome back, dude. There's something you need to be made aware of. Larry, there's something you need to be made aware of. On the night of the murder, Iris wasn't wearing her hood. She had given it to Wright as a gift. Are you going to change your story now? Perhaps suggest it was Wright who took flight?
What are you talking about?
The pleading eye emoji. Poor Larry Butts. I think you understand what I meant just fine.
Why? Why did Nick have Iris's hood?
What?
Edgy, what's going on with Iris and Nick? Why, Nick, you dog! I do believe that this unbelievably mysterious sketch is destined to disappear, discredited and discarded, straight into the garbage. Heh. Eh!
What is it now, witness?
It feels like I've been waiting 25 years for this very day to come. Edgy, today's the day I get to completely stupefy you.
What?
What is the meaning of your outburst, witness? I hate to have to do this, but I have some definitive evidence.
Definitive?
Evidence? Iris did indeed come flying over the burning bridge, and I, Maurice Doneem, shall prove it.
I didn't expect to ask this again, but we shall be needing your testimony once again. Tell us anything you know concerning the defendant as depicted in this sketch, and show us your evidence that this nightmare was actually a reality.
Okay, I hope you're ready, Edgy, because I'm gonna feed you a whopping serving of pain.
You've been serving us a whopping serving of pain this whole time, trust me. Proof that Iris flew. We're still not really talking about the elephant in the room. I'll read what he says in a second, but we're still not really talking about the elephant in the room as well, which is that the sketch shows this, right? Very clearly. The sketch is pretty clear what it shows. I mean, it's a Larry sketch, so what could you expect? But it's fairly clear. However, we know that Dusky Bridge was struck at 10:45, right? Dusky Bridge got struck at 10:45, and Larry still claims that he didn't go there, that he didn't go there, right? Like, so we're under the assumption now, based on what I was talking about earlier, based on the perspective of the drawing. God, this is so hard to keep track of in my head. The perspective of the drawing says he saw it from the lodge, right? The little hovel. However, if he really saw this, as he claims, he woke up because he saw the flash of lightning, went outside, then saw this, it would have still been snowing. And it's not in the picture. The picture does not depict any snow whatsoever. But if he really looked outside right when it happened, as he says, he should have seen this at 10:45. I don't know, it's very confusing. So he should have either not been able to see it or he should have seen it through a bunch of snow. He still says that he went to the bridge though, so I'm confused. Are we believing the fact that he walked all the way to the bridge first and then started drawing? Because that way the perspective doesn't make sense. But if we think about it the other way and he's still at the lodge and he started drawing, then the perspective makes sense, but the timing doesn't make sense. Either way, something is off. Like with either possibility, something is still off. I'm confused.
When I reached Dusky Bridge, she was already gone. I was so worried, so I frantically searched all over for her. That led me to finding a beautiful crystal sphere, half buried in the snow.
Oh shit, that's the thing from the staff. That's the missing thing from the staff I was talking about.
I'm sure that Iris was simply wearing a spare hood. After all, no one else could have lost a crystal sphere that night.
Crystal sphere.
This one, pretty isn't it? But finders keepers. That sphere, where did you find it? Let me see. Around here, somewhere. Looks about right.
And it was half buried in the snow.
It had pretty much stopped snowing by then. But there was still some falling as I walked to the bridge.
The court accept this crystal sphere.
That's mine, okay? I want it back afterward.
There's something on it. Oh my, it's blood. What? Blood? Ba ba ba.
You ready, Edgy? By tomorrow morning, you'll be calling me Master Larry. Yeah, I like the sound of that. No one's gonna push me around anymore.
Didn't you want to be called Laurice Dohneem only a few moments ago? Proof that Iris flew. She didn't fucking fly, okay? First of all, she definitely didn't fly. When I reached Dusky Bridge. This is so fucking confusing, dude. I feel like Larry is melting my fucking brain. He is beaming microwaves directly into my fucking brain. So this perspective only makes sense if it's seen from the lodge, because that's how you get the side view, where you'd see the struts like that, the support structures like that. But you'd only see them like this, and two of them if it was upside down. So she's not actually flying, she's falling. However, why isn't there snow in the way if this was right when the lightning struck? There should still be snow. It's so, dude, he's fucking melting my mind. He's absolutely melting my fucking brain. Maybe he like looked at the reflection of the water and that's how he saw it even though there was snow? So it's like a flipped reversed image? Dude, I don't know. I can't do spatial reasoning. Not when Larry's involved. Larry's throwing me off my fucking game, dude.
When I reached Dusky Bridge, she was already gone. I was so worried, I frantically searched all over for her. That led me to finding a beautiful crystal sphere.
No one else could have lost a crystal sphere that night.
Hold it! Half buried. It was sitting in the snow with a little gathered on top of it. It was very hard to spot, actually. I mean, it was dark out, too. I'm impressed. You did well to find it. No matter what you may think when you look at me, I'm a pro, a genius security guy. I used a pen light I borrowed from my company to help with the search. And it sparkled really brightly, as if it was saying, "Here I am" to me.
It does indeed look very much like the crystal sphere on Iris's hood. But need I remind you, idiots, that she was not wearing her hood that night? No one else could have lost a crystal sphere that night. I think I'll just present the staff against that. Let's save first. I don't want to lose any more Chumby points. I was robbed of my Chumby points in the beginning because I found a contradiction that the game wouldn't accept, so I'm preserving my Chumby points from now on. Okay, good. This one didn't rob me. Larry, that night, there was someone who lost a crystal sphere.
There was? Who? Who was this stupid idiot?
Miss Elise Dohneem, the mentor to a stupid idiot.
The victim?
I have a photo of her here. Yeah, the crystal ball was there. On the end of her staff, you can see a familiar-looking crystal sphere.
Hey, that's my photograph. Give it back.
Ouch!
A crystal sphere like that is quite easy to find. I have one just like it on my brooch.
They look nothing alike. In any case, please take a look at this. This is the victim's staff, found at the scene of the crime. Huh, the crystal sphere. It's gone.
What?
It went through every single one of his expressions. That was awesome.
Just what does this mean? If anyone jumped or flew across the bridge that night, it certainly was not Iris. After all, she was not wearing her hood. More importantly, the crystal sphere found at the landing site was not hers either. That means the one who flew and dropped the sphere was the victim, Miss Elise Dochnim.
A fool alongside another fool, on a fool's errand to reach a foolish conclusion. First of all, this sketch, which I prefer to call a scribble, is ridiculous. People cannot fly, thus it is rejected. You can't do that, I saw it with my own two eyes. And this crystal sphere, this is nothing more than a red herring.
You honestly believe that?
Give it some thought, and I'm sure you'll realize it as well, Miles Edgeworth. Elise Dochnim was in her room on the night of the murder. There was no reason for her to go to Dusky Bridge. Therefore, this sphere cannot be related to this case. That is all.
Miss Franziska von Karma, the only people who will accept that explanation are scatterbrains and clowns.
Why are you pointing at me? The victim's crystal sphere was found near the bridge on the night of the murder.
Yet you expect us to believe this has nothing to do with the case?
That crystal sphere, it was probably thrown away at the bridge after the murder.
After the murder?
There is blood on the crystal sphere, isn't there? This naturally suggests that it was thrown away after the murder.
No. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's not right. Because remember, Larry said there was snow on it. Larry said there was snow built up on top of the sphere. Which means that it had to have took place before. Because otherwise the snow would have stopped already. By the time the killer could have gotten back there.
The killer placed it there to throw the investigation off the scent, which is the exact same reason that he drew that ridiculous sketch. What? You mean I'm the killer? No way! All joking aside, just when did this crystal sphere appear near the foot of the bridge? Unless this can be proven in some way, I refuse to believe this is related to the case.
She makes a valid point. There is no evidence that Elise Dochnim left Hazakura Temple. However, if somehow this crystal sphere can be proven to have been dropped before the victim was killed, then this case is going to transform into something else entirely. Your response, Mr. Edgeworth. I want your final opinion on the disposition of this crystal sphere. If it is not related to the case, then this witness who you call will have been nothing more than a monumental waste of time.
Prepare yourself for some very appropriate punishment, Miles Edgeworth.
Can I prove it? Can I prove that the crystal sphere was dropped before the murder took place?
Yeah, it's easy. That's an obvious one. That right there, that's an obvious one.
Can I prove it? That's not the issue. To simply prove it, that's the only option. That's what he'd do. That's the way Phoenix Wright would do this. Your Honor, allow me to prove something to you. I will prove that this crystal sphere is a vital link to solving this case. You'll do what?
That look in your eyes. You remind me of Phoenix Wright when he is cornered.
That should come as no surprise. Because right now, I am Phoenix Wright, and I am indeed cornered.
What if the twist of this whole game is that he literally is Phoenix Wright? It's all like a fucking Fight Club. This entire game is this last trilogy, final game of the 3 is a fucking Fight Club. He actually is Phoenix Wright. Think about all the clues we've gotten so far. There was the weird fake Phoenix Wright in the last case, who was like a tiger guy, and then he yelled really loud. He yelled so loud that it scared everybody. I'm beginning to think perhaps it's not a Fight Club. I think Edgeworth might just be lying. Edgeworth Squid Pants is lying about his motherfucking state of being Phoenix Wright. He's not actually. He was just trying to fool me.
I order you to present your evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. Evidence that proves the crystal sphere was indeed dropped before the murder.
weather report.
Your response, Miss Von Karma?
Birds of a feather flock together. Are you familiar with this phrase? Miles Edgeworth. I think one such bird is calling for its fellow now. Go, go, Edgy. Do it, prove it. Win, win, win.
His cheering. It's as though I'm listening to the ominous claws of ravens.
Cause of ravens. That's not it? What? The time of the murder and when the crystal sphere was dropped. Yes, it's not snowing. What? What? Autopsy report. Maybe that? What? This doesn't make any sense. Yeah, the snow only lasted until 10:50 p.m. Huh? Found half covered in snow. What? This doesn't make any sense. Yeah, it was pretty funny. It was pretty funny how the last case he literally only got caught because he outed himself. I like that they did that eventually, but I feel like that was a weird case to do it because his wasn't even done particularly intelligently, like his crime. It would have made more sense, IMO, for that to have been how, what's his face got caught? Luke, because Luke had an amazing plan that was like near flawless. But then again, Luke's entire thing was like, that was showing the downfall of relying on other people for your plan. Like, his plan fell apart because of other people's fuck-ups, so I guess it wouldn't have been thematically appropriate. I don't understand what it wants from me right now. I mean, all of this proves it. It has snow on it. And according to the witness's testimony, it happened at like 11, the murder. According to the fucking large woman, bikini. What is the holdup? I don't understand what the holdup is here. Evidence that proves the crystal sphere was dropped. What? I mean, I could try the autopsy report because it says the time of death. And the time of death does not line up with what we know right now. Digga, 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 digga. I don't understand what it wants. We tried the weather data already, which is the one that makes sense. It shouldn't have been snowing if the killer came back after the murder to do it. Yeah, we tried the weather report. That's the first thing I tried, and it didn't work, strangely. I think it's like, it doesn't want this, for some reason. It doesn't want, like, the snow, which is definitive proof, but it's not what it wants right now. I guess? Even though it specifically mentioned that the orb was covered in snow? That's so weird. This is so confusing. Evidence that proves the crystal sphere was dropped before the murder is what we're looking for. It's not Larry's sketch. It could be the tracks photo, that there's only one set of tracks leading in. No, because they could have done the murder and then taken the body and everything back with them afterwards. After leaving the thing. I guess. Crime photo, no. I mean, the crime photo doesn't prove anything that isn't already proven by the weather data, right? The snow. Maybe it does want this. It wants me to point out again that she's not covered in snow. Maybe? I guess I could try it. Fuck it. Yeah, I'm gonna try this. The crime photo. Nah, because it's showing the crime photo, so it wouldn't be that. I'll try autopsy. And then I'll try crystal ball. And then I'll try crime photo.
Your response?
Yeah, okay, this is wrong. This is very strange. I don't understand what it wants. This is the same thing! This is the same thing! This is the same thing! I hate this game so much sometimes.
This crystal sphere, it was half buried in the snow, correct?
That's right. If it hadn't stopped snowing then, it would have been game over. The snow would have totally covered it.
That's all I needed to hear from you, Larry. If only I had some sort of weather report that told me what time it had stopped snowing, I could have used that as decisive evidence. Your testimony makes one thing quite clear. What? When the crystal sphere was dropped, it was snowing, even if it was ever so slightly. Snowing? On the other hand, let us look at the scene of the murder. As proven earlier today, there is no snow on top of the victim's body. Oh! Therefore, the crystal sphere must have been dropped before the murder.
What?
Exactly. That's some stupid shit. I presented the ball to prove that the ball was a ball. That was... I feel like I have done some stuff in this game that can firmly be blamed on me in terms of fuck-ups. This one feels like some bullshit. It asked me for evidence to prove the ball, and then I present the ball. And then it's the ball. Like, what?
Order! On the night of the murder, the victim did indeed go to Dusky Bridge. And there, something occurred that caused the staff's crystal sphere to come loose. What could that have been? This sphere, there is some blood on it, isn't there? Allow me to raise a certain possibility at this juncture. The real crime scene was near the foot of Dusky Bridge.
Oh my god. It's not Larice, guys. Don't blame him.
The murder didn't take place in the Hazakura Temple courtyard? Only a fool would suggest such a foolish piece of absolute foolishness.
Just who is the fool? And which part is so foolish, Miss Von Karma?
Have you been paying any attention this whole time? The sister saw everything. She saw the victim being killed.
That's not exactly true, now is it? To put it more precisely, what she saw was the murder weapon being removed from the victim's body.
That's the same thing.
No, it isn't. No, you're wrong. You're wrong. You said it yourself.
Very little blood is actually lost at the moment of a blade's insertion. If you want to talk about when the most blood would be lost, that would be when the blade is removed.
That was the echo.
If that statement is the truth, then Dusky Bridge could very easily be the scene of the murder. The murder weapon was not removed, thus there was no bleeding.
You are forgetting one vital thing, Miles Edgeworth. Elise Dochnim's body was found in Hazakura Temple. On foot, it takes 15 minutes to travel from Dusky Bridge to Hazakura. You mean to suggest someone carried the body all that way?
Snowmobile. It's probably the snowmobile. I'm gonna go on a wild tangent and say it was probably the snowmobile. But you know what? Fuck's sake, it's probably the crystal ball again. This crystal ball proves that it was the snowmobile.
I've made it this far. There's the only place to take this is to the end. I just need to prove that my version of the events is also perfectly plausible. Now, if the defense is ready, the court would like to have an explanation. Please show us the method by which the victim's body was carried.
I hope I can show her the big inflatable SpongeBob arms. It was Larry all along, I tells ya. He slid her over there on his fucking little paint thing. What do they call that stuff where the paint is put upon? The easel or some shit? There we go.
Take that! On that snowy night, there is one way that a body could have been moved. The snowmobile. Oh! As we know, the snowmobile was used that night. It was explained as having been used to dispose of the murder weapon, but it could also have been used to carry a body.
Bang, bang, bang.
Order! Yerf!
This is completely unacceptable, Miles Edgeworth. You've dug yourself into your own grave.
What do you mean?
The only one who could have used the snowmobile was the defendant. She's the one who moved the body. Doesn't that put the final nail in your coffin?
You're too late, Franziska von Karma. And in fact, the defense has proven something else entirely. We have shown that this case requires further investigation. But what? Where was the victim, Elise Donim, really killed? If her body was moved, whatever for? And finally...
The flying woman.
just what does this image mean?
Do you even need to think about that? Such a creature could never see the truth, let alone describe it.
Don't call him a creature, he's Larry, man. He may be Larry, but he's not a fucking creature. He's got like 4 bow ties, he's so adorable. And 1 tooth.
This witness certainly sits on one of the lowest possible branches of humanity. However, he would never utter a lie that could hurt a girl with whom he is enamored. He drew this, so it is something that actually happened. The defense stands firm on this point. Edgy, thank you. That settles it then. I cannot give a verdict under these circumstances. Right. I seem to have fulfilled my part in this. It is just as I thought. Franziska von Karma, you make a wonderful partner. Excuse me? There was one reason, and one reason alone, for me being here. To expose the darkness lurking in this case, and then pass it on to Wright.
Really? That's what this was all about? You could have just told me that from the very beginning. Then I wouldn't have had Francie whipping me and ouch!
Miles Edgeworth, I don't care about what you were here to do. This was my chance to finally grind you under my heel. A shame that your chance seems to have slipped you by.
What a shame, ouch!
I like how he already gave her a nickname.
This is all your fault. Such a terrible witness. You are an affront to the legal system.
Ouch!
He started liking it, and then he started thinking about it. He's gone! She whipped him into a fucking puddle of blood, dude.
I cannot believe that the witness's testimony relates to an actual event. However, there has to be some sort of answer for the questions it raises. Have his words here today been the truth or lies? Next time we gather in this courtroom, those are the matters that shall be addressed. I am counting on thorough investigations by both the defense and the prosecution. And with this, the rest is up to you, right? Court is now adjourned.
Okay, so that makes more sense for the final case. So it's not actually Edgeworth versus Von Karma with the Canadian judge. The next leg of it is probably going to be the normal stuff. It's going to be Wright versus Godot with the good judge presiding. The senile one.
I see!
That guy. February 9th. Hottie Clinic. What? Phoenix Wright is recovering at the Hottie Clinic? Let's go. That's the best clinic. Oh, that's where this was taking place. I'm still up at this hour, reading through the trial record of a certain case. It's the first case my mentor, Mia Fey, had ever handled in a court of law. The horrifying truth that I refuse to accept is holding me here hostage within its pages. Dahlia Hawthorne. What have I read, or what I have read, I don't want to believe. What is written here? This isn't the Dahlia I knew. After falling into Eagle River, I was somehow miraculously saved. But I ended up catching a cold that seemed to knock me around the world and back. I feel dizzy, my ears are ringing, my throat heavy, my head spaghetti. But I will recover. I have to recover by this afternoon. I have to meet with the most ill-tempered witness imaginable. But I know that he will be able to help me with it. Somehow. He got fit. He does. He has a little video. He's watching a video of a dog doing a backflip. Trial 1 out of question mark? Oh god. Oh god, how long is this shit? February 9th, 2:43 p.m. It feels like we've done nothing. To be totally honest, it feels like we've done absolutely nothing. If you look back at what we just did, that whole giant tribal, objectively, all we really established was where they found the body, which we already knew, the condition the body was in, which we already knew, and the fact that Larry saw something. He saw something, and that, what's-her-face is lying about it. Chunkilda. or at the very least, is not, like, she doesn't remember something. She's either lying about something or she doesn't remember something. Those are the three things we really established throughout all of that pertains to this case specifically. Everything else was just playing defense and trying not to get my person convicted. Like, we learned almost nothing about the real murder. We still don't know who, we still don't know where, we still don't know when, we still don't know the weapon. We know nothing still. February 9th, Dusty Bridge. When he looks at you from the front, it looks so fucking weird, man. Edgeworth looks so goddamn strange for the front. That's why he always has that angle. That's why he's always standing at an angle, so you can't see how goddamn weird he looks from the front. Right? Are you sure you're well enough to be doing this? You still look a little green in the face.
Or maybe Viridian in artist speak.
Actually, my fever has gone down quite a bit.
How's your temperature now?
Only 102.2 degrees. Nothing to worry about. He does have the COVID, dude. Oh my god. He caught COVID. It's over. He's an anti-masker too. He's gonna spread it to all these guys at the trial. Yeah, I mean, the point was ostensibly to stall for Phoenix, but like, I'm just saying that in terms of progression in the case, that means that we are not even close. Like, my god. We didn't really establish much at all. Usually by the time you finish the first case in these games, you have like pretty solidly a suspect in mind. You know when and how it happened. It's just like how the killer set it all up and got away with it. You still have to get rid of, like you still have to figure out. But this time we have like none of that. We have almost nothing. Anyway, I read today's Striker trial record. You weren't bad, Edgeworth. Pretty impressive despite the circumstances.
We're not in the clear yet. The main point of contention tomorrow is going to be the murder weapon.
Yeah.
In the end, the Shimichichito did not deliver the deadly blow. Which means there must be another sword hiding out there that we don't know about.
Another sword, huh?
Don't you worry about a thing, pal. I'll dig up the murder weapon myself, or I'll leave my coat.
Thanks again, Edgeworth. I'll handle things from here.
That is probably for the best. Actually, I was thinking about paying the old precinct a little visit. There's something I want to look into.
And that is?
Our client's background.
Naturally.
You mean Iris, sir?
I have the feeling that we've met before. All I want is confirmation, one way or the other. And since I probably won't be getting that from you,
I'm sorry, Edgeworth.
I bid you adieu, right?
Take care. He left.
Guess I should get moving too.
Why? Do you need to be somewhere?
Yeah, I gotta get to work on this bridge, pal. I'm rigging something up so we can get across to the other side.
Ah, that's right. Maya is still stuck over there. Everybody forgot about Maya. That shit's so funny. I hope she's so dead.
But don't you worry, pal. As soon as it's all set, you'll be the first to know.
Thank you, Gumshoe.
No problem, pal. Just try not to give me that cough of yours, okay? Alright, I'm off.
Hang in there, Maya. We'll get you out, I promise. But in the meantime, I've got to continue collecting evidence. This is actually all just a metaphor for the evil SJWs who are destroying America with the fake COVID corona hoax virus. This burnt bridge leading to where Maya is represents social isolation. She's locked herself away just as the fake news networks told her to. That's why it shows this destroyed bridge of all her relationships as she's isolated on those like misty, icy cliff tops. But Phoenix Wright, being the true hero, has caught the fake disease and he's beating it on his own without any masks or any medication. He just basically prays and uses chakra-infused crystals that he presses to his head. Holistic medicines to get better. In the meantime, I've got to collect evidence. That's what the Magatama represents. See? That's his chakra-infused crystal to get rid of his sicknesses. It reacts to people who have Jesus in their hearts. Let's go to the motherfucking Deacon Lee Hall. Phoenix Wright was... That is true. He did wear a mask that time, but that was a goof. That time he was big goofing. He was just trying to make fun of people who wear masks. He is firmly an anti-masker. In fact, if you would pay attention to the backstory, the comics that I've read, when he caught a deadly case of SARS in an earlier instance, he actually intentionally spat into Pearl's face to intentionally give it to her, to strengthen her immune system. Because he believes in the old adage of, you know, rubbing dirt in the wounds, building up the immune system. Looks like no one's here. Larry! Larice! I was sure he'd be hiding here. Guess I'll try again later. I can't even go inside? I can't even look at the tiny logs? Look at this graffiti scrawled right on the front of the shack. At least he managed to get a pretty good likeness. When I really think about it, I guess art kind of suits him. I mean, his very existence is an art of sorts. He is remarkably good at drawing the, like, portraits. It doesn't make sense considering how bad it's, like, look at that compared to his sketch. Ding, 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 ding. My name is Cleveland. Well, here's the thing, though. You can't, from here, you can't see the support struts at all. Like, if he walked up here, I would think that would be the perfect vantage point. Like I was talking about during the case. That would be the perfect vantage point to see what he claims to have seen, right? Like, just flipped, because you'd see the support struts coming out from below, and you'd see the bridge from the side, like he drew that picture from. But, according to the map, oh, no, that's where the crystal was. That's not where I am. Yeah, he should see these two struts here. You see what I'm saying? That's really weird. There should be like a support strut coming out to the top left-ish from beneath the bridge. I guess it burned down too? I guess it also burned down. So this was like a pre-burning map, I guess. Because I guess the support stuff is all gone. So this was gone before then, confirmed. Because otherwise we'd still be able to see that one. Because otherwise 3 would be intact if that was a post-burning map. Let's move to the main gate. That's not true, Phoenix Wright. That's a lie. You're just pushing an agenda. You're just pushing a lizard people agenda of sorts. A lizard agenda, if you will. February 9th. Come on, please. Ah, it is him. For art's sake, I swear. There's only one guy I know who could be this persistent and high-strung. I'm talking about the heroine here. The heroine in my book. It'll make you famous. Hey! Enough. A fool's fools who foolishly accept the foolishness of a fool's fool. Wouldn't you agree, Phoenix Wright? No, I have no idea what you just said. Huh, me? Wait a second. I know you. You're, ow! Your reflexes and mine need to shape up. My brain's frying like a sunny side up, and you want to grill me over a name? Franzi, you can't do that. Even as we speak, Nick's on the brink of death. Or so I'm told. Whip a dead horse. Isn't that one of your American sayings? No, it's not. And I'm not on the brink of anything. Come on, Nick. Tell her, would you? Tell her she needs the model for my new picture book, Franzi's Whippity Whip Trip. Hey! Before you ask me to model, learn to give at least semi-coherent testimony. And before that, you'll have to learn how to live a semi-coherent life, Larry. Larry's the best character, dude. He's the most relatable character he's relatable AF. I don't care what anyone says. I'm telling the truth. I saw what I saw. She flew, I'm telling you. Whoosh. Just like that dude with the red underwear. Don't think I'm gonna forgive you guys when you come crawling back to apologize. Off he goes. It's amazing how little has changed with you in the past year, Phoenix Wright. Damn it, there was something I wanted to look into in the next investigation segment, but I don't remember what it was. Crime scene first thing, obviously, that's a big one. We still, during that last segment, did not deal with 2 things that I feel are very important. Exhibit A, the bare button in the snow at the crime scene. Exhibit B, the molehill at the crime scene. Neither of those things were explained or even shown at all. So I'm going to say BRB to Von Karma to VK. I'm just going to gun straight for there before I forget what I'm looking for. Yeah, Phoenix is American. He's American AF. It's definitely not just a weird localization that desperately tried to Americanize this franchise, despite the clear Japanese location. It's funny, though, because I talked about it earlier. In this game and a little bit in the second game, they just kind of gave up on some of the stuff, like this. They knew there was no way to make these, like, ancient Japanese temples seem American, so they just, like, kept the name. It's not called, like, McDonald's Hall or something. That was one long sigh. Oh, it's a gumshoe. Sister Bikini?
My, I didn't know you were here. How are you doing?
You don't have to pretend to be in a good mood for my sake.
I suppose I've made a terrible mess of things, haven't I? I let Mystic Elise die, and there's Iris as well.
Mystic Elise? Now that I think about it.
There's an acolyte stuck at the inner temple. And that poor little girl has gone missing too.
Yeah, the thing about Pearl being missing is very fucking weird. Pearl being missing is very mysterious. I still feel like it's pretty likely that Mystic Elise, quote unquote, is Maya's missing mom. Because they made a big deal when Maya found the scroll of her mom that she didn't recognize her. That she only recognized it because of the seal. So it would make two things make a lot of sense. Exhibit A. It would make sense why they even bring that up at all. The fact that Maya doesn't recognize the face. And Exhibit B, it would make sense on why that lady would dote on Pearl so much. Because Pearl now would look around the same age, and she's related to, it would look essentially like a Maya. It would be like how the mom would remember Maya being. Way back then, she would have been Pearl's age. So the last time she had seen Maya, she would have looked just like Pearl. So it would explain why she got so attached to Pearl. That being said, I would have to rewatch the footage and make sure that Phoenix never said Maya around her. Because otherwise, that all falls apart. Because she would have immediately been like, oh, you're my daughter. But the theory I used to have last week about her being the evil aunt, like the spirit of the evil aunt channeled and taking over this lady, doesn't make sense because she got murdered. So why would this evil spirit come back just to get murdered? That part doesn't make any sense. So I don't know. I think it's pretty likely it's Maya's mom.
And that poor little girl has gone missing too.
That little girl? But then where did Pearl go? That's the thing. You don't mean Pearls, do you?
Yes, I'm afraid I do. She hasn't been seen since the morning after the incident.
Pearls? She's missing? Why didn't anyone tell me about this? He's way more worked up than when Maya was missing. He doesn't give a fuck about Maya. He literally forgot she was missing. Let's go to the courtyard. I'll show you the two things I was talking about earlier. Oh, Jesus. Look at the motherfucking Jimmy detail. Why is that thing still there on the floor? We took it with us to court. This is where Sister Bikini witnessed the incident. It's hard to imagine she was lying on the stand, so maybe there are some clues that have yet to be found. So here's the thing. Exhibit A. The weird staff being half buried in the snow is interesting. Miss Donim's staff. I definitely remember there being a crystal sphere attached to the staff. I guess Larry eventually found the sphere near the foot of the bridge, but what was it doing all the way out there? Exhibit B. The molehill. The molehill was never explained. Exhibit C. The little bear button. The bear button imprint on the snow. I still can't examine it. Damn it, I can't do anything else. No. I came all the way here so I could still remember what I wanted to investigate, and I can't do it. It's so suspicious. Why is there a suspicious, imprint of a giant bear's button on the floor? And a molehill. A molehill, I tell you. The main gate's on the other side of that stone wall. The difference in elevation is almost 10 feet. Aha! There you go. There you go, there you go, there you go now. And that's also the height the body fell from, according to the autopsy. Is it possible that Miss Donim was pushed from the top of the wall? Get up, and get down. Body fell 10 feet after death. Yeah, okay, so that's probably what happened. They threw the body over the wall so they wouldn't have to carry the body through the main hall. Get around now. I'm gonna save again. Brock's Donuts. I think Brock's Donuts will never be topped in terms of bad localization that became iconic. It's that and the Ghost Stories dub are the two classics. I sure do love these jelly donuts. I miss that era, man. I think people should try to localize shit horribly more often rather than less. I find it very endearing when shit is horribly localized. Have you been in Germany all this time? That's right. Extending my perfect win record, naturally. You don't have a perfect win record. I beat you 34 times. With hammers, with fists, with everything. Oh joy. Sounds like she hasn't changed a bit. Has it really been a year since we first met? I am Franziska von Kammer, the prodigy. I see.
I gave up a promising career in Germany to come to this country for one sole reason. Revenge!
Franziska was born and raised in Germany and became a prosecutor at the age of 13. That's so stupid. That's still so stupid. That she became a prosecutor at 13. I don't care that her dad is like the best prosecutor ever. It's so stupid. Her father was the legendary prosecutor, Manfred von Karma. He had a perfect win record for 40 long years. But now he's gone from this world. Don't tell me you still hold a grudge against me because of what happened to your father.
Phoenix Wright, you will fall before me. This I promise. But it will be for my sake, not my father's. Are we clear?
Yes, Crystal.
In truth, I was shocked. I came back to America with the intention of defeating you. Instead, it was my little brother who was leading the defense.
Edgeworth. Come to think of it, Edgeworth was pulled into being a prosecutor by Manfred von Karma as well.
Miles Edgeworth told me something very interesting, you know. He said this case has a special significance to you.
Because it does.
And that's precisely why I'm here. Your personal involvement will make crushing you into teensy-weensy pieces all the better.
It's probably the fever, but she's so openly hostile that it's almost kind of cute.
Ow! No smirking. No whipping the sick.
I swear to God, for a second, I legit thought it said no whipping the sack, which would have been a much better sentence.
That foolish fool, doing such a foolishly favor for such a foolishly foolish fool.
Edgeworth.
Make no mistake, Phoenix Wright. I came here for one thing only, to pulverize you.
It's not like I thought you were here to bring me some Cold Killer X, you know. That's a reference to Phoenix Wright 1? That was a reference to Phoenix Wright 1? Simone Belmont. She is pretty good at whipping people. But I think the difference is, like, all of her targets are stationary and not expecting to be whipped. So it's not quite as impressive. It's still pretty impressive to be able to crack a whip accurately, but I feel like stationary people in a courtroom are not the most impressive targets.
I went over the whole case file on the flight over.
You read the whole thing?
Yes, every last word of every last sentence of every last paragraph. All the ridiculous things you did made a very interesting read, you know. Attempting to cross a burning bridge? Did you even consider the dangers?
No. The only thought in my mind was, I have to get across.
A fool who doesn't think is more foolish than a fool who foolishly thinks.
Gumshoe said he'd let me know once the bridge was repaired. Maya, she's gotta be okay, I just know it! Plus, I need to ask her about what really happened at the Inner Temple that night.
Okay, I guess I'll go see if the bridge is better. No, the bridge is still broken.
Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Sister Deco Nye still has her motherfucking hood on, you know? She still has her hood on. Her hood on. Let me check the newspaper thing real fast. Okay, there we go. I was checking something. I was just checking something I was suspicious about. I was just checking a little suspicion of mine. It was a stupid idea, but it's literally magic bullshit, so you have to think stupid. I was thinking maybe these aren't actually evil warding hoods, and they're actually like possession hoods. They're like evil hoods. And if you wear one, you can get taken over, like your brain can get taken over. Because I noticed that she's wearing one the entire time. In the newspaper, what's-her-face? Iris is wearing one. And Iris gave one to you, specifically, so... I don't know, it was technically possible, I guess. I'm sorry. It's magic, man, what do you want from me? What do you want from me? I don't know how to think about this.
I must be getting old. I think I've seriously lost faith in myself.
Are you talking about your performance at the trial today?
You believe me, don't you? I'm not a liar, I would never lie. I know what I saw. I saw Iris pull that sword from Mystic Elise's body that night. I'm certain of it. At least, I was until this morning.
I don't see any Cyclops, so she must be telling the truth. So why are you so unsure of yourself all of a sudden?
You know that artist who testified after me. I saw Iris flying. I saw her white hood fluttering. Felt like I might start flying myself.
when I saw that man testify so fervently about something so impossible, I started to wonder if I had acted just like him when I was on the witness stand.
I wouldn't take that guy too seriously. He's an artist, but all he draws is trouble, and nothing else. If both Bikini and Larry are telling the truth, that can only mean one thing. They both didn't see what they think they saw. Inner temple. They both didn't see what they think they saw. Interesting angle. Damn it, I wish I could see that flashback again now. You know the one it just showed? I'm gonna repeat the dialogue. Oh, I hope it shows it again. Let's look at this, chat. What's weird about this? She's not wearing a hood, but that makes sense because she gave the hood to Phoenix Wright, so she wouldn't have the hood. She's like, oh! Elise is all like, oh! That girl's like, oh! And then, what else is there? The statue is in the normal place. That's good. The lanterns are on, but they're supposed to be on at night. I don't know. I don't see anything weird about it. Oh! But I noticed that there's no blood. That is very conspicuous. Still, the fact that there's no blood. Still extremely conspicuous. It's still very weird. She's like, oh! Also, her hair is different. Like, it's not the right hair at all. But I don't know exactly what that means. It was just a beehive hairstyle, so maybe that's just what it looks like when it's let down. I don't know. I don't know what's off about this in the sense that they're saying. I'm certain of it. So they both didn't see what they think they saw. I actually think I may have figured it out for Larry. I feel like my Larry theory is pretty decent. That he saw it reflected off the water. I think that's what happened for him. So he saw it from the side angle, but it was snowing, so he could only see the reflection in the water, which made it look like she was flying when she was actually falling. And so that's why he thinks he saw that. But then for hers, I have truly no idea. I don't understand. On the night of the incident, you met Iris at the Inner Temple. Isn't that correct?
That's right, I'm sure it was Iris.
But Iris claims she was in her room in Hazakura Temple.
I knew I shouldn't have come back here that night.
But because you did, Maya is stuck all by herself at the Inner Temple.
Ugh, I'm so sorry. The drafts in that place are nothing to shake a stick at. Winter is especially bad.
I'll bet. The training hall looks like it's about to fall down at any second.
Eagle Mountain has always been prone to earthquakes, just so you know.
Earthquakes?
Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if the next big one levels the training hall.
We've got to get Maya out of there. Fast!
But still, there's no need to worry. The area on the other side of Dusky Bridge is isolated like an island.
It's like an island? How so?
Well, the only thing on that side of the bridge is the Inner Temple. No one lives out there, and it's surrounded on all sides by the river or the forest. So a criminal would be trapped should they choose to flee in that direction. And as long as the bridge is out of commission, he or she will have to stay there.
That means Maya could be stuck out there with the murderer. Oh! Okay, got it. Got it. Got it. I think I got it. I think I straight up got it. I think I actually got it. It is dumb ghost bullshit. It's the ghost of, Dahlia possessing one of the people. It doesn't really matter who. Presumably Iris, but it could be any of them. To do the murdering and then to make it seem like there was no way off the island, burn the bridge down, to make it seem like there's no way out, like the killer would be stranded so that people would not even credit it as a possibility. And then she does a repeat of what she did in the case just before this. She just dives into the river. She just jumps into the river, and that's what Larry saw. He saw the killer jumping into the river just like she did to escape the last time. She did the same trick twice. She jumped off the bridge, or jumped off the cliff even, just jumped off wherever into the river and escaped that way. That's what happened. That's how she did it. But that still doesn't explain the second part. That still doesn't explain the second part of what this girl saw, what Bikini saw. That doesn't explain what Bikini saw at all. I thought I was onto something there, but maybe not. It seems like it would fit up. It fits up, like, narratively, but it doesn't really solve the whole crime is the problem. Because we still have the bikini mystery to deal with. That means Maya could be stuck out there with a murderer and no way of escape.
Oh dear, yes, I suppose it does.
Please, Gumshoe, get up that bridge faster. Let's talk about Elise, too. The finger snaps. It's true. That's when I feel like I really got something. That's because that's my brain snapping into place. I'm curious about a few things, if you don't mind answering some questions.
Oh, do you need to know my measurements for your investigation or something?
No. I want to know a little more about the victim, Miss Elise Dornim.
I'm afraid I don't know her waist size, or her bust size for that matter.
No, I'm wondering why she came to a place like this to begin with. I mean, she told us herself that she wasn't here for spiritual training.
My, you make it sound like this place is some sort of dump, Mr. Wright. Mystic Elise was here to soak up the natural beauty of Eagle Mountain, if you must know.
There, you did it again. Sister Bikini, I noticed you always refer to Miss Donim as Mystic Elise.
Oh!
Yes, now why is that? After all, she's not here as an acolyte.
We address all our visitors as Mystic. It makes their experience feel authentic. And anyway, she's older than me. You must respect your elders, you know.
How do you know that? Are you one of the god-awful? How can you say for sure that she's older than you?
Oh my god, she's lying.
She's lying about something. It seems Miss Elise Donim was no ordinary visitor after all. And there's Pearls. She was with Miss Donim on the evening of the murder, and now she's vanished. It's all got to be connected somehow. Why did Pearls have to get mixed up in this mess?
Please, Mr. Wright. I know you're worried, but try to keep it together.
Oh man, my head's throbbing so bad it's killing me. Pearls, she was with Miss Donim on the night of the murder, remember?
Yes, but I have a temple to run, you know. I was busy preparing. I didn't see the little darling even once after we'd finished dinner. The murder.
Oh, the murder. It didn't take place right in front of her innocent eyes, did it?
Did it? According to the detective, she hasn't turned up at her home either.
Come on, keep calm. There's one place left where Pearls could be. She just has to be there. Come on, Gumshoe. Tell me you'll be done with the repairs soon.
Hey! What was that jarring, inconsiderately loud yell?
That's gotta be Gumshoe.
So this is where you've been. Keep it nice and warm, I see.
Detective, have you finished
the bridge? Yeah, I did. Yes!
Okay, I want to go there before the stream ends. We have 7 minutes left. We might have just enough time. Please let Maya be dead. Please let Maya just have her head crushed by the ice thing she's supposed to be meditating on. Just splattered.
I thought I'd let you know. Well. Then I'll come along with you and... Sorry, ma'am. No unauthorized entry. Access is restricted to people involved. What was that? I'm involved, aren't I? You couldn't get much more involved than me. Well, yeah, but that's not what I'm... Ah!
It's been a while. Scruffy.
It's Miss Von Karma!
Sister, please leave the investigation to me.
My, you certainly seem to have everything under control.
I am on your side. I won't do anything you don't want me to.
As you work to pin the guilt on Iris.
What are you daydreaming about, Phoenix Wright?
Ow! That hurts, you know.
Silence. I, Franziska Von Karma, will personally guide you through your investigation. So you will follow me.
She's not seriously gonna follow me around, is she? I'm going there ASAP. Gate. Yes, the bridge. No more talking. Yes. Oh, damn, Gumshoe, okay. You built this by yourself? He's in the wrong line of work, dude. Gumshoe built this shit in like 5 minutes. He could make way more as a contractor than as a fucking detective. Be probably way better at it, too. No talking. Just go. Okay, the gate is still ajar. Everything looks exactly the same as last time we were here. Okay, that's what I wanted to check for. That's what I definitely wanted to check for. Everything looks exactly the same as far as I can tell. But again, it's been a week, so. Enter Temple Gate. Things have certainly become a lot more hectic than before.
They must have commenced with the investigation.
Oh, Mr. Nick.
That voice. Where were you, idiot Pearl?
Mr. Nick. Mr. Nick.
So you were here ever since that night?
I was so lonely I thought I was gonna die. When I woke up in the morning and saw that Dusky Bridge was gone, I realized I was all alone.
She was all alone.
It must have been very trying for you, little girl.
Oh, you're...
I am Franziska von Karma, the prodigy. There's no need to worry now that I'm here.
You're the prosecutor who was so mean to Mystic Maya last year.
Well,
I don't like you. You're nothing but a little girl without your whip.
Damn. Sick burn, Pearl.
Mystic Maya didn't do anything wrong, but you were so mean. I'll never forgive you.
It looks like Pearl's words are getting under her skin.
yow! Why are you whipping me? I didn't even say anything. You don't have to. The smile on your lips gave it all away.
Anyway, Pearls, weren't you with Maya?
Oh. I'm sorry. It's all my fault.
Huh? What are you talking about, Pearls?
Wah! Mystic Maya! Please be dead. Please. Please.
Hey, wait, Pearls. She just ran off. Please.
Shut up, Von Karma, I don't have time.
That was cruel, Phoenix Wright. To make a little girl cry like that is inexcusable.
What was that all about? Pearl's acting like that. It's giving me the creeps. Come on. I guess I better take another look. Especially since something seems different. Ah, fuck, really? What does? Oh, this? The furnace thing? Maybe. No, I want to go inside. Oh, here we go.
It's locked. It's locked.
He does. He needs to be a motherfucking Darpenter, dude. She puked all over the picture of her own mother. That's disgusting. Now, somebody intentionally covered that up. Somebody intentionally covered up the painting of the mother.
What's wrong? Why are you so quiet?
Maya, she was supposed to be in here for training.
Yet it appears she's nowhere to be seen.
What's that? That strange lock. It wasn't there 2 days ago. This whole room is really giving off some strange vibes. This door. When I was here 2 days ago, it wasn't locked.
Those chains. It's almost as if they're guarding something in the cavern. I've never seen a lock like this.
I have. I've seen locks and chains just like this before. They look just like the ones that guard a person's secrets during a psych lock. Dark secrets in a dark cavern.
What do you think this yellowish poster is, Phoenix Wright?
It's a scroll, not a poster. It's a picture of a woman who's actually...
A woman? I don't see any woman here.
There's a different atmosphere in this room since the last time I was here. No, it's not a different atmosphere, it's a different smell. It's gravy. That's nasty.
What's the matter?
This scroll, it's been completely covered in gravy. Not completely, it actually conspicuously left the identifying crest completely intact, which is interesting. Very conspicuously left the crest intact, so it seems intentional.
There is a very appetizing smell in the air, but gravy is a type of sauce. When you run out of paint, you Americans use gravy as a substitute, I see.
No, no one does that. For starters, it stinks. This must be the gravy that had with the roast on the night of the incident. But why would anyone do this? Why the scroll? What took you so long? I thought even you'd managed to get here faster than this, Mr. Tratt. But Prosecutor Godot! I didn't know you were here.
Prosecutor?
How come you didn't show up at the trial today?
I could ask you the exact same question.
Huh? But I had a cold, so...
I had something slightly more important than a common cold to deal with. The importance of which is something you have no hope of ever understanding.
Enough. I believe I have the measure of you. You are the very worst kind of prosecutor. What could be more important than a trial?
Who's the wild mare, Tratt?
This is Miss Von Karma. She was the acting prosecutor in your absence.
Ha! Well, I guess I owe you one thing. But you can go now, princess. It's time for the big boys to take the reins.
Just who do you think you are? This case is my...
Hey, Philly, know your role and shut your mouth.
What? He pulled a walk-up E, dude. That's fucked up. You have to work for the gravy. This guy's being sexist as fuck, dude. He's being based as hell, as they say in the industry.
I can't stand women like you. I've written entire blog posts about you and why I'm a Sigma male, why they don't pay any attention to me. I'm only gonna say this once, Lady Von Whippingberg.
Okay, that's a good nickname.
Go home.
Phoenix Wright! What are you hitting me for?
Ha! You deserve more cracks of the whip than that, right?
What?
You still don't get it, do you? You don't realize that you've set something in motion that you'll never be able to undo.
There's something different about Gato today. I'm getting such a strong sense of something from behind that mask of his. Is it anger? Or is it sorrow? I don't give a fuck. I gotta find Maya. I'm out of time. I'm out of time for today. Thrown into a river. Yeah, he did fall into the river pretty good. Well, to be fair, he didn't get struck by lightning. He just tried to run across a burning bridge, which is not the smartest thing you could do. There's a weird smell coming from the incinerator. The door is open. Let's see what clue is in here. Ah, it's empty.
How naive of you, Phoenix Wright.
But it's a bit strange, don't you think? I seem to remember. Yeah, it used to be closed. Closed. There was snow on this incinerator the first time I saw it. In other words, someone's been using it to burn something recently.
Listen, Phoenix Wright, it's impertinent to call people by their full name.
I was only copying you. Also this thing.
Phoenix Wright. What?
And would you stop calling me by my full name?
Was this once a prosperous port?
A port?
Yes, that metal hook is a mooring post for boats, you know.
Oh, that's an anchor for one of the wires that's used to hold up the bridge. I think the wire was tied to this probably snapped when the bridge burned down. I mean, there's no way there was ever a port all the way up here.
Don't get smart with me, Phoenix Wright.
But I didn't say anything. Alright, cool. I think we actually have to go. I wanted to see if we could find Maya's decayed corpse inside of that room, but I think she's probably fine because she's not here. Yeah, she's probably fine because she's not there. I was hoping for a big dramatic reveal and she was like, and she's dead as hell, but I guess that's all the time we got for today. We will be back again next Wednesday, same time, same place, 4 to 9 p.m. Central Time for more of this. Possibly the last case, or the last session, will be next week. It'll be 5 more hours, so there's a decent chance we get finished, depending on how long this goes. But yeah, that's all the time we got. We got to get going. Which was struck by lightning. So much as a sailor storage as possible. That is true. The bridge got struck by a lot of fucking lightning, dude. Many bolts of lightning. Very, very frightening. Or it was burned down, which seems a lot more likely. So yeah, that's it for today. We will investigate more next week. We'll do the next investigation segment and the next trial segment. Possibly the last of both for all of Phoenix Wright. But I'm starting to get some working theories. But we'll see. It's still very up in the air because it's bullshit magic. But we're thinking about it. Yeah, it's weird. This is a tough one. This is a tough one because it relies on dumb magic shit. But yeah, good case so far. Pretty fun. I like it. I like how it focused so much on Larry, which is the best character in the game. I'm very glad that it had a high Larry threshold. But yeah, that's it for today. I'm super done now. I really got to head out. I got to go feed my dog. She's barking and stuff. She's throwing a tantrum because I haven't fed her yet. I will catch you guys tomorrow for more games. Cyberpunk 2077 will continue tomorrow. As for this, as I mentioned before, it will be next Wednesday, 4 to 9 p.m. Central Time. If you want to see more, be sure to follow the stream, and ! Discord in the chat gets you a link to that. You can see when I go live, what game I'm playing, all that good stuff. But yeah, hope you guys enjoyed Phoenix Wright. I will catch you then. Peace out, everybody. Have a good night.